Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Today's date is August 10, 2021. It's 9:30 a.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. And at this time, I will ask our clerk if you would please call the roll and establish quorum.
Good morning, Supervisors Desmond,
Here.
Kennedy,
Here.
Natoli,
Here.
Cerna,
Here.
Frost,
Here.
and you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, August 13th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14.
I'd like to invite everyone to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our nation's flag.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, this morning I don't have a whole lot of opening statements. I know we have a lot of important work to do, so I'm going to move forward with our meeting announcement. And the Board of Supervisors encourages public participation during the meeting in person, telephonically, or in writing, in compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. This meeting is broadcast live and open to in-person attendance. The county is requiring face coverings for attendees while inside chambers and is recommending social distancing. Meeting procedures are subject to change based on the recommended public health safety guidelines. Public comments will be taken in order of in-person comments and then comments by phone. If you're making a public comment in person, a face covering is required and social distancing is recommended while inside the chambers. If you're unable to wear a face covering, you may sit in an overflow room and make a comment at the podium in the designated area. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis inside the chambers or in the overflow room. If there are no seats available inside the chambers or overflow room, please form a line in the designated area and wait for your turn to make a public comment. Please complete a speaker request form and give it to the clerk staff. A separate speaker request form is required for each agenda item or topic that is not on the posted agenda. When I open the public comments, I will call 3 names at one time. When you hear your name, please start walking towards the podium inside the chambers or overflow room and wait for your turn to make a comment. If you're making a public comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in the queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along and determine when is the best time to call and be placed in the queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. I will ask the clerk to transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that item. Members of the public will be given 2 minutes to make a comment and are limited to making 1 public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures and avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. If you need an accommodation pursuant to Americans with Disabilities Act or a medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.net. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures. Next item, please.
And for your consent matters, items 1 through 22. For item 2, you are adopting an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 2.09 and Chapter 2.61 of the Sacramento County Code related to creation of a public safety and justice agency, reorganization of the municipal services and public works and infrastructure agencies into one community services agency, creation of a community development department, and various related changes, and adopting a resolution relating to the public safety and justice agency. On item 4, you are also adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 2.79 of the County Code. This is the Employee Relations Ordinance, and you waive reading on both of the ordinances on July 10th. And that concludes my notes.
Thank you. I have Supervisor Cerna in the queue to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone in the phone queue that wishes to speak, or in person that wishes to speak on item 2?
You do, and we also have folks who are in the chambers, I believe, that want to speak.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask that we pull that for separate consideration given the public's interest. However, when we do pull it, I would like the opportunity to speak first and ask our county executive some questions about that item. And then I have a comment on item, or a question comment on item 7.
I do not have any requests for speakers for item 2. Just as a...
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm looking between text and the phone queue. We do have folks in the phone queue, and we also have a public comment on item 7.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 2 folks for item 7.
Okay.
So let me read that into the record. Authority to execute a retroactive expenditure agreement with La Familia Counseling Center in the amount of $1 million for the term July 1, 2021 through December 31, 2021 to continue to provide services for COVID-19 health response and create resources for the community to assist in the recovery from the pandemic.
Thank you. So first of all, I just want to issue my strong thanks to La Familia, as I think the rest of the board would do so, for their continued efforts in joining the county and other nonprofits around our region in addressing the impacts of COVID-19. The one question I have is, I'm not sure who's most appropriate to answer it, is we made, if I'm not mistaken, Bruce, we made an appropriation late last year, I think of $1 million to the Latino Economic Council.
I think that's correct, yes.
And I believe part of that appropriation was to assist La Familia in their continuation of COVID-19 impact response. So is this additive, or is this inclusive of that?
This is an amount, Supervisor, is focused just on the La Familia effort. So
Okay.
I think the answer is additive. It's not part of what we do with the Economic Council.
There's no overlap?
There's no overlap.
Okay, so, all right, that's good to hear. It was a little, that part was a little vague on the
Understood.
on the board letter, so I appreciate the response. So that's all I have, Madam Chair, but again, I'd like the opportunity to speak first on item 2 at the appropriate time.
Yeah, I do not have any other board members in the queue, so would you like to...
Yeah, let's pull item 2.
Item 2, adopt an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 2.9 and Chapter 2.61 of the Sacramento County Code related to creation of a public safety and justice agency, reorganization of the municipal services and public works and infrastructure agencies into one community services agency, creation of a community development department, and various related changes, and adopting a resolution relating to the public safety and justice agency.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. So before we hear from our interim county executive, I just want to thank those advocates here in the community that have been paying very close attention to this matter, and for providing a number of emails in recent days about the language, as well as the prospect of a committee. And so given that interest and given the fact that we obviously have folks in the queue to address the board on the subject, I wanted to ask the county CEO, since she's been principally responsible for drafting this with her executive team, what is the opportunity for some kind of committee structure. If not now, is there a clear opportunity to do so at a later date?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking. We definitely intend to engage the community in this process, and that will include the advocacy organizations that I met with last week. I spent an hour with both Decarcerate and Justice to Jobs, and we're absolutely going to have a committee. I did share that with the group, and really important to include folks mostly impacted by, greatly impacted by incarceration, and to include folks with lived experience, to include those who have in fact been incarcerated. That will absolutely happen once we get the agency head hired, and then those conversations will start right away.
So it sounds like perhaps just the slight disagreement just has to do with whether or not it would be premature at this point for us to establish a committee today, given the fact that we don't even have an agency head to manage things, correct?
That's exactly right. I do think it is appropriate, and I do think it is premature until we get this started. But I'm fully committed to engaging with the community and having the new deputy engage with the community as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I know we had public comment item 2, but we have Supervisor Kennedy in the queue. Was that for item 2, Supervisor? Yes, thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to completely echo my colleagues' comments in that I don't think holding this item up for the type of conversations we're going to have the community makes sense, and that if we go forward with this, it sets the structure and the groundwork for having that community conversation. And I have spoken with our county executive about this, and we are fully committed as a board, I believe. I don't want to speak for all 5 of us, but to have that conversation, and it's a necessary part of the conversation we need to have. But I think this is an important step going forward to establish that opportunity.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly appreciate comments of my colleagues. And we're going to hear from folks, and I had a similar conversation with Ms. Edwards in my briefing yesterday. I guess the one thing that does come to mind, though, is that we certainly have the ability, not just based upon the comments that we just heard from the county executive and certainly from my colleagues, but to give direction regarding coming back at the appropriate time, which would obviously be sometime in the near future, and bringing forward a discussion about how we would structure, if that's the desire of this board, a committee framework. And so it can take different formats. And again, I've had certainly the opportunity, as maybe others have, to at least get a general overview of what has been done in at least one other county, large urban county in California, and there may be other models out there. But I do think that, to the point made by Supervisor Cerna and Kennedy, that we've spent a lot of hours in recent months talking about not only reforms, but how we're going to, look at service delivery in this community, in this county, as it relates to folks who, are involved in the justice system, but also to recognize a lot of the other needs. And I think this discussion relative to the melding of the various disciplines in county services, human services, but also law and justice, and health, mental health, housing, and so forth. And so, again, I want to hear, obviously, with the commentary. I've seen the correspondence, as my colleagues have, and do think that, as it relates to going forward, that having a structure where we engage, county departments, our advisory boards, and the community, and I think Ann pointed out some of those that, certainly would reflect and represent at least lived experiences and some of the concerns, along with those who obviously are tasked every day to administer programs and service delivery in this county. And so how that comes together, again, I don't necessarily have a particular set idea about that, but I do think that that's going to be an important element. And I guess I'd like to see, as we get into conversation, and we'll have it in a moment here, but some direction about having to come back to us. Obviously, we're talking about the ordinance that creates the position and the structure within the county framework, but I think this is an important piece. So again, I would going to hold my comments till the end of this item. I'm hearing from some other folks, but I wanted to share that early on. Thanks.
Okay. I believe you said we had some public comments on item 2.
We do. Please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Courtney Hansen with Incarcerate Sacramento. I appreciate this conversation and do want to express gratitude again to not just the supervisors for this new chapter, new commitment, but interim CEO Ann Edwards, Bruce, everyone who's made this a slightly more collaborative process than it has been in the past. And mass incarceration is simply one of the most important issues of our time. And as you know, we have high expectations for community involvement when it comes to tackling this issue locally. So I don't think it's just quite simply about it being maybe premature in some people's eyes, but we do want the creation, the vision of this community itself to be community involved. So we would love to see it be committed to today, to come back to the board in a future meeting. And the language concretely that we propose, which we welcome your feedback on, is be it further resolved in order to meaningfully collaborate with community stakeholders and coordinate across all relevant county departments, the BOS intends to establish by separate ordinance a Care First Alternatives to Incarceration Committee to work alongside the new agency to create and support an implementation of a Care First plan to significantly reduce the jail population and work to transform the county's criminal justice health services, including public, behavioral, and correctional health and associated systems to significantly reduce the jail population, prioritizing preventative, rehabilitative, and restorative health-focused programs. And so we really hope that from the get-go, this can be a collaborative community and county process, and we do see an opening for you to make some commitment today to really make this concrete and to come back to the board in a future meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
My name is Rhonda Rios-Kravitz, and I reside in District 2. I would like to thank the board for taking serious steps to reduce the county's jail population. If the county is to be successful in creating a Care First vision for our community, it must include community voices in the planning and decision-making process. It is critically important that the county invest in resources and community partnerships that build healthier and safety communities. As part of the county's path to renewal and community safety, we must continue to hold up a lens to systemically racist policies and practices that fuel poverty and crime and that have created a militarized police presence that violates the very definition of safety in our neighborhoods. One critical question for the county in this effort is how do we nurture transformative and highly effective collaborations among communities, local organizations, and law enforcement in such a way that we create an environment in which all people can work, play, raise families, and live with the birthright of their human dignity honored and intact. To be successful at creating a Care First alternatives to incarceration, community voices must be included in the planning and decision-making process. If as a county we want to grow an ecosystem of care, we must make sure that the organizations empowered in this process reflect and elevate the voices of those most impacted by mass incarceration, communities of color, and justice-involved individuals. Racial equity and justice must be at the forefront of efforts to decrease the jail population. Community stakeholders are clearly ready to walk the walk, to begin the sustained hard work of systems reform that's required to move past decades of needless and cruel incarceration. Indeed, the nation's conscience is now awakened to this cause, making their voices a part of the decision-making and planning process in the development of this agency is critical. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Sure. My name is Nikki, and I'm with Decarcerate Sacramento. Just really want to reiterate what some folks have already said, that we appreciate moving through this process differently, looking at and hearing this commitment from CEO Edwards around community engagement. But I do want to kind of expand that and refocus on this committee and understand that community engagement is one thing, and creating an impacted group, a committee of stakeholders who help support decision making is more than just community engagement. It's more than just a meeting or a town hall. It's an ongoing series of collaborative work to get done what we need to get done in this county, which is reduce the jail population in the most least restrictive way possible. And we really believe that this committee can help set the direction to do that. And I do want to speak to appropriateness of this time and place and say that when y'all passed the racism as a public health crisis resolution, that is where you set the language to create the racial equity committee. And so I want to say this is actually an appropriate time and place. There's no head of that agency yet, but they are moving forward with the establishment of that committee and put that in writing in the resolution. And so I just want to say this resolution is the right place to declare the intention. If you look at our language, it doesn't get into format. It's not all those details that we do agree need to be worked out, but what it is sets the intention to establish the committee, which is just like what y'all did with the racism as a public health declaration. And so I just want to say it is appropriate and it is necessary. We do believe that without a body like this to help the new director, that we're going to fall into old habits of kind of default law enforcement responses. Seconds. Yeah, absolutely. And we need a community-driven process. We need a process driven by impacted people to be able to get people out and living well in the community. And law enforcement is just never going to be the ones to do that. So we hope you'll add it in today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and please send the final caller. Actually, one more person slipped in the queue. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Liz with Decarcerate SAC. It's critical that the board create a committee today to work alongside this new agency. This is not premature. It's long overdue. The gravity of this new power structure is extremely significant and has the potential to make serious impacts on the county's jail system, the living conditions inside, and the county's general fund. Your decision today can create pathways for community-engaged visioning, planning, and decision-making, or it can reinforce hierarchical status quo structures of county governance that have gotten us to where we are now, with nationally high incarceration rates, suicide rates, and premature preventable deaths in our county's jails. For the past few years now, hundreds of community members have been showing you all how critical it is to decrease the jail populations, and you've listened. But we've been showing you how critical it is for the physical, mental, and spiritual health of our community and for the health of our county budget to allow for resources to return to communities that need them most. And the Mays consent decree is just one symptom of this larger systemic problem. In our conversations over the past few years about efforts to decrease the jail population, it's been made clear that most departments do not communicate or coordinate with one another in their programs, services, and goals, and this is a central part of the problem. It has been concerning to me, and I think many of you as well, that there is not already a central body with all departments that touch the jail system that includes community representatives from each district and all relevant advisory boards, et cetera, and the new agency cannot provide this. For example, the Correctional Health Department is not included in the current agency structure, but their actions will be central to improving jail conditions and meeting the Mays consent decree. It also does not include the DA or sheriff, because they are electeds, but the committee structures can bring all these voices to one table. A partnered committee to the new agency would ensure that the process of jail population reduction is led by the most impacted by the jail system who are experts in what needs to be changed and how. Please create the Care First Committee today, or set the intention to, by adding our suggested language to the resolution, the details of which can be created in a separate ordinance in the coming weeks.
Can you please wrap up your comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, hi, Board of Supervisors. Calling in for District 1, and really want to applaud the supervisors as well as for putting together this important resolution and really setting the tone right for this agency getting started with. Not to repeat other callers on this, I wholeheartedly agree that community needs to be involved in both the development of this agency and the decision-making portion, which we hope that you will honestly and seriously consider and make sure that that actually happens. And one thing I wanted to raise to within the language of the resolution, for myself personally, as a black man of color, I want to really emphasize the need to be unequivocally clear of racism as a systemic issue. Institutional, structural, and systemic racism is very different from just interpersonal prejudices that may play on race and such. And I don't want that to be. I think it's really critical that this new agency and everybody that participates in it is not to be confused with the systemic nature of racism and the interpersonal and treating it as just the sum of individual prejudices and biases. It is clearly not. It is more than that. It is a system, a web of interlocking institutions, both social, political, economic, cultural, media, educational, military, as well, and particularly in law enforcement. So as we have this conversation, I really want to make sure that we give that serious thought. If the language hasn't already been changed, and that I didn't hear quite exactly any about the changes within that, but want to really emphasize the need to distinguish between systemic racism and interpersonal prejudices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your comments from the phone queue.
Thank you, and I'll bring it back to Supervisor Cerna.
Great, thank you, Chair. Again, I want to thank the callers, those that waited patiently to address the board on this item, many of whom, or all of whom, I think, also sent us emails in anticipation of this item this morning. I have to say, one of the speakers makes a good point about intent language in terms of the establishment of a committee. And while we did do that as the author of the resolution last year that this board adopted declaring racism a public health threat, I'm not sure whether or not there's any harm in considering memorializing that intent, as we've heard very clearly this morning from our CEO. And I certainly want to be fair to you and give you an opportunity to respond. But is there any thought that you may have given to perhaps some additional language changes or not? And does that include perhaps making it just boldly clear that there is an intent by your office and the executive team to have that committee established, recognizing, of course, the fact that there is some difference between the resolution that we did pass last year and this? One establishes an agency and one doesn't. But I'd like to hear some thoughts from you, Ann.
So the language that is currently in the resolution says that we will evaluate community collaboration opportunities as a way to provide community voice into the dialogue on decreasing jail population, recognizing the importance of including voices of individuals with lived experience and those most closely impacted by incarceration. We could say that we intend to do that. What I would hesitate doing is defining it today, because I think we need time to get the deputy CEO hired and have conversations both internally and with advocacy organizations about what that group will look like and what its intent and purpose will be.
Sure, and I completely agree with that, because those are the details behind the reference to a committee. But I guess what I'm asking is there I'm looking for any pitfalls in just a simple reference to a committee. Is that?
I don't think there are pitfalls to that.
Okay, so.
To a committee yet to be determined.
Correct.
Yes.
So what I would like to suggest, and this really speaks, I think, to Supervisor Natoli's earlier point about being, expressly clear about that intent. If you and your team are uncomfortable drafting any additional language now, perhaps we can put it off till 2 o'clock for a quick revisit. But I think there's room in here, plenty of room in here, to make that simple reference without, referring to the structure of it, how the mechanics of it would work, what's the relationship of the committee to this, yet to be determined agency head. But I think that reference addresses much of the concern that has been expressed by the advocates and some of the concern that you're hearing from us. So I would like to make that a motion. We did pull this for separate consideration, so I would move that we, and I know there's others in the queue to speak, but I would move that we come back at 2 o'clock and give our executive team the chance to just modestly modify the language to reference a committee.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. So I think we'll call on the other supervisors to speak and then come back. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to spend the rest of the day just letting Supervisor Cerna speak for me, because I agree with that. I think that's a good idea. I would like to do it now, but I think that creating language at the dais is never a good idea. So I agree. Come back and fully support that. But I did want to take an opportunity to just say that this is a very inherently emotional subject to a lot of people, and I just want to, for those who are still on the line or listening or watching, first, I'm sorry, get a life. But most importantly is the degree of respect and decorum that we've seen today on something that's an inherently, as I said, emotional subject, and the level of polite language that we've heard. So I just want to shout out to the Sacramento community for doing the right thing. This is an important issue, but we didn't let emotions get in the way, and I truly am the first person to speak up when people don't disrespect the county and don't respect the process. And today I have seen the complete opposite of that, and I thank the community, and I'm proud to be a Sacramento today.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you, Ann, for your work and leadership, and certainly to the folks who've called and others who weighed in on this matter. And my thoughts around this, I certainly support inclusion of a direction that would bring back to this board at an early date, the structure and discussion, which I think is important. It's important to have a discussion regarding whatever the committee's charge may be, the charter for that, but also then the relationships within the internal organization, I said a moment ago, but also with the people in this county who we represent and serve. So I'm supportive of that, and I think that there were some suggestions, again, may have gone a little deeper than we're prepared to do today as it relates to, and Supervisor Cerna said, the construct, but I do think having that language is important, and I think the intent behind that simply said in a sentence or two. And so there were some suggestions for language, but I would, leave it at least for our staff and CEO to bring that back to us if we're going to hold this over for a few hours. But I wanted to ask a specific question because it's in this resolution, and I think, again, it was a point well made, but one that we've talked about over time. And I gather with the oversight, it says oversee several county departments, but when I see in the first whereas of the resolution, it talks about the Public Safety and Justice Agency would oversee a variety of county departments, including the Conflict Criminal Defender, the Probation Coroner, and Public Defender, serve as a liaison to Office of a Sheriff, District Attorney, and the Law Library, and coordinate with the Office of Inspector General, Superior Court, Criminal Justice Cabinet, and Community Corrections Partnership. But I think there is, and it goes maybe to not just the committee, but I think the structure here, how could you not have correctional health involved in that? To me, that is, that's a key cornerstone for a lot of discussions we have regarding conditions both in the jail, but then it lends itself obviously to what we do, and it's a broader connectivity as it relates to. And again, I recognize that certainly, what Bruce oversees in his area and in others, but how can you have a conversation about population reduction and services and not include that? And so again, it may not be direct supervision, but not mention that as a liaison, that to me is just a natural, because we're not going to get anywhere if we don't, we're not going to get very far if we don't have that as a piece of it. And we spend millions and millions and millions of dollars in our correctional institutions, and not to have that as a part of this. And I wanted to ask you directly why that wouldn't be at least mentioned, recognizing that there's a whole other realm of health, mental health, public health, and so forth. But it just seems to me that correctional health needs to be linked to this right from the get-go.
So thank you. On page 2 of the resolution, it does state, I won't read the whole thing, but the agency should work in direct collaboration with the social service agency and associated departments to coordinate jail reduction and diversion efforts so that justice and health are integrated. Correctional health is a part of that. We routinely right now collaborate with correctional health, and will continue to do so. And when we bring this back this afternoon, we could certainly plug in correctional health so that it's more clearly stated, if that is your wish. That does seem appropriate.
Okay, good. Because I would offer a suggestion. I guess I'm still, what paragraph were you on? You read?
Page 2, now therefore it be resolved, the last sentence of that section.
Okay, so social service in associate department, so it's in the resolved versus in the way. Okay.
And the very next, be it further resolved, it also says,
right.
The agency shall also coordinate and collaborate with social services and health agencies, as well as community stakeholders across multiple sectors, such as community-based providers, advocacy organizations, philanthropy, and formerly incarcerated people. So it's included in a couple of spots, but it's not called out as correctional health.
Okay. Well, again, I would just offer that, since we're going to come back to maybe to make that a stronger statement about that, recognizing that it may be bundled up in a whole host of other. Go ahead.
No, I agree with that. However, if you're going to call out correctional health, I'm just wondering if that kind of opens the door for having to name all the other agencies.
Well, that's why we said
right.
Health and social service agencies, because it's broad and includes everything, including behavioral health.
Right. Yes. So what I would suggest is to satisfy, I think, a rightful concern that's been expressed by Supervisor Tully, perhaps you could simply say, for example, correctional health. That way, you don't have to have a laundry list of all the agencies that we know are captured in the phrase associated departments or agencies.
Okay.
So.
Okay, and I just would offer, I think that, again, recognizing the language, you know, the interpretation or the further expansion of that would take into account. But again, as I saw, we called out in the first whereas right from the get-go, and again, recognize what you just said in the now therefore be resolved. But I guess lastly, and so I'll reserve, a final comment, see what you can bring back on that. I appreciate what Supervisor Cerna said. But I do think it's, to the point being made here, and we're going to see this with a return this afternoon, but to, give a clear signal or message about what we intend to do, and again, give us the opportunity as a board, as a community, certainly you as county executive, and other entities that would feed into this, an opportunity to further discuss the construct, as I said, the charter and how it would function, because I imagine this is going to whatever form it takes is going to be a long-standing effort, and we're going to invite folks not only to come to the table, to stay at the table and help us as a county, work our way through some very challenging issues, obviously embedded in the resolution and in the ordinance change. So with that, I guess we're going to come back, and I'm prepared to support the general motion that Mr. Cerna has offered.
I think, Madam Chair, I'm not sure we have a second yet.
Okay, well, we have I don't believe we need a vote at this time, do we?
You do not need a vote to hold it to the afternoon. You can.
We don't?
No, you don't.
Okay.
We can just hold it.
We will bring it back after the redistricting, which has to happen by law at 2 p.m. So we'll address this item after item 31 this afternoon.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughtful work on this. We do have, so we'll pull item 2 to this afternoon, and we do have several public comments. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just let you talk about it if you want. Do you want to wait until after public comment? Thank you. Okay, yes. At this time, we'll take public comment on all of the other consent items, please.
Okay, and I just want to state, too, that in our phone queue, we do have a caller on hold, and they're making comments for items 7, 9, 10, 11, and 13. There are no other callers in queue besides this one caller who's going to make a comment on all of those items. So if you don't mind, I think we should take that caller, allow them to make their comments, just for the order of being able to manage the public comments.
Okay,
and
in
then,
3 separate public comments?
They have 7, 9, 10, 11, and 13.
In separate public comments?
Correct. It's hard for the person to keep calling back.
Yes, and that would be consistent with the way we treat people everywhere. So, yes, that's fine.
Okay, so just for the sake of order, we'll just let that person have 2 minutes.
They'll start with 7.
Yes,
I'll cue them in.
and work their way on
Start them
down.
over each time.
Yes, if you could transfer that caller, please.
Thank you, Phil.
Yes. Hi, caller. I understand that you have public comments for items 7, 9, 10, 11, and 13, and so you'll be given 2 minutes for each comment. If you could start with item 7, and then when you go on to make your comments for your items, could you just announce that you're making the comment for that next item, please?
Yeah, I'm going to be taking up the whole 2 minutes for each one, probably. So
that's fine. If you could just help us and let us know where you are, that you're on item 7, 9, 10, 11, and 13, that would be great.
Okay.
And you can go ahead and start with item 7.
Hi, I'd like to make a comment about number 7, the COVID-19 health response in agricultural communities. I encourage you to not execute this retroactive agreement with La Familia. They are putting out things like vaccine influencers I'm going to be reading 10 points of Nuremberg Principles, which is notice of potential liability for lack of informed consent when administering COVID-19 vaccines. The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. The experiment should be such as to yield fruitful results for the good of society, unprocurable by other methods or means of study, and not random and unnecessary in nature. The experiment should be so designed and based on the results of animal experimentation and a knowledge of the natural history of the disease or other problem under study that the anticipated results will justify the performance of the experiment. The experiment should be so conducted as to avoid all unnecessary physical and mental suffering and injury. No experiment should be conducted where there is a priori reason to believe that death or disabling injury will occur, except perhaps in those experiments where the experimental physicians also serve as subjects. The degree of risk to be taken should never exceed that determined by the humanitarian importance of the problem to be solved by the experiment. 7, proper preparation should be made and adequate facilities provided to protect the experimental subjects against even remote possibilities of injury, disability, or death. 8,
you have 15 seconds.
Conducted only by scientifically qualified persons. The highest degree of skill and care should be required through all stages of the experiment of those who conduct or engage in the experiment. 9, during the course of the experiment,
can you please wrap up your comments?
Should be at liberty to bring the experiment to an end if he has reached the physical or mental state where continuation of the experiment seems to him to be impossible. And that's my conclusion of number 7.
Thank you. Can you let us know which item you're moving forward to?
Yes, so for number 9, the COVID-19 phone line, I do not give you authority to execute an expenditure agreement with Community Link Capital Region. Vaccines are experimental and require informed consent. Number 10 of the Nuremberg Principles, during the course of the experiment, the scientist in charge must be prepared to terminate the experiment at any stage if he has probable cause to believe in the exercise of the good faith, superior skill, and careful judgment required of him that a continuation of the experiment is likely to result in injury, disability, or death to the experimental subject. Any compulsory COVID-19 vaccination requirement is a violation of federal law. I urge you to advise all vaccine recipients that they have the right to refuse or to take any COVID-19 vaccine. Any other action is contrary to federal law. COVID-19 vaccines are experimental and require informed consent. COVID-19 vaccines are not approved by the FDA. The COVID-19 vaccines are only approved under an emergency use authorization for investigational use only. COVID-19 vaccines lack requisite studies and are not approved medical treatment. The FDA's guidance on emergency use authorization of medical products requires the FDA to ensure that recipients are informed to the extent practicable given the applicable circumstances, but they have the option to accept or refuse the EUA product. Title 21, Section 360 BBB-3 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act vests Secretary of Health and Human Services with the permissive authority to grant emergency use authorizations, providing that appropriate conditions designed to ensure that individuals to whom the product
you have 15 seconds
are informed that the Secretary has authorized the emergency use of the product, of the significant known and potential benefits and risks of such use, and of the extent to which such benefits and risks are known, and
can you please wrap up your comments?
Or refuse administration of the comments. And that's wrapping up my comments on number 9.
Thank you. Which item is next?
So for number 10, I do not give authority to execute an expenditure agreement with Alpha One Ambulance Medical Services, Inc. to provide COVID-19 response services for homeless. Vaccine administrators have an obligation to inform participants of adverse events and death which has occurred from these COVID-19 vaccines. So since Dr. Kapari has not, on number 30, I saw that she did not report on the number of deaths from the vaccines. I will go ahead and share those with you. Based on VAERS, as of June 16, 2021, there have been 5,993 deaths reported and 358,379 adverse events related to the COVID-19 vaccine. By comparison, from July 1st, 1997 until December 31st, 2013, VAERS received 666 adult death reports for all vaccines. In 1976, the U.S. government halted the rollout of the experimental swine flu vaccine for 25 deaths after 55 million people were inoculated. The FDA and these pharmaceutical companies allow children 12 years and older to receive this vaccine. However, children were not studied in this trial. Never before in history have we given medications that were not FDA approved to people who are not initially studied in the trial. There were no trial patients under the age of 18. They're extrapolating the data from adults down to children and adolescents.
You have 15 seconds.
This is not acceptable. Children are not little adults. Children have 99.997% survivability from COVID. Thank you. That was my comment for number 10.
Thank you.
For number 11, I advise against executing a contract with El Hogar Community Services, Inc., because this money will be used to, and I quote, test unproven mental health models. Should you accept this money, you will be liable for a violation of Nuremberg Code principles. The test subject needs to be informed that you're testing unproven mental health models. I have experience working in the mental health field. I've been trained in one of these unproven mental health models called applied behavioral analysis, and many parents and people speak out against this, criticize this unproven method of treating mental health conditions. And so I urge you to not execute this contract with El Hogar Community Services, Inc. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for number 13, I do not give you authority to execute a contract agreement with the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission in the amount of $6 million. You want $6 million to go towards behavioral health services in schools? I worked in behavioral health services in schools, and I made minimum wage. And they're telling us right now, people working in schools, that they want children who are wearing masks or refusing to wear masks to be sent home. So you're going to be providing money. Should you choose to accept this money, you're going to be providing money to schools that are illegally segregating children. So I encourage you to not give authority to execute a revenue agreement with these companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a speaker on item 5 in line outside, Sharish I think I had a hard time with this name last time, and she explained it to me. I think it's Casteda. Sharish.
I think it's Cherish.
I'm sorry?
I think it's Cherish.
Cherish. In line outside. Followed by item 6 In chambers, Brenda Pandos, followed by Cherish Caseta, item 7. And Gabrielle Ingram is going to be in line after that. I apologize. I have to, try to hang my hat on the fact that I'm a senior, I think. Maybe after you come several times, I'm going to know your name better. Can you say it for my benefit?
Cherish Castañeda.
Castañeda. It's a beautiful name.
Thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
And which agenda item am I speaking on right now?
You're speaking on item number 5.
Item 5, okay.
Thank you, Cherish.
Thank you, Mrs. Frost. Okay, item number 5. First off, cannabis is one of the medicines used by healers that is a natural remedy to ailments that you normally wouldn't find in typical medicine. So I do not consent to giving them more money, because what happens when you start to attack the small growers, these big companies like Marlboro and the tobacco companies, they're controlling and dominating the cannabis industry. This is not okay. The tax rate on cannabis is so high that people who need it for medicinal purposes can't even attain it without paying double the price that they would on the street, which means there's going to be a black market for cannabis because of all these compliance and enforcement codes that you guys are making. So I do not consent on more. We don't need to give them more money. They need to stop and stop attacking the small cannabis industry, because these big corporate giants have plenty of money to pay for all these licensings and fees, and the little guys don't. So this is just another way to dominate the market for the big companies and stop picking the big companies over the little people. So with this more money being given for this reason, for cannabis cultivation compliance inspection, no, I don't consent. I don't consent to them using drones to go find farmers. I do not consent at all. So we need to reform the cannabis tax as well, because that is targeting people who need this as medicine, and they're not able to get that medicine because of how high the taxes are on cannabis. So I do not consent to item 5, and also we need to talk about cannabis tax reform.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay close by. You'll be called back in just a moment. Brenda Pandos. Good morning, Brenda.
No, I'm wiping it off. I'm wiping off the Clorox. I don't want that. Oh, I'm fine. Thank you. Is this regarding item 6? I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I did some research on Lair Automotive. It is owned by Strummel Inc. Strummel Inc. is owned and run by Jim Strummel, which is located at 4707 Northgate Boulevard. They filed for a PPP loan for $975,453 for payroll in April of 2020. The company has reported itself as a white, female-owned business. I don't think Jim doesn't sound like a white female to me, and is employed with 81 employees during this applicable loan period. So I do not consent, and I feel like we should not be giving the money to this person when they're not telling the truth about who they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe Cherish Castañeda, followed by Gabrielle Ingram, followed by Brenda Pandos for item 7.
Guys, let it be known on the record, I have a doctor's note that I'm not to wear a face covering, mask, or shield. So right now I'm being coerced to do so in order to even speak to you guys. It's making me dizzy and it's making me sick. And if I black out, I want you all to know I will financially hold each and every one of you liable for coercion, for forcing me to limit my oxygen intake, which I'm not supposed to do. So that's against my doctor's recommendations, for the record.
Let's stop that. Let's stop right there and ask, if she has a doctor's note, we cannot coerce her. Is that correct?
County?
That's my understanding.
I think you're asking me the question.
I'm sorry, County Council. Thank you.
She does not need to produce a doctor's note.
Oh.
So we cannot coerce her.
However, we can time, place, and manner.
Correct.
Right.
I believe, and I'm not sure if this is still the setup, but we had set up a separate room for people to testify that will not wear face coverings or shields, whether or not they have a doctor's note. And that is, I'm not sure if that's...
County Council, instead of saying will not, say cannot.
Is there a room provided?
There is a room provided, and they can make a comment in the overflow room, and then we would display the comment here, just as we've been doing for the last few meetings.
Okay, so is this confused? Did I cause this confusion by calling people forward to this dais? Because there is an overflow room. We have made arrangements for people who cannot wear a mask.
Correct.
Yes,
so if a person cannot, for whatever reason, whether or not they have a doctor's note, wear a mask in the chambers, they may testify in the overflow room. If they're testifying in chambers, they must wear a face covering.
Okay, so did you understand that, Cherish?
Yes.
Okay, so if you do not wish to if you wish to not wear a mask, you are free to go to the overflow room to make your public comment. We've made those special arrangements.
Awesome. Thank you so much for letting me know that.
So when you come up next time, you can do it from in there. I think we're going to, I have so many comments here, I don't know where they're coming from. So,
and it's really, if I may interject, Madam Chair, I think just to clarify here, we're not enforcing anything. It's the person's choice. So when they're out there and they're being, the clerk staff, they're trying to help them and offer the options, whether you're going to do it here or you're going to come over here, because I'm getting communication about that as well.
Okay.
So these are the choices that they have.
Yeah, okay. I think that's good. I wanted to make that clear because our staff we're doing everything we can to abide by the state regulations. So I think we made that clear, and you can begin your comment if you want. I'll go ahead and start it over.
Am I on item 7?
You are.
Okay, awesome. I have some documents for each and every one of you, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Desmond, Ms. Frost, Mr. Cerna, Mr. Natoli. I wanted to hold it off till the end, but I have my intuition's telling me it's time right now to give these to you. How can I present them to you?
I think you can give them to the clerk, and she'll give them to us.
Packets for each one. They have their names on them. This is a lawful notice letter. I honestly feel like each and every one of you is participating in crimes against me personally, as well as the entire community of Sacramento. If need be, we will go to court. I am in my court suit today just to prove that point that I'm ready. We're not going to go over these right now. We're going to continue with the topics, but this document that I am handing you and that you are now being served personally by me and your clerk of the board, it pertains to COVID pandemic. Every single decision that you have made towards this pandemic, I find unlawful. Your choices have all been made on falsehoods. In regards to item 7, La Familia Counseling Center targets Hispanic people. It seems as if you guys are all pushing the vaccine on minorities. I don't want to mention any names, but I received an email. Somebody on your board is working with the black community, particularly targeting youth, for this vaccine. This vaccine that has not been proven to be effective. Actually, it's been proven to not be effective. Why would you be telling children to take it? Children cannot give informed consent, and they're not even being told all the information regarding the vaccine and its possible side effects and its ineffectiveness. Unless you actually have the conversation with each and every one of them, stop offering them ice cream to come get the vaccine. That is so cruel. It is against all of the human rights violations in the Geneva Convention. It is bioterrorism. You will be held in compliance with continuing to push this falsehood on myself and the community.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
I do not consent to more money regarding the pandemic to focus your vaccine pushing on Hispanic people. That is what I foresee with this number 7. This money where they keep trying to advocate for people to just get vaccinated and we can end it all. It's lies, it's falsehoods. And now I am requesting that each and every one of you prove to me that it's not a falsehood. That's it for number 7. I do not consent. Stop targeting Hispanic people with this experimental bioweapon.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Gabrielle Ingram, followed by Brenda Pandos, followed by Cherish Castaneda for item 8.
Good morning, board. Am I coming through?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Thank you. So my opposition to this is on the fact that we're allocating more money to anything regarding COVID related, no matter how amazing it may sound. There is no emergency. Public health is pushing cases, not death rates. California, as of the 7th, has 3,950,172 confirmed cases of COVID-19, resulting in 64,318 deaths. This is off the dashboard. That is a 0.016% chance of dying if you test positive, or a 1 in 6,250,000 chance of dying due to COVID. That's greater than my chance of getting struck by lightning or dying in a car accident. There is no reason to be allocating millions of dollars towards anything regarding COVID. Now, looking at this, I agree with the person who just spoke before that we are targeting communities that historically have been taking advantage of the government. You're using La Familia to target the Spanish community. I see money that's going to be talked about later to target the Black community. Does anybody not remember the Tuskegee experiment? You're allocating all of this money for shots that are still in phase 3 clinical trials. If you look at Pfizer through 2023, this is not something that's been proving safe and effective. If you look at it, it's actually got all the breakthrough cases. That's why everybody's back in masks, right? Is anybody in this chamber paying attention to what the CDC is saying? These are not proven safe and effective. They're proving that it spreads transmission. COVID-19, I think the Delta variant is being spread by the shot itself. So why are we going to allocate $1 million to get more people to get the shot? It makes no sense. It is time to put a pause on any budget allocations until public health and this board proves that we have a state of emergency. Don't talk about cases, talk about deaths. Stop coercing the public and spending our taxpayer money as you cripple businesses in the process. You're bankrupting us. This is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Brenda Pandos, followed by Cherish.
I too echo what the other people are saying too. My question is, what are they advising them of? We already see the coercion that's happening where they're telling you if you get the shot, you get your life back. This is the most deadliest vaccine ever. There are more people dying from this vaccine than all the other vaccines combined. I'm talking, why aren't you looking at me? Mr. Cerna, I'm talking to you. Please look at me. Mr. Cerna, please look at me. Disrespectful. Extremely disrespectful. You work for us, the people. okay? You need to understand that we are saying that this vaccine is dangerous, and having us pay money for counseling to coerce us into a jab is against the Nuremberg Code, okay? And the penalty for the Nuremberg Code is knowingly doing it carries the penalty of death. We do not want taxpayer money to be used to misinform the people and coerce them into getting this vaccine without informed consent. Informed consent means telling them that this shot could kill them, could harm them. There are thousands of deaths and 250,000 injuries, and that's part of number 4 of the Nuremberg Code. The experiment should be conducted so as to avoid all unnecessary physical and mental suffering and injury. Also, these breakthrough cases shows that the vaccine isn't working. It's working incorrectly. It's working wrong. That's what happens when vaccines work wrong. It creates something called antibody-dependent enhancement. And another thing, too, is that we cannot stop the coronavirus. Coronaviruses are here to stay because part of it is because the animals are the reservoirs. So us trying to do all these things, I mean, the masks don't work. They have the filter that they're so tiny, they can't get through. I'm just furious that we are at this point. We will call for your removal pursuant to the self-executing sections of the 3rd and 4th of the 14th Amendment if you do not follow your oath and choose to follow the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Cherish Castaneda, followed by Brenda Pandos for item 9. Followed by Cherish Castaneda for item 9. I believe your first item, Cherish, is item 8.
You don't have to wipe it down. That's okay, that's my directive. Okay, just give me just 1 second, please. No, thank you. I appreciate your patience. Okay. And you're all set.
Item 9, correct? Okay. I feel as if Californians are victim to totalitarianism, whatever. You guys, it's corruption. There is a mass feeling that all logic has been lost. We have all been placed into a state of mental confusion in which nothing is true, and yet we are forced to comply with lies. It seems as if the lies have become truth. Every time you give money to this falsehood, COVID-19 related services, you are feeding the beast. You are feeding the lies. And you are allocating money that could be used in better ways to a falsehood. It is time that you guys wake up and become aware of what's going on around us. The people are here today because we're mad. We're not just angry, we're mad. Okay, this is enough. Our children are being tortured. This is horrendous behavior. If the PCR testing is false, which it was proven false already, it will be withdrawn from CDC. The entire COVID lie is BS. It has to stop. Otherwise, you guys are perpetrating falsehoods on the people. Stop allocating funds. I don't care which county wants it for COVID-related resources. No more. Our money needs to go to our kids. It needs to go to the homeless. It needs to go to building this community back up to what it once was before we were attacked with this falsehood called COVID-19. No more money. We do not consent. It's time that this all ends. You're putting the people in mental disorientation. This is psychological warfare. You guys will be held fully liable. Don't think that you can't be held individually liable, because I'll figure out how. Maybe I can't prove that you're harming everybody, but you're harming me. This is damaging my spiritual rights, my religious purpose in life. You're damaging my psychological well-being with your lies. Stop perpetrating lies and stop allocating funds to anything COVID-19 related. The people are speaking up, and it's not just your job on the line. These crimes that I'm holding you accountable for are punishable by imprisonment, Think about that. Think about
Can you
where you
please
see
wrap up your
yourself in the
comments?
future. Think about that from now on. And no, we do not consent to any more funds being allocated to COVID-19.
Thank you. Okay. Brenda Pandos for item 9, and Charisse Castaneda for item 9, followed by Brenda Pandos for item 10.
I think she just did her item. And I retired too.
Brenda Pandos for item 9. What? Did someone? Yep. Did Charisse already talk to item 9? She was talking about item 8, I think, right?
I had her down for item 9.
You said 9.
I don't have anyone.
I had item 8. She just spoke on item 8.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Please proceed, Brenda. Sorry about that.
I also want to talk about, well, first of all, we don't need a central phone line where people are spreading disinformation about the COVID vaccine. And I want to read to you the Nuremberg Code. Number 1, voluntary consent is essential. There should not be any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior motive of constraint or coercion. A vaccine, by definition, must prove immunity to the virus, protect the recipients from getting the virus, reduce infections, deaths, circulation, and transmission of the virus. Well, guess what? It doesn't do any of those things. Instead, what we hear is if you want to get your life back, you got to get the shot. That's coercion. The experiment, number 2, should be such as to yield fruitful results. Well, the most fruitful would be a healthy immune system. Number 3, the experiment should be so designed and based on the results of animal experimentation. Well, we didn't have animal experimentation with this one because when we did, all the animals died when they were exposed to the coronavirus. Number 4, the experiment should be so conducted as to avoid all unnecessary physical and mental suffering and injury. There are thousands of deaths and 250,000 injuries. Number 5, no experiment should be conducted by avoiding physical, mental suffering and death. We are hearing that the cases where the body attacks itself, what I just discussed, the antibody-dependent enhancement syndrome. The risk should never exceed the benefit. COVID-19 has a 98% survival rate. It is less deadly than the seasonal flu, but the COVID vaccine is the deadliest vaccine ever in VAERS history. I will finish this later. But anyway, I just am saying we do not want to give the money to these phone lines, which will give disinformation to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Chirish Castaneda, followed by Brenda Pandos for item 10, followed by Chirish Castaneda for item 10. I feel like we're doing musical chairs, but I think it makes sense the way we're doing it.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Chirish.
Item 10, more money for COVID-related expenses. What a surprise. Now you're attacking the homeless people. Good job, guys. Not only are you, the homeless people who have been not even getting COVID, they're out there living their lives in the streets of Sacramento because that's the only place they can go. Now you want to take probably mobile vaccine clinics to them, huh? No more money for COVID-related expenses. In the past of this country, there has been nothing but experiment after experiment on the people. Not only do you attack the elderly first, then you go for the kids. Now it's the homeless people. How much lower can you get? This is disgusting. You think you're doing a service to these people by providing them COVID-related responses? In reality, if what we are saying is true, and I hold it to you to prove that what I'm saying is not true, I ask that in my documents, you know, when we go to court, you can prove that this is all accurate, right? That COVID really exists and that the vaccine is not harming people. You're taking it too far. We do not consent to more money being spent in that way. These homeless people need life skills. These homeless people need food. They need about $5,000 each so you can get them into their own apartment, get them some skills going, get them some clothes so they can go get work, if you even let people go back to work. Now there's a mandate on the vaccine for workers. The frontline people that were out there fighting now are being told they can't return to work unless they get this experimental COVID-19 vaccine. It's time for this lie, this falsehood to stop. With item 10, we do not consent to more funds going for any COVID-related responses, and stop attacking the homeless people. Start helping them. That's it.
Thank you. Brenda Pandos, followed by Cherish Castaneda, followed by Brenda Pandos for item 13. We're on item 10. Brenda.
So I agree with what Cherish said too. This is going after the homeless, which are the most vulnerable in our community. They're not being properly informed of the decision that they're making, and no one is sticking around to see what happens to them. I'm going to continue with the Nuremberg Code. Number 7. Adequate facilities should be used to protect subjects. That's our homeless. There is no facilities. They just go to where they're at, where they're living. I just feel like what we're saying, you guys, is so fruitless. Like, you guys don't pay attention. You don't care. I mean, we're giving you the evidence. We're telling you what's going on, and you're not. The people are speaking to you. I feel like you guys are like being coerced or something, or not taking this seriously, or listening to and not understanding the science. And the science doesn't say that this. The natural history of respiratory viruses as they circulate all year long wait for the immune system to get sick in the winter or become deranged, as they have with this vaccine. Because they cannot be filtered out and they have animal reservoirs, we cannot make it go away. Just like we can't make the common cold or the flu go away. It's the same category. Coronaviruses, all of it, it's the same. And the FDA, the PCR test, can't tell the difference. So we don't know if the cases are actually COVID or flu or whatever. Another thing, too, is if this vaccine is so effective, why is there a breakout?
10 seconds.
Never mind. I'll finish later. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just on item 10, and again, I certainly appreciate the comments, but the contract that's before us on this one relates to medical transportation, ambulance services for folks who are in Project Roomkey. And so we're not targeting the homeless. Actually, it's for urgent needs, medical needs for folks that are in Project Roomkey, homeless folks who have been given shelter through that program. Now, they may have COVID-19 related symptoms, but
the ambulance.
Yeah, I just said ambulance, medical transportation services for population in Project Roomkey. So I just want to be clear that this is not targeting the homeless. It's actually homeless that are housed in Project Roomkey. who may have medical needs. It may be related to COVID-19 or not, but it's urgent health needs to provide medical transportation to and from locations where they're currently being housed and have been for more than a year. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay,
so.
thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Thank you, Brenda. Charisse Castaneda, followed by Brenda, followed by Charish.
Madam Chair, we do have one caller on the phone for item 9.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see your...
No, that's okay. I was between my phone, the queue, and my IM. That's where all the phone information and public comments are coming in. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yeah, this is PJ, District 1. I wholeheartedly support the item 9 expenditure. And also regarding the concerns about the homeless, I volunteered to go out with county workers to help vaccinate them. They are offered full information. Questions are answered. If they turn it down, they are not coerced into taking it. And we stick around to ensure no side effects occur and are advised how to proceed if anything does pop up at a later date. Anyway, at this point, some of you may have already seen the video of Sue at a Proud Boy / anti-vax rally. I'd like to know how any of what she said was okay, how any of her statements which gave air to conspiracy theories that have long been answered by the medical community could possibly be made by a rational adult who cares about human beings, or heck, even her voters. The commenters you're seeing here today could be addressed by her. They and their irrationality are helped by her. Seriously, can you censure her for giving air to such irresponsible conspiracy theories, for giving the slightest bit of legitimacy when she is eminently able to answer every single question she has via the department she controls? She should know these answers. These answers have been known for months, if not longer, by health professionals around the world. Does she trust the health professionals under her control? Would any of them validate a single one of the claims she gave legitimacy in the interview that is recorded and is on Twitter and other sources? Every ICU bed you see taken up, or better yet, person triaged out of an ICU bed because of likelihood to survive, every death statistic, every family going without a family member, a certain percentage may be directly linked to her giving these concerns legitimacy and people being unsafe as a result. At this point, we're beyond freedom, and some people have questions. These have been addressed, and you, Sue, gave them legitimacy. You are responsible. This is imbecilic, irrational, and inexcusable. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the phone comment for item 9.
Okay, thank you. And so for item 10, Charisse Castaneda. Do we have anyone for item 10 on the phone?
Currently not right now, but someone could come in and I'll let you know.
We'll go to item 13 after that. I think, Charish, why don't we just have you do your item 10 followed by your item 13?
Well, that was my item 10 earlier.
Pardon me?
I actually, my speech about contract with Alpha One was my item. That was what I was talking about earlier. Yeah. I totally skipped
you want
item
to
9.
Move to your item 13?
Well, can I redo item 9? I didn't get to. I didn't hear that one.
Certainly.
Yeah, item 9 and then 13 if we can. Okay, item 9 talks about giving more money to the phone lines that assist with COVID-19. And so I have some questions, and these questions are also in the document that I served you guys. Regarding informed consent, I want you guys to know what informed consent is, since some of you may not be aware of that. Is this not working today? How does this thing work? I seen somebody post this here, and it showed up over there so you can see it.
It's there.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Informed consent is the legal embodiment of the concept that each individual has a right to make decisions affecting his or her health. It's generally accepted that the patient should consider the potential risks and benefits following from their medical decisions. Taking the COVID-19 vaccine, and that's what this phone line is pushing. It's pushing the vaccine. It's not telling people to lose weight, to eat healthy, to go get some sunlight, to exercise, to hug your neighbors and your friends, because hugging increases your immunity. It's not teaching people those kind of life choices. Mr. Kennedy, are you on your phone while I'm talking? I am. Well, that's so rude. How disrespectful. I expected a little better from you. Anyway, back to what I'm posting, but you have a copy of this that I served you, so you'll be well aware of it. Informed consent is not being given to these people. okay? You guys are pushing something without telling people what's gonna be a possible side effect. And since it seems like appropriate at this moment to show you this, I didn't want to go here, but you know, since let's see. This is a nurse friend of mine in another country. She took the COVID vaccine because she wanted to be a part of the solution, right? Look at her. Her life is forever changed. She cannot go back. No amount of medicinal healing, no amount of prayer can fix that. Doctors don't even know what to do with her. Mr. Cerna, do you see that? Mr. Natoli, are you witnessing this? Mr. Cerna. Mr. Cerna.
Is that Gillian Beret?
Yeah. This is unacceptable. We do not consent to more money being funded to this vaccine pushing. Throughout history, you guys have experimented on the people. Look at the Tuscany experiment. Look at all the syphilis, the smallpox that was given to the Native American people in the blankets. It's experimental, and it is time that you start waking up and stop pushing it and stop funding it, because you guys will all be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, item 13. Thank you. Mental health services. It's funny to me that you guys are talking about authorizing all this money to go to mental health services, especially to our children in the school-based area. But what about the mental confusion you're causing among our children? One moment they say, wear your mask. The next moment they say masks don't work. They say sanitize, then they say that doesn't work either. Then they tell you, oh, just get the vaccine and it'll all be better. Oh, really? So if we get the vaccine, we can't catch it or spread it? Wait, no, that's not true either. You guys are psychologically damaging this community. You're psychologically damaging our children. They feel as if there's some sort of sickness within them if they don't get the vaccine. We have been told time and time again, I still need the screen, thank you. I will be using it.
People with the vaccine, vaccinated people, are now spreading the coronavirus. A couple of weeks ago, a couple of days ago, I was yes, I'm vaccinated. Yay, a little sticker. Yay, I'm vaccinated. Be a hero, be vaccinated. I went from being a hero because I'm vaccinated, and now you motherfuckers are calling me a super spreader? Get your fucking vaccine. We are in a pandemic, another pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We're not saying we're not anti-vaccination. We're anti-experimental vaccination. We're anti-dangerous drugs being forced upon our children. And now I can't even go to work. Mr. Desmond, I have contacted you multiple times. I'm dealing with issues at my job, and I reached out to you. You don't respond back to me. You don't schedule a meeting. Your office people don't call back to me. So in regards to more money towards mental health, how about stop mind psychologically damaging us first? Then we can talk about more funding towards mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Brenda Pandos. I believe that's our last in chambers. Do we have anyone on the phone?
And I'm double checking. We do not have any callers on the phone at this time. And I will double check one more time when she finishes and close off all the queues.
Okay, and we do have an off agenda, but we'll do that after we vote on consent.
Yes, and we also have someone in the queue for off agenda as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right. So I echo everything Chair says, too. Also, I don't know if this has been brought to any of your attention, but on July 1st, SB 98 and AB 77 said that all children are required to get COVID counseling. So what do you think that means? I don't know. We already know how the adults are getting counseled by the media and by CDC, which is in a elected position. It's actually a private company. So, and what are they going to do? Are they going to bribe them or shame them or coerce them into getting the jab? And another thing too is once your child's on school grounds, they become wards of the state because CPS is in charge of our schools. I know you guys don't have any control over that, but I'm just saying that there was money in that bill that was given to provide police force for them that to be able to enforce this. So I'm just saying that I don't want this money to be given. If that's where the money's going and that's the reason why the money's there, I do not consent. Please do not vote to we do not consent. Thank you very much.
Did you say SB 98 and AB 77?
77.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any callers?
We do not have any callers, and so I've closing the public comments right now for
Okay, thank you.
Consent matters.
I'm going to bring it back to the board. I know that Supervisor Desmond has some comments, so we'll start with him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer some comments on item number 20. Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry.
Item number 20.
It's been one of those days. Things are.
Would you mind reading that into the record, please?
What item was that?
We're okay.
I thought you were trying to find it. Sorry, Flora.
No, we're in no hurry. I'm so sorry. Just for the record, I am going and just trying to manage all the communication and staff's talking to me. Sorry about that. What item was that, Supervisor
I can read
Desmond?
item 20.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you. What
item number 20.
20. Okay, thank you so much. That was so disrespectful. I'm sorry. Resolution recognizing North Highlands Recreation and Park District for California Association of Recreation and Parks District Award of Distinction for Outstanding Innovation for its distance learning program.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Flo. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to read your prepared remarks and make a few comments about this. I'm just going to read some of these comments. In March 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many park districts, including the North Highlands Recreation and Park District, canceled recreation programs, activities, services, and rentals, leaving local school districts struggling to find an education model that would help meet the needs of their students. The Park District, specifically Sarah Musser and Rachel Robertson, proposed an idea partnering with the Twin Rivers Unified School District to offer a distance learning program at the Park District Community Center, and their goal was to provide in-person programming to the most impacted students in the community, foster youth, students of single, low-income parents, children of essential workers, and homeless youth. They operate and manage this program 5 days a week, 9 hours a day, from August 2020 through June 2021. And the effort resulted in the distance learning program, a fully subsidized full-day school support program for students that did not have the resources to be successful under an at-home distance learning program model. And the Park District staff were able to provide daily breakfast, lunch, and supper for each student, as well as fresh produce bags to take home to their families. I just wanted to congratulate the North Highlands Recreation and Park District for receiving this distinguished award, and particularly to Sarah and Rachel for all their work in a community that desperately needs these kinds of innovative programs and these kinds of selfless efforts. And very, very happy that my office has been able to partner with the school district for an event this weekend, and some of the public speakers gave me some free advertising. An event on Sunday, a community event at Strezek Park in North Highlands, where we are bringing together the Park District, the Tree Foundation, some other community partners, and the county vaccine. One of the county vaccine trailers will be out there at that event as well to try to get some more folks vaccinated in those communities that desperately need it. So thank you, Madam Chair, for this resolution, and thank you to the North Highlands Recreation and Park District and Sarah and Rachel in particular for your efforts.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, and I want to join Supervisor Desmond certainly in the appropriate congratulations there. I failed to mention that I had one question on item 5. It'll be brief.
Item 5, approval of revenue agreement with the California Department of Food and Agriculture to perform work activities associated with the cow cannabis cultivation compliance inspection services up to $14,000 from the date of the last signature on the agreement through June 30th, 2023.
Great, thank you. So, a quick question. The board and members of the public that were paying attention know that at the conclusion of the last board hearing, I had asked our CEO to work with her executive team to come back to the board, hopefully in short order, with some options for the board to consider in terms of permitting, regulating recreational and medical cannabis here in Sacramento County in the unincorporated areas. I just want to make sure that with this action on item 5, that is not going to predetermine or interrupt any of that effort.
No, it will not.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. So I do not have others in the queue to speak. I know I do want to thank all those who came to express public comment. I think that public process is vital in order to ensure that we're all on the right track. And I really appreciate citizens that engage in the civic process. It really does help us. I know sometimes you may be concerned about something, and I appreciate that Supervisor Natoli pointed out, some things about one of the agenda items. It wasn't quite what you thought it was, maybe. I just want to go on record as saying I agree. I don't agree that we should. It's the appropriate thing for the public domain to be coercing or to be applying coercion when it comes to a vaccine. But I do believe in freedom of choice, and we'll be having more conversations this afternoon with our COVID update. But I just wanted to let those individuals know that we are listening, and we may not always be looking up. Sometimes we're taking notes, or we're looking to verify what you're saying versus the paperwork we have. So, just because we're not eye to eye, it's not always that we're not paying attention. I just wanted you to know that, because I'm that way sometimes. I'm going and doing a double take, like, is that what that said? So we're doing the best we can. We all are. And so I just wanted to let you all know that we really appreciate your public comments, and thank you for your participation. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make it clear on just speaking for myself. I don't believe we're coercing anyone. I believe we're giving the public every option to stay safe, to stay healthy, to stay alive with our efforts to continue to respond to the pandemic, and that includes most notably and most importantly offering vaccinations. So I just want to be on the record making that absolutely crystal clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Okay, at this time, we need a motion for consent minus item 2.
I would move the consent calendar with the exception of item 2 that'll come back this afternoon.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Natoli and a second by Supervisor Cerna. Please vote. Okay.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we have off agenda public comments. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Kennedy.
I just for point of order, when item 2 comes back, is the public testimony still open, or have we closed the public hearing?
We closed the public hearing.
Thank you.
Oh, Madam Chair, if I might, point of order though, we may have language that may reflect, well, it will be.
It's a good point, Supervisor.
Yeah, along the lines of what obviously the intent was, but I do think we'll have some new language introduced. So I would ask through the chair that we, allow public comment when it comes back this afternoon. Recognize it could be later in the afternoon because we've got some other scheduled items. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. So we have a couple folks signed up for public comment. The first one is Sarah, followed by Mike West.
Madam Chair, may I ask if we take the one caller that we have on the phone, and that way we could close that queue out? Okay, thank you so much. Could you please transfer the caller?
These are off agenda items?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on off agenda. Okay. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Can you mute the meeting in the background before you start talking, dear? Thank you.
Okay. And you said I can start and I have 2 minutes?
Yes, honey. Go ahead and start now.
Okay. Hello, my name is Blanca Hurtado, and I was calling because I just wanted to respond to another caller who said that Sue Frost was at an anti-vax rally. I want to clarify for the record. It was not an anti-vax rally. It was a pro-choice. We want people to be able to choose if they want the vaccine or if they don't. I just want to clarify that. Another thing I wanted to say is that I looked at the COVID statistics this weekend on Sacramento County, and it says that 75% of African Americans are not vaccinated. You want to target these communities? I wonder why. They are not helpless. They are smart. They are survivors. Stop trying to push this experiment on generational trauma survivors. The majority of the deaths occurring because of COVID are white people. White are the majority who are dying, according to the county data. Is this why you are pushing these mandates and funding? Because you want to protect whites? This is pretty racist. Another thing is Cerna sent out an email to one of the constituents and said, get vaccinated, it saves lives. He just made a comment that he wants communities to be safe, healthy, and stay alive. I don't remember you guys pushing exercise or vitamins or eating healthy at schools this much. What about the children's safety and the mask mandates? I still haven't seen or gotten an answer if the masks are safe for our kids in school. What about life insurance? If I accept this vaccine, my life insurance will not cover me because it's experimental. What about my health insurance? My health insurance won't cover me because it's experimental. Please, 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 please continue to support choice, okay? We want to make sure that everyone,
15 seconds.
Okay, we want to make sure that everyone has a choice in whatever matter they have. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time we have Sarah, followed by Mike West. Good morning, Sarah.
Hello. This is directed to Mr. Cerna. You need to be immediately investigated for bullying, intimidation, and practicing medicine without a license. You have continually made comments to those with opposing viewpoints and that are absolutely disgusting, unprofessional, and criminal. As a representative, not a leader or a king, you need to be held accountable for your actions. Constituents should not have to take abuse from Mr. Cerna any longer. For examples of my evidence, I sent out an email that I'm sure all of you guys have seen with attachments for screenshots for how you speak to your constituents, telling them to get vaccinated, to shut up, that you're, I never said
shut up.
Okay, excuse me. Well, it's in the record what you have said.
If you're going to cite me accurately. Thank you.
I've already sent it to the board, as you just clarified, and the local sheriff. If nothing is done, myself and many others are willing to take legal action on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mike West, please.
Good morning, distinguished panel. My name is Mike West. I'm a lobbyist for District Council 16, Painters, and Allied Trades. We have our headquarters at Florin Road and 99 and have been experiencing multiple incidents of fires. There's been a death there, needles, human and rodent feces. It's a deplorable situation that it doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere with the city, the county, the police. And so this past weekend, there was a fire that came up the tree line and broke some windows in our facility. To say that this is a public health hazard is an understatement. And I, after working many years in the trades in San Francisco, am not blind to the plight of the homeless. And I have sympathy for the homeless and everything that the city and the county is doing for the homeless. But we have to consider the people that work and live in that area are experiencing a safety and public health crisis. So I would appreciate it, Mr. Kennedy. I just dropped off a note in your office. I happened to walk into this meeting by chance, and I'm happy to speak with you here today, but I'd appreciate an immediate response. We'll be reaching out to the state legislature and considering a press release. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy had some comments.
Yeah, I'll be very brief just because I'm sure you're aware that when it's off agenda, we can't get too into detail, but I will have you know that I am acutely aware of the situation, and we have really targeted. I know, unfortunately, the results aren't what we want to see yet, but we've targeted with our new, we have a pilot down in South Sacramento for homeless encampments. What you're talking about, I agree with you 100%. It's totally untenable. I should be held responsible, and I will continue to work on it. Please call my office whenever you can. But I also ask you to 311 if you don't have the Sacramento County app. Use 311 when you see things that you need to report, because it's that kind of data that gets us more attention. But you're absolutely right. And it's not something that even the people that are there living in the situation should be living in. So I thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Do you have any time to respond really quick?
Sure.
Yeah,
the chair will.
So that 311 has been used numerous times. We got the same advice from the people from the county that came out to speak with our people.
Right.
And from what I understand, everybody that's been living out there has been offered a place to go, but because they can't bring all of their stuff with them, they turn down. So again, it's another aspect to this homeless crisis, people that are refusing housing. And so
I want you to know I'm aware. I do take responsibility, and please let's meet offline when we're not in this meeting, and we can talk about maybe some solutions we can work together to make it better.
You can count on it. Thank you.
I totally agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Okay, we are done with off agenda in chambers. I believe we already took care of the phone off agenda. Is that correct?
We have a couple more people in the queue.
More. Okay.
Go ahead and transfer the next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Yes. Go ahead and start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Pamela Harris, and I'm calling this morning because I wanted to express my appreciation to Ann Edwards for the clarification on the CARES $10.6 million that's housed in public health, as well as her clarification on the continued funding for the breastfeeding with WIC program. I also would like to say that we want to extend an appreciation to the board for the actions that you're taking on item 2 today. I am a Black American, and I am vaccinated, and I encourage all other Black Americans to get the vaccine and to also wear a mask. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
And please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I really can't express enough how breathtaking it is to see the level of know-nothing anti-science theories that are peddled around, claimed as extraordinary evidence. Apparently, TikTok is now meets the criteria for extraordinary evidence of extraordinary claims of mass experimentation with a vaccine that has 90% of, like with vaccines that have up to 90% effectiveness of preventing the worst effects of a global pandemic. It's really kind of breathtaking that we've come this far, and how many of you in that audience that are peddling these theories have no regard for any other medical professional besides the ones that agree with you. Like Sue Frost, like Supervisor Frost, apparently using her RN experience to claim that she's pro-choice while simultaneously parading herself around with designated white supremacist hate groups, as well as designated terrorist organization that conspired to overthrow a legitimate election in this country. I think I don't work in public health division at the county or health services at all. I don't work in government, but I can only imagine I can't imagine a worse hit to staff morale than to see one of their bosses, the chair of this board, parading with these people and to peddle half-baked conspiracy theories when she full well knows that she has all the tools and access to public health experts at her disposal to get to the answers that those of you that are questioning the vaccine's effectiveness and safety have. If you Sue Frost, you can get the answers privately, talking to your public health officer and your public division team, and you just don't. It's not just selfishly ignorant. It's dangerous because people believe you. People take what you say to heart, and you're putting other people's lives
You have 10
at risk.
seconds.
People that aren't listening to you. People's families and children who aren't able to get the vaccine yet. Because scientists are clearly fucking.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yeah, all I got to say is, Supervisor Frost, you are not fit to publicly serve in public office. You're fucking terrible. Get fucked. Thanks.
Thank you.
That concludes the phone public comments.
Okay, and we have one more off-agenda speaker, and that's Ryan Harris.
Hello.
Good morning, Ryan. Please proceed.
Good morning. I was waiting for my timer. I want to go over.
Waiting for the timer.
Oh, they'll put it on when you start.
I usually wait until they give their name. It gives them a little extra second.
Okay. My name is Ryan Harris, and I'm here to talk about an off-agenda topic. And I just really can't wait until there's someone on that board that looks like me or cares about individuals that look like me. And again, I'm still here asking that you help remove this woman and her goon's knee from my neck.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. That concludes the public comments I have.
Yes, it does, and it concludes our public comments from the phone queue as well.
Okay, so at this time we'll close public comment and move on to the next item.
1 second. Yep. Okay. Item 23 is the County Service Area Number 1, Zone Number 1, public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the mutual housing on the Boulevard project.
Good morning, members of the board. Dorothy Kodani with the County Engineering Division. To quickly begin your timed items, the mutual housing on the Boulevard project will construct a new 127-unit apartment complex located on Stockton Boulevard, approximately 300 feet north of Orange Avenue in the South Sacramento community. In response to a parcel map condition of approval, a request was submitted to initiate the benefit category change process for County Service Area 1, which provides street and safety light services in the unincorporated portion of the county. Therefore, a notice and ballot were mailed to the property owner on June 25th. The the two parcels are currently in the safety light only category with an annual service charge of $2.56. The proposed change to the enhanced street and safety light category will result in an annual service charge of approximately $600. So therefore, if there are no questions from your board at this time, we recommend that the public hearing be opened, testimony, objections, and protests be considered, to close the public hearing, and to direct the clerk to tabulate the returned protest ballot. And we do have Department of Transportation staff available via the phone to answer any other questions which may arise.
Thank you, Dorothy. I do not see any board members in the queue to speak, and so I'll open the public hearing and ask if there are any public comments. I do not have any.
And we don't have any on the phone queue.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing and ask for the tabulation.
Okay. Usually I get a drum roll.
Oh, a drum roll?
We've had plenty of excitement today this morning.
Yeah, we sure have.
All right, so you have one ballot. The legal owner is Stockton Boulevard Housing Associates LP. This is parcel number 0510640047000. The site address is 7351 Stockton Boulevard, California 95823, and they are in favor
Good.
of the change.
Thank you, Flo. And Supervisor Kennedy had some comments.
Just real briefly, I just want to say thank you to staff. This is something that I've been working on since my first day in office, this project, and it's a great project. It's going to be good for South Sacramento. It's going to be good for low-income folks needing housing. So if we could do more of this, fantastic. But thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you. With that, since there is no majority protest, we ask that the board adopt the resolution to approve the benefit category change, and I can read into the record the fill-ins in the resolution. And that is in section 2. At the close of the hearing, the board had received 0 written protests, which the board finds and determines to not constitute a majority protest. Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board had received 1 protest ballot, totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the change of benefit category and 0% was in opposition.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion. I have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Yep, thank you.
Unanimous vote.
Next item, please.
Okay, for item 24, you
Oh,
are...
Supervisor Kennedy, did you? Okay, got it.
Oh, okay.
He's in line already.
For item 24, you are acting as a Sacramento County Water Agency. Approve revisions to the Beachstone Lakes flood insurance and flood mitigation programs.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest we hold this item over. It's been, we've been waiting for a report back, or at least this office has, for several months. And in light of correspondence that has been received by my office, I think it's been circulated to board members. There's some new elements being introduced here as it relates to the proposal, some which I certainly find to be in the positive column, but there are also some items that are concerning to community members, and we have at least 2 pieces of correspondence from area residents that relate to a very short time for consideration of what's being been outlined in a report and recommended in a report. So I'm going to ask that we hold this over for about 30 days so we can actually have a community meeting. That's the request, and I've talked to Michael Peterson, and he and his department are very willing to do that. I would just note that, if I could real quickly, that in one of the letters, and I think this goes to process, but obviously too, I think the seriousness of what our concerns, longstanding concerns for people in the Point Pleasant community as it relates to flood impacts for both the watersheds that affect that area, but certainly the upstream portions that the unincorporated county where development occurs, but also there are cities of Sacramento, Elk Grove, and Rancho Cordova that feed into that watershed. I just want to know from Mr. Hoppy's letter, though, and I asked that, Madam Clerk, that we enter he's asked that his letter be entered into the record for purposes of today's consideration. He just does cite, though, that there's been the actions that are recommended. He believes, and others have been generated with no input from the Beachstone Lakes community, and is requesting that the impacts, which could be significant, both from, as I said, from a standpoint of offering some additional support for those that would choose to elevate their homes. He's also concerned about the insurance coverage that's been provided now for, we're in the 22nd year as a part of that, and it related to a Safeco project that was done that actually provided additional protection for communities in South Sacramento. And I think there needs to be some clarification. I did get a briefing last Thursday. We all got the report when it came out with the agenda packet. So with that being said, and noting that we'll enter Mr. Hoppy, and I think we also received a letter from Mr. Georgie into the record, I'm going to ask that we hold this over. Again, I was a bit delayed in getting to us, but I know there's some thought and some effort that went into what staff is putting forward, but I think it needs to be fully discussed and vetted with the affected community in Point Pleasant and in that general area of the county. So I'll ask that we continue this then and maybe put it over to latter part of September to give us a time to have a community meeting, because there is still some I say urgency, but there's time sensitivity as relates to this. And with that, I would make a motion that we hold this over. I don't know, Ann, if you have any preferred date for having this rescheduled for the board.
I don't, but I want to make sure that there's ample time to schedule the community meeting, have the community meeting. We have final budget coming up. I would recommend that we drop the item with a commitment from me that we bring it back very quickly.
Okay, all right. So again, this item has a tendency to not necessarily anything to do with your leadership, but over the years it tends to get into months and years before it gets back to the board. I do think we need to get this back in late summer, early fall. So.
Madam Chair, just a point of order. I just want to make sure everyone's aware. I thought Mr. Kennedy was in the queue.
Supervisor,
so motions are being made and commitments are being made, and
excuse me.
So far, he's doing great. He's doing everything I was going to do.
Okay.
So keep going, Don.
Thank you for your gracious. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I jumped the queue.
Oh, well, no, I had asked Supervisor Kennedy, and he said I want to wait, and then you popped in.
I'm sorry.
So it's all right.
My apologies, Mr. Kennedy.
It's my fault.
Yeah. Was it on the last item or this item?
I yield.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, very good. Again, my apologies if I jumped queue. So I know hours getting late, so I wanted to offer some comments and then just move that we postpone it. Well, I would support dropping the item, but clearly with the intent to bring it back in a relatively short amount of time. Again, acknowledging the community meeting that certainly I intend to participate in as well. So
I will commit to no later than October.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
All right.
You made a motion then to drop? And Supervisor Kennedy, second. Did you want to add any comments, Supervisor? Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Okay. Item 25 is a public hearing to authorize participation by the county in the California Municipal Finance Authority's bond opportunities for land development program and the California Statewide Communities Development Authority's statewide community infrastructure program for community facilities districts and related items.
Good morning. I'm Bob Davidson, the Division Chief of the County Engineering Division. And on April 20th, the board held a public hearing on participation in the California Municipal Finance Authority's Bond Opportunities for Land Development, or BOLD program, and the California Statewide Community Development Authority's statewide infrastructure program for CFDs, which is also called the SKIP program. Now, staff's recommendation at that time included several limitations that were fully discussed at the last hearing. After concluding the hearing and considering staff's presentation, the board directed that staff return with a revised item that removed the limitation for the $5 million limit related to the bonding capacity for each project that would be approved through the BOLD and the SKIP Community Facilities District programs. In addition, Council advised that it was necessary to meet and confer with employee organizations before the board could take action on this item. So since then, and based on the board's direction, the item's been revised, and the limitations specifically have been revised on all the related resolutions, agreements, and documents. So based on the board's direction, the $5 million limitation has been removed. And while not specifically in the board direction, staff recommends that the related limitation to the complexity of districts defined by precluding the use of future annexation areas and improvement areas, that limitation should be removed as well. So that limitation is also removed from all the items that are before you today. So with that, I did want to let the board know that I had several conversations with Chris Norum from the Building Industry Association regarding this item, but also related to one of the limitations that's remaining. So with that limitation basically is worded that reimbursements from a fee program for facilities acquired by the county through an acquisition agreement and constructed by developers participating in the BOLD or SKIP for CFD's program will not be allowed. And my discussion with Mr. Norum was basically the BIA had concerns that with this limitation, that the longstanding practice of using Melrose community facilities districts, and also, which would be applied to BOLD and SKIP as they come forward, because there are also community facility districts programs that allows facilities to be funded by one of these community facilities districts, and then you're allowed, a developer can take credit against their impact fees. Mr. Norum was concerned that this would be changing that long practice, and I confirmed for Mr. Norum and can confirm for the board today that this would not change, that practice would continue as has been practiced in the county for a long time. I'm not sure I can give you an estimate on the years, but it was a well thought out practice and policy that was developed over many years. And it has been working. And that practice would certainly be applied to the SKIP and the BOLD programs as well. Whether they did a project with SKIP or BOLD or through a county CFD, whether you get credits from a community facilities district, whether it was BOLD or the county CFD, would not impact the ability to take those credits, and the longstanding practice and policy of the county would continue. Mr. Norum also was concerned that reimbursements from other programs, if they weren't funded by BOLD and SKIP, could also be affected, and I confirmed for him that if the reimbursements are for a fee program where the facilities are not being funded by BOLD or SKIP, that today's action would have no impact on that as well. So with that, I just wanted to let your board know about those discussions and what I confirmed for Mr. Norum. Now, also with a meet and confer, staff did work with labor relations and offered to meet and confer with 3 employee organizations. They included Association of Professional Engineers, or APEX, the Sacramento County Management Association, and the Sacramento County Accountants Professional Association. Of these, only Apex requested a meet and confer, which we did hold. Staff in labor relations met with Apex representatives and had a full discussion on the item that was before you in April and is before you today, and also the potential impacts. Apex let labor relations know that they do not object to the item moving forward, but wanted certain assurances from management if these actions ultimately did lead to position reductions. And staff, both at the meeting and in writing, did confirm for Apex that management would make all feasible efforts to seek alternative placement if in the future county staff is impacted by any actions that are taken associated with this item. So with that, I can certainly answer any questions that you have, and I'm recommending that you open the public hearing, consider public testimony, then close the public hearing, then adopt resolutions 1 and 2, which authorize participation in the BOLD and the SKIP for CFDs programs, and adopt resolution number 3, which amends county policies to allow participation in these programs. And I can certainly answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Bob. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be happy to wait till after public hearing.
Okay. All right. So at this time, I will open the public hearing. And I do not have any public comments on this item.
I do think that we have at least one person in the queue for this item, and I'm waiting for them. Yeah, if they could transfer that caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. If you could mute the meeting in the background before you start talking, that would be great.
Sure. Hi, this is Chris Norum with the North State BIA. I wanted just to thank the board and staff for taking this matter up, and thank the board for their prior approval of this item back earlier this spring. The BOLD program will allow us and our industry to effectively and efficiently issue bonds to help get more housing out of the ground and available to so many of the families that need it in the area. Many of the other jurisdictions in the region are already using the BOLD program, so we're looking forward to this approval. I wanted to thank county staff and Bob Davidson for the discussions we've had and the assurances that we'll be able to continue to get fee credits even when there's these programs are in play. So I know that the board is well aware of the housing shortage. We appreciate all your support and urge a yes vote on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Okay. Do we have any other?
We do not have any more callers in queue.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and ask Supervisor Kennedy if you would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that, I think that we all recognize there's a housing crisis in California, and Sacramento County is no different. And I do believe that we need to look at every hurdle that we have in front of us to providing more housing and opportunities for housing, and leave no stone unturned. Whether that's fees, whether that's opportunities like this, like these programs, we have to do something. What we're doing isn't working. So I want to thank staff for working with the BIA and others on this. I think that this is an opportunity for us to actually see more housing stock in Sacramento County. And by creating new opportunities for housing, we create opportunities up and down the spectrum, whether it's high end, whether it's affordable. So thank you very much for staff, and with that, I will move for adoption.
We have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy, a second by Supervisor Desmond, and please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Okay, for item 26, you are acting as the Board of Supervisors and the Sacramento County Water Agency. This is the addition of Sacramento County Water Agency to combine with the County of Sacramento as the Groundwater Sustainability Agency in the Cosumnes and Solano subbasins.
Good morning, Carrie.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just one, Carrie.
Oh, sure.
On the last vote count that you had up there, it showed 5 yeses and 1 abstention.
Oh, well, it's a unanimous vote, and so it might just be a technical issue.
Okay, I was just going to say, because I don't know if that gets recorded in the record. I'm sorry. I mean,
okay.
I just... Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Hi, Carrie.
Hello. I'm Carrie Schmitz with the Department of Water Resources, and I'm here today to ask that the board combine the Sacramento County Water Agency with Sacramento County as the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, or GSA, for the Cosumnes and Solano subbasins. In 2017, County of Sacramento notified State DWR that it would become the GSA for unmanaged areas in the Cosumnes and Solano subbasins. SGMA, or the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, grants GSA certain authorities to facilitate the implementation of groundwater sustainability plans. Sacramento County Water Agency Act grants broad powers to the Sacramento County Water Agency specific to conservation and management of groundwater that will provide greater flexibility in the implementation of GSPs. SCWA will join the county GSA strictly for groundwater management purposes, and SCWA will have no role in the GSA areas as a water purveyor beyond any existing statutory authority. SGMA allows for joint management of a GSA and requires a public hearing prior to submittal to State DWR. Today, I ask that the Sacramento Board of Supervisors and the Sacramento County Water Agency Board of Directors each take the following actions. I ask that the Board of Supervisors open the public hearing regarding the proposed combining of Sacramento County and SCWA to comprise the Sacramento County GSA in the Cosumnes and Solano basins. Consider public testimony, close the public hearing, and consent to combining with SCWA to act as the GSA in those areas. Also authorize the board chair to sign an MOE combining SCWA with the Sacramento County GSA. Additionally, I ask that the Sacramento County Water Agency Board of Directors open the public hearing regarding the election to combine with the county as a GSA for portions of the Cosumnes and Solano subbasins. Consider public testimony, close the public hearing, and approve the election to combine with the county as the GSA for those portions, and authorize the director of the Department of Water Resources to sign an MOA electing SCWA to combine with the county GSA. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
That was a mouthful.
Yes, it was.
You did very well with that. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Carrie, for the report. I wanted to get some clarifications, and then we've gotten some correspondence, as you're well aware, and that's been shared with the board and with executive staff and with council. But I wanted to get some clarification on the record as it relates to this, what exactly is happening with this combination. And it was alluded to in the staff report on page 2 that specifically this act, it says in third paragraph under background, last sentence, says specifically this action will expand the ability to implement fee programs to support implementation of the groundwater sustainability plans moving forward. And then in your comments, you said broad powers of the water agency. So what I'm trying to get to here is what is it that beyond some of the efficiencies that would be accomplished with the combination, what is it that the water agency authority has that this board of supervisors does, or vice versa? Because again, we're going through, as you're well aware, and I certainly am, I hear about it just about every day from somebody in the South County and in the Cosumnes subbasin about the activity of instituting the fee, the work that's going on with the local districts. And obviously the role the county certainly has played in helping to support and be a part of all those conversations. So whether it's for you, Carrie, or for Lisa, what is it that beyond this combination, for the sake of being able to properly represent these areas, I say properly, but represent these areas, what's gained by doing this? Because that's specifically called out. You said it, and if the powers are broader than what this board has, I want to know what those are by doing this. So,
I think I would like to defer to County Council to answer that question.
Sure. So basically, I think Carrie already pointed out the differences, but Sacramento County obviously has the broad police powers to regulate certain safety concerns, including management of water supplies and implementing fees. The water agency, as Carrie pointed out, has specific statutory powers that are closely tailored to the purposes of SIGMA, including, I think she mentioned, groundwater management and also conservation. So by combining the two, to bring the groundwater sustainability manager of these two subbasins, I think it's not really expanding, but they combine together to give full power to fulfill the requirements of SIGMA, including whatever necessary fees are needed to be implemented under the Sustainability Act.
But to be clear under that, it doesn't usurp or go around the authorities, or certainly embedded in law via voter initiative, either Prop 26 or Prop 218, that require, as it relates to certain types of fees or assessments, that those go to a vote. Obviously there's a structure for that, but go to a vote of affected landowners and/or residents, property owners in those areas. Is that accurate?
That's correct. So any fee that is going to be implemented by this groundwater authority would have to fulfill all the legal requirements, whether or not it's just managed by the county, whether or not it's managed by SCWA, or managed by both. So any fee that is going to be implemented will have to go through the legal process, whether it be Prop 26 or Prop 218 or some other legal requirement.
Again, we're going through those processes right now under using the effective backdrop of Prop 26, but as it relates to irrigated lands. And to be clear, when we say the Solano Subbasin, that's basically a good portion of the Sacramento County portion of the Delta and the Delta communities, and then obviously the other pieces of the GSA is largely west of Highway 99 and north of the city limits of Galt, following the Cosumnes River. We kind of refer to those as geographical areas, but they're really not defined explicitly unless you bore down into it. The map is a good visual. So by doing this, then the Board of Supervisors becomes the governing body for the GSAs. Is that correct?
The Board of Supervisors, and Carrie can jump in if I'm incorrect.
Because I see this ex officio reference.
The Board of Supervisors is already the agency or the entity that's the manager. We're adding SCWA in this case. That's right? Yeah.
Correct.
So it will be a joint management by both entities, of which your board is the board of both.
So the reference, and one more question, so the reference in the staff report that says because the Water Agency Board of Directors is comprised, and quoting, ex officio by the elected membership of the County Board of Supervisors, as you just said, management will be under this legislative body. So who's the ex officio in this case? The Board of Supervisors is the presiding authority. So you have elected representatives will serve as the legislative body for the, again, Water Agency, we're elected, but we wear that hat. So
I think, and again, I didn't write this.
I know you didn't, but I want to be clear.
Again, Carrie may want to jump in, but basically, you're correct. I think it's what it's saying is that you five will continue to be the legislative body or people for the GSA. It'll be both boards acting in that capacity. So you will be acting as a Board of Supervisor member and also as a ex officio Sacramento County Water Agency member.
Okay.
That I agree that's a little bit confusing, but
okay.
I think that's the intent. And
well,
Carrie,
yes,
correct.
that is the intent.
Yeah, and because of some of the correspondence, I mean, again, it's being made, the recommendations coming to us, and, under the authorities, both the Water Agency, but certainly the Board of Supervisors, we're being asked to take this action. But the governing body will still be the Board of Supervisors, of which there is an elected representative that from the district that will represent these subbasins now and forever into the future. So I think, some of the points of contesting this, that there is an elected body, the 5 members of this board, that will be the governing body for the GSA. and for these 2 subbasins. Okay. All right. That's all I had, Madam Chair. I don't know if there's any public comment on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And I do not.
We do not have any public comments for item 26.
Okay, and I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for approval.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion as we take the Board of Supervisors action first or the Water Agency first? Or do you take them concurrently, Lisa? Carrie?
We're acting as board and SCWA. Is it all in one vote?
Yes, we can take it all in one vote.
Okay.
We've done that in the past.
Okay, then I would move both acting as the Board of Supervisors and the Sacramento Water Agency that we approve the staff recommendation as outlined.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Natoli, a second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And I want to put on the record that there is a technical issue going on, so it does show that there's a no vote, or it may show an abstention or a recusal. And when you take your break today, we'll get that fixed. We have to restart the whole system, and so I didn't want to interrupt that, considering we're already behind schedule.
Thank you. So at this time, you've heard the saying, the best laid plans of mice and men. We had off agenda, but it kind of looks like we had some speakers who were in line for off agenda, and there was some confusion about the request forms. And so we are going to open back up with off agenda. I'm sorry, everyone, and I want to thank you for reaching out and making us aware of my mistake. And so let's open off agenda again. I do want to say that for those who filled out a card for off agenda and item 30, if you're speaking for off agenda and you plan to speak on item 30, you need to fill out another form for item 30. And so we will now open off agenda and begin with Donna O'Shea, followed by Brenda Pandos, followed by Karen Juten. They probably thought they got left behind, and I apologize for that.
I'm going to ask clerk staff if they could go in and assist them to make sure that we got the computer going. Okay, thank you.
Oh, hi. My name is Donna O'Shea, and I just wanted to talk about masking children. To me, as child endangerment, child abuse. We all know that the children are not spreaders. The science has proven that. Please look at what's happening to these children. While the illness is sparing them, the fear, isolation, and masking is wounding them deeply, including driving them to suicide. This has got to stop now. You all should be standing up for these children, and you're not. I urge you to do so. If you do not stop this, we, the people of Sacramento County, will have you removed. No more money for COVID-related expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Brenda Pandos, followed by Karen Juten, followed by Gabrielle Ingram.
Hi. So I just wanted to let you know, yesterday there was a medical protest at Kaiser. There were hundreds of thousands of people there. I saw Sue Frost. Were any of you other people there by chance? It was an amazing event. People were standing up for their rights. They were saying things like, yesterday's heroes, today's zeros. What's going on with Kaiser is they're telling their employees that they have to get the jab by September 30th. Now these are our frontline people, okay? And they're saying we want body autonomy. We want our body, our rights. And they're on the front lines and they see exactly what's happening with this shot. They know the truth. And I'm just saying that the vax obviously isn't working. The breakthrough cases show it's not working. It show that they're not going through and saying what they're supposed to say, which means they aren't safe because of all the deaths and all the adverse reactions, but also they're not effective. You all have signed an oath to abide by the Constitution, and we would like, the people would like you to stand up because you are in control of what happens in our county. Kaiser is here too, but there's other businesses too that this is happening to. I know my husband, he works for the government, and he's going to start having to be tested. We don't want tests either. PCR tests don't work either. The FDA that's why they've said they can't determine whether or not COVID is there or not. So how do they know that there's a Delta variant? They haven't even isolated it. So, and another thing I heard is that the people that they're going to label them with bracelets because they can file a religious exemption, but they're going to label them. That's discrimination and segregation.
You have 10 seconds.
So, I'm just saying that we need to stand up for the people of Sacramento County and the workers, and you guys need to do your job and protect them, protect us. We want choice. Choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Juten, followed by Gabrielle.
Madam Chair, another point of order is that we actually have agendized today the COVID-19 report at 11:45, item number 30. So these technically aren't off agenda.
Actually, they requested to be off agenda.
Yep.
They personally requested to be off agenda. Sorry. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to say thank you for all your service to the county. I know there's many.
Excuse me, Karen, I'm sorry. County Council had a comment.
I would just point out that if that item is agended, then they should be speaking under that item, and these topics are related to the COVID-19 update as far as I can tell. So it's up to the chair's discretion, but I would say that they should likely be making them under item 30, whether or not they requested to be off agenda or not.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. What I will say, there are a couple of off-agenda requests. One is for masks in schools. David Aria, I'd like to put that. I don't know if the clerk staff can talk to this individual and see if he can speak under the item 30. And someone's asking for a public hearing request if that's regarding COVID. We should clarify. The other two are election integrity, which is off agenda. So maybe the clerk staff can speak with Gabrielle Ingram and David Aria regarding speaking on item 30 versus off agenda. And Karen, I believe your comments are regarding election integrity, so please proceed.
Well, I had two. One was COVID-19. I'd like to do that one and then do election integrity. First of all, I want to say...
I think what...
Well, the clerk just informs me, as I said, it is up to the chair's discretion. The clerk informs me that there is a lot of tension out there, and the clerk's office, if you would indulge them, would prefer to have the items now.
I think if they requested to speak off agenda, we should let them if they really want that. So
I would also,
and I will indulge
Okay,
them.
and I would also just point out, if they've already commented on what they perceive as a COVID update, then you could also not allow them to speak on item 30, since it might be repetitive, unless they have something different to point out for item 30.
Okay. Hopefully everyone heard that.
Madam Chair and
Yes.
members of the board, I just respectfully want to say that we have already communicated with the folks that were waiting, at least on 2 different occasions due to the miscommunication. And so that's why I was respectfully asking if you could please let these folks finish, and then we'll be able to move on with the items. And I respectfully am asking you and the board members.
We will allow them to speak off agenda, but we will keep those parameters in mind and try to remind people in the future as they're signing up, please speak to the item. I know there are a lot of people trying to work their comments in multiple times, and I understand they're passionate, but we want to try and keep order in the meeting. So. Okay, so we'll just proceed. Karen, please proceed. Sorry.
First of all, I want to say thank you for your service to the county, all of you supervisors. I know it's a tremendous job that you have, one that I really wouldn't want, but thank you for everything you do. I want to say, have you seen the Salk Institute research on the spike protein?
How do you spell that?
SALK Institute. It's in San Diego. Has anyone seen their research on the spike protein of COVID-19? You haven't seen that? Okay, so what they determined is something that's been out in the scientific literature. I've researched it. I'm a scientist. I'm a biologist. And it's been out for 20 years that the protein on the coronavirus, the COVID-19 is a coronavirus, that it damages the vascular system. And how it does that, even if there's no RNA present in the virus, it travels through your capillaries, your blood vessels, and it pokes holes and causes blood clots. And they're micro blood clots. These blood clots are causing myocarditis in young people who get the vaccine, heart attacks in older people. And not only that, but the spike protein is so small that it travels through your blood vessels to your brain. It passes the blood-brain barrier. This is a scientific fact. And once it gets in the brain, then it can cause Bell's palsy, which is one of the things that they're seeing as a result of the vaccine. It's also causing all kinds of damage to nerve cells in the brain. So I want to encourage you to look at the Salk Institute research on the spike protein. It's causing many injuries to many people. Some of them may be 3 to 5 years down the line.
You have 10 seconds.
And that's all I have to say about that. I do have to go. I did want to say something about election integrity. Did you know that the software, and this would be my next comment, 2 minutes, because I do have to go.
I'm going to indulge you this time.
Did you know that the software in the elections office, in the voting computers, is proprietary? Did you all know that? It's proprietary. Yes or no?
This is an off agenda, so we're not really technically supposed to converse back and forth.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Karen.
So what it means that it's proprietary, it means that no one can look at it. It's owned by Dominion. It's owned by the vendor. So no one can see the source code to see if they're cheating. The law is that we must have transparency in elections. That's the law. And if you can't see the source code in the voting computer, then that's not transparency. It could say while they're certifying it, it's fine. But when there's no certification, then anything could happen. And they also can manipulate the picture of your ballot. Your paper ballot is not what's counted. They take a picture of your ballot, and the computer can manipulate that That opens the door to fraud. But the main thing is that the source code should be seen and checked by even your elections office, who's never seen it. You can go down to your elections office and ask them, have you ever seen the source code? No, they have not seen the source code. This is ridiculous. And it needs to be fixed. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, next is Karen Dill and Gabrielle Ingram and David Aria. Thank you for waiting patiently, Karen. I'm sorry, we had that little mix-up.
Flo, I know that these are challenging times. Please pass on, on behalf of all of us, how much we appreciate what your staff's doing today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, and that was what I was going to lead with, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, supervisors, for hearing our comments, and staff, the clerk, and the other staff. You've been so gracious to a very heated and passionate and very emotional topics that we're bringing up today. And Supervisor Frost, Chairwoman, I am grateful that you were out to the meeting yesterday up in Roseville, hearing from the people who are directly taking care of patients who are dealing with the effects of COVID as well as the effects of the vaccine. So I thank you for that.
You're welcome.
What I'm here to ask you today is to sponsor full forensic audits for Sacramento County. We all know that there has been upheaval. It's not about one side versus the other. It's about truth and integrity. And with full forensic audits, you determine that. And I just asked California, we are leaders. Sacramento, you are leaders. And I just ask that you take this on as a matter of course for practice. I am a manager of a program with this, or several programs with the state. We've been audited several times and they're never fun. But you get to the truth of what's happening in my case and your program. You get to the truth of processes that should be improved and processes that are broken. And without an audit, you have people going in the dark, slinging arrows in the dark, not knowing what is going to be effective and what isn't. And so I ask in a matter of integrity that this board assign funding and expertise to conduct a full forensic audit to figure out what's happening with our elections now and how we can improve them moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I can make can I make a comment? Can we comment regarding that? Because my understanding is that we can't just request a forensic audit. It has to be a court order. I wonder if County Council, if we're able to comment so that she doesn't walk away without knowing that.
That's correct. Without a court order, there can be no forensic audit.
So someone would need to sue the county and the judge would have to order by court a forensic audit.
Correct. May I ask a follow-up question?
I think this isn't a time for question and answer, so if you'd like to contact...
why don't you, who's your supervisor?
I believe it's Supervisor Cerna.
I would connect with Supervisor Cerna as a follow-up to ask him if he could give you more information on that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Gabrielle Ingram, followed by David Aria.
Hello, Board. I am speaking to address Phil Cerna regarding an email that I received last week. Sir, given the confidence that what you are being told by public health in the face of evidence from the community and private sector medical professionals, you're so confident that you boldly support and bully constituents. Your email last week was the second time you have addressed me aggressively by email. And yes, I did share it publicly, so those that may choose to vote for you in 2022 see it. Sir, I would challenge you to a debate. It is time to bring the experts, the science that you are so confident in, that is leading to the stripping of liberty of the people. I ask for transparency, because what do you all have to lose to prove us wrong? Let's have a debate. Let's have a town hall. And sir, I would encourage you, maybe ignore the constituents like your counterparts. I mean, I don't know, but maybe some tact and professionalism when you're emailing people would be wise. But sir, I believe it's time. I would challenge you to host a debate. Let's put the information back to back, because we're not crazy people. We're bringing science. We keep being proven correct what we're bringing forward. But I wanted to speak on the professionalism. You are an elected official. You answer to the people, not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you. David Aria.
Hello, my name is David Aria, and I wanted to talk about the forced or coerced masks on the children in public school. The forcing and or coercion of having the children wear the mask is a crime under international law, federal law, and state law. Please stop your illegal or planned illegal activity immediately. Please be advised that mandating, coercing masks on children can lead to permanent brain damage due to 5% to 20% of reduced oxygen and them breathing in excess carbon dioxide. When a child is subject to irreversible brain damage, this can be considered child abuse under Penal Code Section 273, subsection D. What it says is any person who willingly inflicts upon a child any cruel or inhumane corporal punishment or an injury resulting in a traumatic condition is guilty of a felony. Each teacher, principal, school board, supervisors, school board chair, school board superintendent, county board of supervisors, county board chair, county health officer, and other officials, government officials, may be held personally and professionally responsible for serious international, federal, and state crimes, and also civil charges. It can be also 203 mayhem if a child's brain is damaged physically. Every person who unlawfully and maliciously deprives a human being of a member of his body or disables, disfigures, or renders it useless. Other examples of mayhem include inflicting lasting brain damage. Mayhem is the equivalent of a suspect cutting off a person's limb, ear, nose, or poking out an eye. Also attempting any of these crimes. So if you're not successful at damaging the child and you just attempt it, that is also a felony. Any person.
Seconds. Sorry, 10 seconds.
Okay. Our children, that's fine. Our children have been wearing masks for 18 months now, and the amount of psychological damage, emotional damage, and physical damage, while at the same time it reduces their immune system, it's all completely illegal. And the people have a right to defend themselves and protect the children, and you guys are all mandated reporters. So any government official or employee that sees this activity must basically report it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wrapped it up. You guys need to report this. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I think we can now close the
off agenda
okay, and move to item 27.
Yes. Okay. So for item 27, I also have the applicant. So if I could have my staff, please, or my team, send me the applicant so I can get that started, because I need to take their oath as well. So I'd just like to do it all at one time, and then I'll read the item into the record. You can send that to is there not, we're not sending anyone? Okay, yeah, we're on item 20.
Good afternoon, Leanne.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm going to read the item into the record while they straighten it out. They have the applicant on the phone, and then we'll...
Okay.
Okay, so this is the Raj subdivision, a community plan amendment and rezone, zoning ordinance amendment, tentative subdivision map, special development permit, and design review to allow the development of 30 single-family lots for a property located approximately 200 feet east of Stockton Boulevard near the southeast corner of Stockton Boulevard and Elsie Avenue in the South Sacramento community. The applicant is Aris Design and Construction. The environmental document is a mitigated negative declaration. It looks like Hi, can you hear me?
Special development permit and design.
Hello, Mr. Kumar, are you on the phone?
Lots for a property located.
Could you please mute the meeting in the background? And can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and swear you in if you don't mind.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you so much. Please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And if you could state your name for the record and the statement, I have been sworn.
Fred Arastu, and I have been sworn.
If there's anyone else with you, could you also have them state their name for the record and that they have been sworn?
I believe Mr. Richard Rozumovich, our civil engineer of the record, is on the line too, yes.
Yes, so if he could state his name for the record and that he's been sworn.
Richard
This is Richard Rozumovich with Area West Engineers, and I misunderstood your instructions, so I have not been sworn, but if you want to give me the swearing in, I'll do it.
Okay, I'm happy to do it again. If you could raise your right hand, and do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
Yes.
Okay, and then if you could state your name for the record and also the statement that you have been sworn.
Richard Rozumovich, Area West Engineers, and I have been sworn.
Thank you. Do we also have Mr. Arastu on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and do you want to, can we swear you in?
I already sworn in.
Mr. Kumar.
I don't think he's on line, no.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and start with the item. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Leanne Moffett, the Planning Director, here to give the staff presentation. This is the Raj subdivision. It is located 200 feet east of Stockton Boulevard near the southeast corner of Stockton and Elsie in the South Sacramento community. The request before you today is for a community plan amendment and rezone from shopping center and RD5 to RD7 for approximately 4.3 acres. A zoning ordinance amendment to amend the Victoria Avenue neighborhood preservation area to remove 2 of the subject parcels from the NPA boundary, and that is a relatively small portion of the overall project.
Leanne, is that Victory Avenue?
It is the Victory Avenue neighborhood preservation area.
Not Victoria.
I'm sorry.
That's what it says on the, you read right off there, so it's a...
Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you for that correction. A tentative subdivision map to create 30 residential lots on the 4.3 acres in the RD7 zone. A special development permit to deviate from lot size, lot width, and yard setback requirements, and design review. The applicant proposes a 30-home residential subdivision in this infill setting. It has been redesigned several times through the process with input from the Community Planning Advisory Council, the Design Review Advisory Committee, and staff. SC zone portion of the property is undeveloped. The RD5 piece, there are 2 existing homes that will be removed that the property owner owns for the project. The primary access for this project will be via Elsie Avenue, and all exterior boundaries will have either solid wood fencing or, in many cases, a 6-foot masonry wall. I also want to note that there are 2 other exit-only drive aisles, but that the primary entry and exit is off of Elsie, and there was a mitigated negative declaration prepared to do the SECRA review. The next site is the site plan, but I'm going to move to the landscape plan because it provides a little bit better overview. So the access point is on the upper right portion of this landscape plan off of Elsie. And then you can see the layout of the home site areas and their lots along with a private drive. The project will be gated. There is an on-site amenity in the form of a small private park that you can see in that kind of bottom portion there. So that will be a private small park for the residents there. There are actually 22 guest parking spaces, which is not required in the RD7 zone. But given the small lot size, staff worked with the applicant to ensure that there was these guest parking, and it would actually exceed the number of required guest parking that would be otherwise required if it was in the RD10 zone. So there are 22 spaces. They are parallel spaces along the entry drive aisle off of Elsie, and then there are also a number of spaces adjacent to the private park. Again, this is a 30 single-family home subdivision located proximate to commercial and public transportation. There is commercial to the west and to the north. Staff has concluded that the proposed project is consistent with the general plan and furthers many housing goals and policies. We do believe the findings can be made to support the special development permit, and we have included mitigation measures to reduce potential impacts to mitigate any to a less than significant level. So I wanted to stop and talk a little bit about conditions. So there have been a couple of conditions added after the Planning Commission hearing, including related to indemnification and public and private nuisance. That's in attachment 2. I wanted to point out condition 6 that is going to require homes to undergo design review to ensure a high quality project subsequent to this project. And then during the briefings, there was a question having to do with the homeowners association. So the project has always included a homeowners association. That was part of the applicant's project description, but staff did not initially include a condition related to the HOA. So from the briefings, from one of the supervisor's questions, we have worked out a potential additional condition that I wanted to put on the overhead for your consideration. The applicant has seen this and is in agreement. So I'm going to move from the slideshow to the overhead. So this condition would memorialize that intent to have a homeowners association. Staff would review the fact that there is an HOA with CC&Rs only for the purpose of ensuring the applicant's intent for there to be maintenance of the common areas, including the landscaped areas labeled on as Lot A and Lot B on the tentative subdivision map, the private roads and gates, the guest parking areas, and the installation and maintenance of front and side street yard landscaping. We would review those just to make sure that there is an HOA. We do note that the county does not subsequently enforce CC&Rs, and so it would only be for the purposes of making sure that that exists up front, and we did include that note that we won't subsequently enforce CC&Rs. So with that, if there are any questions on this condition, I would then move to the staff recommendations that are in your board report.
And did the applicants want to make any comments, or do we have any public comments on this? Oh, I do have one public comment on this item, but
And we do not have any public comments on the phone lines.
Did the applicant want to make any comments?
Yes. Good afternoon. I am Mr. the applicant. I don't have any comment. I'm just, we have been through this process for quite a while, and I hope we get this approved so we can move on and start the construction document and improvement plans be processed and done so we can start building the project.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I think I've heard that sentiment before. And so at this time, we do have one public comment, Ronald Smith. Thank you for waiting patiently, Ronald. Supervisor Kennedy, did you want to wait till after?
Hello, my name is Ronald Smith.
Good morning.
I'm one of the owners of one of the properties that are needed for this project to go forward. It's been a long day at Lotta City, and I just want to say that I appreciate you guys taking the time to hear what I have to say, because you guys have awful lot of challenges, and it's eye-opening for me to see all the things that you guys go through. My concern is that we are the owners of the property, and this project was not able to go forward unless this property was included in the project. We had an agreement with the project developer to buy the property or to trade for another property. In the process, we've been going out looking at several properties. We've been very agreeable. We agreed to several properties, and the owner of the project, we just never heard from him afterwards. We feel like we've been spinning our wheels. My concern is that the project is allowed to go ahead without our property being part of it. There's an awful lot of traffic on the street here, and I cannot imagine how bad it will be if we had to stay there with the 30 additional homes here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair,
I have Supervisor Kennedy in the queue first, and then I'll call on you, Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Chair. Leanne, that's not why I punched in, but now I'm interested in seeing what you have to say about that.
I was not aware that there was a dispute with the property owners. I apologize for that. You know, the staff recommendation is predicated on the project as a whole, including the access off of Elsie. So in my mind, it does need to hang together as the entirety. And so if they aren't able to come to a private party agreement, which doesn't include the county, that would definitely be a concern and a problem for the project moving forward.
Okay, so yeah, I apologize, Supervisor Natoli, but because this is news to me. You know, I was ready to say, you know, great work, staff, because you guys have worked. I mean, and also I want to commend the developer who has made, you know, very, very many changes and has followed our staff. I think that our staff has done a great job as far as taking a project with a lot of warts and making it as pretty as possible. I really do think that. I think that this is something that would be beneficial to the area. I appreciate Supervisor Natoli's work on the HOA language and all that. But at this point, I'm not comfortable going forward until we have that question addressed. I hate to do that. I really do. I was looking forward to this, but so I'm not comfortable going forward with this issue out there.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah, I concur.
Supervisor, were you done?
I'm done, thank you.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, no, I concur with Supervisor Kennedy 100%. And my question was going to be, just while Mr. Smith was up there, if you could put the exhibit up. His property is the first one to the east there with the single family home.
I am presuming that. I haven't met.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do think a continuance will allow us to go back and make sure that were you to consider approving it, that it is well conditioned to ensure that it holds together and that the access is off as LC. It may be possible for you to approve it at a future standpoint once we've had a chance to go back and look at the issue in a way that you are comfortable that the private parties need to work this out. So I think a little bit of time would let staff kind of figure that out.
I would move to continue.
Right, second it. Second.
Okay, we have a motion to continue by Supervisor Kennedy, a second by Supervisor Natoli.
Hi, may I make a comment, please?
Yes, sir.
I understand that there have been a preliminary agreement signed between the owner, Mr. Raj Kumar, and the owner of this property. The gentleman just spoke just a moment ago. There's already an agreement. They already have searched for properties for him to basically replace or exchange. And they have, the problem is with the owner that they wanted to be sure the project is approved to finalize the buying a property and exchange for this gentleman property. They have been looking all around, and the problem was, again, the assurance that the project would be approved. Otherwise, spending a lot of money and not being approved was a problem for him. And so, to emphasize again, there is already an agreement signed by both parties that upon approval of the project, they will go forward to finalize the purchase of new property in exchange for this property. Mr. Raj Kumar is on present too, and you can ask him any questions you want to go forward.
So, Madam Chair, with all due respect, I appreciate that, but and I do believe that it would be a better course of action to let staff button this thing up just a bit more.
Okay, I agree, and I think that's something that kind of needs to happen offline between those individuals. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
So we have continued that item, Mr. Kumar, and maybe you, Leanne, you can connect back with all parties and work
Definitely
on it.
will, immediately, yes.
Do you continue to a date certain, or are you just going to come back with another date?
Leanne, what do you think?
Well, that...
We would need to renotice it if we drop it, but given agendas, maybe it's better just to drop it. I think we can probably make it back in about a month. So probably a 4-week delay is what I would anticipate is
that
reasonable.
Part of your direction. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We voted on it, continuance. Can we just change it to drop?
Yes, I have it noted for the record that
Okay.
this item has been dropped.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne.
Thank you. Sorry.
And I just want to let those who are here waiting for item 30, our COVID update, we're on a little bit of a time crunch because we have a public hearing that we will be reviewing our redistricting at 2 p.m. and that's something that has to take place at 2 p.m. We don't have any flexibility, and we don't feel like there's any way we can get through all the public comments on the COVID item 30 in time. So we're going to be taking up the item 30 after the redistricting. Actually, it'll be after item 2, I think. So for those who are waiting, if that's the only thing you're speaking to, it's probably going to be
between
after 2:30. What time would you tell them to come back if they wanted to go for a lunch break or something?
Anytime after 2:30.
Anytime after 2:30 if you're here to speak to the COVID update. And we thank you for your patience. Okay, next item, please.
Okay, for item 28. This is the Calvine Road Highway 99 Special Planning Area Ordinance rescission, a zoning ordinance amendment to repeal the Calvine Road Highway 99 Special Planning Area Ordinance and rezone properties within the SPA to zoning consistent with Chapter 2 of the Sacramento County Zoning Code for properties located on the south side of Calvine Road between Highway 99 and Cliff Crest Drive in the South Sacramento community. The environmental determination is exempt.
In light of the constrained timeline, I did want to offer to forego the full staff presentation in favor of simply indicating that our intent here is to revert back to traditional zoning for a site where this SPA was created many years ago in anticipation that light rail may come this way, which obviously has not happened. And so staff is proposing to revert to a combination of general commercial, light commercial, RD30 where there's an existing apartment, and open space in an area where there's drainage. And I can go through any of the graphics in the PowerPoint if any of the board members would like.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize to my colleagues for monopolizing the microphone today, but this is a heavy District 2 meeting.
Sure is.
I will say this, and I'll weigh in, and it's up to my colleagues how in-depth they want to have a presentation, but this has been something that has been a problem and us going forward with certain projects because of what was a well-intentioned plan is become obsolete. And so I actually have been dealing with staff on this for a couple of years now. I think my feeling is that we need more of these coming before us, where, again, we have plans that are decades old that no longer really have any relevance. So I am fully supportive of this. This will help us actually do a better job of planning, in my opinion. And so I thank Leanne and your staff for bringing this forward.
Thank you. I don't have any further board members in the queue. I do not have any public comments. Do we have a public comment on the phone?
We do not have any public comments on the phone.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy, second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote.
Okay, and that is a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Leanne.
Your next item, 29, is the project room key sheltering update.
Good afternoon, Ethan.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'm getting ready here. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Frost and members of the board. Ethan Dye, Acting Director, Department of Human Assistance. I'm here this afternoon to give you an update on Project Room Key, respond to questions that were asked back in late April, and give you an opportunity to get more detail as you ask. The COVID-19 response plan was adopted by the board on August 7th, 2020. And developed through the collaboration with the City of Sacramento, the County of Sacramento, and the Continuum of Care. At its highest point, the Project Room Key shelter effort, DHA was leasing 4 motel sites across the county and had 541 rooms. The motels were used to offer quarantine units to those most at risk for adverse outcomes from the virus due to advanced age or pre-existing health conditions as advised by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Later on, a portion of these were transitioned to provide isolation to COVID-19 positives, and as of June 30th, we have served 1,279 individuals. Project Room Key, the way it is laid out and designed is everyone who comes in receives a private room. They receive 3 meals a day. Security is provided on site. Health services and staffing are there to assist participants, and connection to community resources. Project Room Key expenditures. One of the questions that was asked last time was, what are the expenses that are going into Project Room Key? So I'm going to highlight some of those here. Roughly, Project Room Key is about $1.6 million a month for the 3 operational motels. In fiscal year 2019-2020, we spent almost $4.1 million. In fiscal year 2021, we've spent $20.5 million just in the actual housing, and then we have the other services that come with it. Whoops, sorry. $25 million with the medical service. Yes, thank you. So total expenditures that we are looking at as of June 30th, because we've extended Project Room Key to August 31st, will also be about another $3.3 million. So what does Project Room Key look like? And so really, what does a site cost by month, and how many rooms do we have? So we had Sure Stay, which we closed in September of 2020, and we had 150 rooms. We have the leases that we pay for, operational services, and security. So just in those pieces alone, today La Quinta, Comfort Inn, and Vagabond are about $1.6 million just in the motel cost itself without additional services. One of the questions that was also asked was, how does this compare to some of the other sheltering efforts that we have? So we have 5 other sheltering efforts. So Mather Community Campus, where we have 140 beds, costs us about $43.81 a night. North A, there's 80 beds, costs us about $43.02 a night. The full service rehousing, or the scattered sites, is about $58.17 a night, and Project Room Key is $137.50.
Excuse me, Ethan.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I don't want to intercept your main message with this slide here, Ethan, but it's apparent to me from this one slide, though, what is disconcerting for me, quite frankly, is the fact that you have full service rehousing shelter, which is providing more services, namely case management, yet it's 42% the cost of Project Room Key. And I'm just wondering, is this kind of the same? Is this the case around the state, as far as you know, in terms of other other complementary programs to serve our unsheltered constituents? When you look at the cost per bed, especially. Because this, while I'm a fan of Project Room Key, it's necessary. I understand its merit. It does concern me that for less than half the cost, it seems this chart tells us we're getting much more servicing in terms of wraparound attention for our unsheltered folks.
So in terms of what other counties are doing, we are all over the place. Other counties are offering some services or not offering services as related to Project Room Key. But to really, and I'm trying to hone in on your point, is the scattered sites is somebody who is living in a house out in one of the districts, and they are living there, food's not provided, security's not provided. They are just like one of us. And so that's where the difference in cost comes. If you looked at really just the nightly service, Project Room Key, the motel rate is $85 a night. It's the other tacked on services that are the additional expense. So security and 3 meals a day that we're providing. So it is different. And Project Room Key is expensive.
Is that largely due, or in large part due to the fact that, as far as I know, Project Room Key doesn't require kitchenettes in the rooms, correct? So that therefore, meals need to be delivered?
Meals are delivered, yes.
Okay.
So and I thank you for bringing that. So the Project Room Key response was predicated on the emergency response to COVID-19, and we have kept those same rules in place as we have gone through. To today. It's still the very same rules. We have seen the upswing in the Delta variant, and so we are doing everything we can to continue to keep our those experiencing homelessness safe who are in our Project Room Key motels.
Do we have, when it comes to the scattered sites, the full service rehousing shelter model that we deploy, is there more opportunity to go higher than the 115 beds at the current time?
So there's a struggle. So with the housing market the way it is, we actually lost a scattered site because one of our property owners sold their house. So we are going back out to RFP because we have asked for, I believe, 3 scattered sites in the growth request from last year. So we are looking to expand services and do that. Every house, I believe, is right around $112,000. And I believe we house up to 5 individuals per house. So yes, we are looking to expand that design.
And as far as you know, do you know, will this latest round of ARPA assistance from the federal government, given what you know about the Treasury guidance, would all of these shelter models that you have listed on the left-hand side of the chart be eligible?
I will have to defer that. I will defer that over to the Office of the County Exec.
So maybe we can give right now, because sheltering all by itself is not allowable, but paired with other things like mental health services and substance abuse services, it is a greater likelihood that it would be covered. And those are the things we're exploring right now. So
I think what I heard you say, Ann, is, and I appreciate the maybe part, because I think we all get that. We all understand we're trying to learn as we go. But if that is one of the major interests in the Treasury's assistance, is to have all those services available, and this chart tells us that case management isn't being offered through Project Roomkey, could it or would it make more sense at some point to invest in our scattered sites, given the fact that we're already doing case management? That's part of the model, and it seems to me that is responding more affirmatively to that guidance than quite some aspects of Project Roomkey, perhaps.
Yes, I think so, although I want to be clear that I think it has to be more than just case management. I think you need to and again, I want to make sure it's clear I'm not 100% sure on this. These are the issues that we're working through right now, but I think it has to include substance abuse and mental health services and not just case management.
That makes sense. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We have a couple others punched up. I'm going to go over to Supervisor Desmond, and then I'll pick up some comments when Supervisor Frost returns. Rick?
Thank you. And I'm actually just turning to some of the slides. I think I'll actually wait until you get through a couple other slides, because I'll have questions about those as well. So thank you.
Okay. I did punch out. While you're on this slide, and maybe just to follow on a bit to what Supervisor Cerna was asking about, Ethan. So again, you're giving us a program overview, but I'm going to bring it back to Mather. Again, sound like a broken record here, but I want to, and again, I appreciate the fact that we recognize some of the physical plant deficiencies out there, and they're looking to make changes there. But my question goes to the 140 beds. Is that inclusive of VOA that has 40 separate beds on the campus, and we are permitted, assuming the facilities can accommodate it as it relates to the condition of the rooms and so forth, up to 200 single persons? Are we at maximum there, Ethan, realistically on a day-to-day basis, or are we, because we've had a number of units over there that have been off and on out of commission? What is our standing? We've got 140 beds, but how many people are we housing there on any given day?
So very good question. I actually have that for you this time. Good. So the single site has 140 beds, and we usually run 90 to 100. So it really depends on how we're getting folks in. So we have 140 on the single side, and that also includes, so it's 90 for the singles, and then we use 50 for FHP, which is the flexible housing pool, so that gives us our 140. So that runs usually about 90 to 100. The Adolfo side, we have a capacity of 43. We are maxed out. We are at full capacity. The DHS recovery side has 33 beds, which is at full capacity, and our family shelter has 25, which is at full capacity. So for the DHA side, we have 241 beds. We run pretty close to our capacity limits, and the 40 beds that VOA is using is not included in ours. So there's roughly 280 beds.
Okay, but the family side of it, we were, again, there wasn't any stipulation in the long-standing agreement as related to that. It was 60 families. It didn't dictate the size of the family, so that could fluctuate. So as you count those in the beds, it gets a little bit vaguer, I guess, as it relates to the number of people we're serving. Again, I recognize family size may fluctuate, but we're able to actually have children.
And I think it's more of the semantics I use. So it's 25 families, not just beds. I use beds in terms of space and whatnot. So we have room for 25 families, not inclusive of actual beds.
Okay.
I would have to get a bed count for you if you wanted to know the beds.
No, that's fine. I guess to my point is, though, that recognize that full utilization, certainly are programmatic requirements and the ability to staff. But when we talk about family housing, that from the get-go and back to the late 1990s, we've at least provided conceptually the ability to house 60 families. But we, as it relates to the physical plant side of it, we adjusted it to, meet the needs of as many folks as we could. But I guess the point I want to make here is I still believe, we talk about this crisis in our community, which is certainly real as it relates to homelessness. There's some additional capacity there. You have to have the program behind it. You have to have the physical facilities to house folks. But at 25, we're still 35 short of what we actually were authorized, assuming we had the facilities and the program to support it. And so, in their space, I mean, that campus is big. It's, some of the buildings are certainly vintage, to be kind in some respects. But, nonetheless, I still would advocate, as we continue to talk about this in our community, that we have the ability, assuming we have the funding to support the programmatic aspects. You have a dining hall facility there. You have the office space for services. You have a network of certainly health facilities as it relates to not just the VA hospital, but well spaces in the community out there. You have, the career center. I mean, you have the makings. I mean, that's the whole idea behind the campus. And as we struggle to try to find other options, and when I look at the cost here, I mean, within pennies of what is a congregate facility, again, an important part of it with the North A singles facility, it is still, by and large, the most cost-effective alternative, if these numbers are accurate to portray that. And, to Phil's question about, what other services are there. And with the article yesterday that appeared as it relates to veterans, we know we have a significant commitment to both shelter housing, transitional, and permanently supportive housing there. And I still believe we really ought to take a much deeper look at that campus. We adopted a plan, I don't know, probably 15 years ago that had some vision around it, but the vision may have changed. But as we look to the future, and when you're spending $137 a night, again, under some extreme circumstances with COVID and so forth, I get it. But it seems to me that if you could take some of those dollars, and maybe they're not now, it won't be available to Phil's question about what ARPA might cover and so forth. I would just like us to take a real serious examination at Mather, certainly working with our partners in the city of Rancho Cordova and our facility needs out there, and not just to deferred maintenance, but look at how we can complement. Because again, keeping faith with the community, long-standing for almost 25 years now, it seems to me we have some capacity, assuming we configure it right on the ground. I know, Ann, you've taken a look at some of that, and and Bruce as well. But I just think there's some opportunities, and then it's not going to get you hundreds of new beds because there are several hundred folks that are being served in any given day and night out there already. But I think there's some ability to work through it, maintain the program integrity, and actually do some things that we would like to accomplish throughout the spectrum of of sheltering and housing approaches we're taking here. And when you lose a 6-bed house because it goes on the market, you can pick up 6 or 12 or 18 beds, so to speak, in a non-congregate setting out at Mather if it's done right. So again, I just would ask us to continue to have some focus. That maybe it's easy to say, well, that's in place. We've got contracts. That's the program we're running, and it's an important component. And again, I just would stress we ought to continue to look to Mather, certainly from improvements, but also to utilize the capacity that's available to us, assuming we can put all the pieces together. So thanks. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. We'll definitely take that back and look at it. We are looking for capacity everywhere we possibly can today.
Yeah. But it needs to be the full package, Ethan. That's my point. You can't just say, well, we can put a couple more beds in the room down the hall. That's not the answer that I see anyway. So.
Correct.
And Madam Chair, Supervisor Desmond was punched up. He deferred, but his name came off the board here. So I was wondering, he's in the queue. So.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. You went to hold, though. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So rehousing efforts. So in August of 2020, Project Roomkey moved from a temporary emergency measure to more of a long-term sheltering and rehousing because we continue to extend Project Roomkey based on available funding. We do a lot of work around rehousing strategies. We do the staff that are involved in this do an amazing job in comprehensive case conferencing and case management, working with the county, the city, Sacramento Steps Forward, and all of our providers who are attempting to rehouse individuals. We do connect the PRK individuals have every ability to connect with participants in our rehousing programs. So they have access to folks who are on the ground to do that work. Flexible problem-solving funds are involved. So if somebody needed, to pay the first month's rent, or they needed a bed or something to be able to move in, we are able to offer those supports. There's targeted matching for permanent supportive housing, what meets the need of the individual where they're at, and increased funding to add an additional 200 through the flexible housing pool. So these are actually 200 individuals that DHA contracts with or for into the community for community organizations to work on rehousing strategies. Exits to housing. So these are all as of June 30th of 2021. 270 individuals have exited the COVID-19 shelters to stable housing, which opened since 2020, April 2020. An additional 131 persons have exited to temporary shelter or shelter destinations, such as emergency shelter or temporary housing. And shelter guests have the opportunity to work with rehousing programs and with on-site navigators to identify and work through the components of being able to be in a position to be permanently housed and to be able to have the supports for folks to be able to do that. And so far, there are 395 individuals who remain in Project Roomkey. The next steps that we have. So DHA is continuing to monitor the state budget. When I built this PowerPoint, the budget had not yet been signed. We know that the California Department of Social Services has allocated the county $5.3 million for Project Roomkey. So we have an item coming to you guys in, I believe, the next board session for a potential extension of Project Roomkey. We've asked ARPA funds to request, or we've requested ARPA funds for a Project Roomkey extension because we're also aware of if we do another extension where that puts us in terms of weather respite and other components for getting individuals rehoused. And we will be coming back in September with a more comprehensive design on what our rehousing strategies look like in order to move folks on from our programs. So I'm here to answer any of your questions.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate the update, and to our county exec, appreciate the time that you've given me in our discussions about this issue. But first question, from what you're seeing at the state level, it seemed like when we talked about this before, there was maybe not a sense of urgency, but certainly pressure to get folks out of Project Roomkey into a more permanent situation because things were looking optimistic in terms of COVID. What are you seeing now from as far as state guidance with this increase from the Delta variant? Is that pressure relieved for now, or?
It's interesting because we read the all-county letter that came out, and what it said was, here's your money, but do everything you can to continue funding. So it was using HAP money, it was using all the other funding streams the state gives us. There is an emphasis kind of on a little bit of both right now. And they do want us to rehouse folks. We want to rehouse folks. Living in a motel room for 15 months, that's not the way to go to help folks out. So really, that's I think where it is continue as long as you can, but do everything you can to find other funding streams to get folks rehoused.
Okay. Thank you. And, I know you're doing a lot of great work with trying to beef up these encampment teams, which we all approved. And I know there's some challenges trying to spin these up and getting more navigators and doing great work. And I appreciate all your efforts, Ethan. And I really appreciate, what I've seen, the better partnership between the city and the county in terms of just better identifying roles and responsibilities. And I'm very privileged to be serving with my colleague Supervisor Kennedy on the 2x2. And I think it's great, everything that we're seeing. It does occur to me that, the city is, they'll be talking about this master siting plan today, and I applaud those efforts. But the reality is that's going to put, I think, a tremendous amount of pressure on the county to step up and make sure, when we have so many more of the unhoused in the pipeline in these shelters for this acute care, to get them out of those shelters and have additional alternatives, whether that's a scattered site approach or an expansion of Mather. And I agree with everything that my colleague Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Cerna said. You mentioned coming up with an ARPA funding request for extending Project Roomkey, but I'm assuming your ARPA request, I'm hoping it will also be very ambitious in terms of additional scattered site shelters, additional investment in Mather, and additional investment in even parts of the county that may be in further flung areas for rehousing and permanent interim housing, supportive housing, and permanent supportive housing. So I'm very, very eager to see that and see this partnership between the city, because I think it makes so much sense that this master siting focuses most of the acute care to get people immediately off the streets into the city, but then in terms of getting them rehoused into another supportive housing environment, that the county, also needs to step up. And maybe, I guess imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Maybe we have our own, master siting idea in terms of that kind of plan for the rehousing. And then how the ARPA funding might help us get there is something that I'll be interested in talking with you about in the weeks and months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Just wanted to understand, with the 395 individuals that are remaining in the COVID-19 shelters, those are all in the Project Roomkey? Those are in the motels?
Correct.
And is it presumptive that if you had exit housing, that either apartments or a combination of whatever the housing choices would be, that all those folks are ready and willing to exit to a more permanent housing situation, or is there a subset?
And I think that's a very difficult question. We have folks who would be ready and willing to move. We also have some that are nowhere near ready to be able to go into an environment where they're going to be self-sufficient and be able to really take care of themselves. The population that we did pick up for Project Roomkey were the most vulnerable based on age and disability and other things. And we do have folks who are in hospice care that are in Project Roomkey. So I think the vast majority of the able-bodied folks would be willing and ready to go if we had the right thing that they needed at that time. But there are some that would definitely need some continued efforts within our programs.
So, Ethan, it didn't occur to me until you just said it, but with the hospice care piece of that, is it, again, a number I guess isn't so much important. I assume it's a smaller subset, but even post Project Roomkey, is there some intent that either we could provide, the hospice housing, or if say these motels return to commercial enterprises, that to purchase a smaller subset for those that would need hospice and allow them to be spend their days in dignity and with the support services that allow them to hopefully extend their lives, but have it in a dignified way. Are we looking at that rather than folks who have been through a lot to be in a situation where they would expire on the streets?
So at the point we look at winding down, we would definitely be taking an individual's status, I think is the best word for it that I can think of, into account on what we would do. You know, if somebody is in hospice care and they're getting that care, we're definitely going to be working with our community. We're going to be we'll work with our sister department, DHS, and finding out resources to help them. I can't see any reason that we'd ever put somebody like that back on the street and not be taken care of. So that would never happen under any of our watches. So we would look at that, but I do think that at any point we start to wind down Project Roomkey, that we will see a subset of folks who will return back to the streets.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, again, I kind of presume that unless you've got everybody ready. But back to the hospice portion of this, I assume we could retain. I mean, we pay $85 a night for vouchers without any supportive services, but that. Having worked certainly with these 3 operators, but maybe elsewhere where you could get a smaller set of rooms set aside, have the appropriate level of care, and so again, I don't think it's optimum, but as you said, rather than having folks the only option basically to return to the streets. So I guess I was encouraged just to take a look at that. I also wanted to ask, there was a big rollout in the early days of COVID, getting, modular units, trailers, but they were fairly nice units. Some of those were placed at Cal Expo, some were, distributed elsewhere through the state. What's the status of those? Are those still being utilized? And again, I've commented as recently as a couple of weeks ago about looking at a mobile home setting for for folks, again, appropriately managed and with, the oversight. What's happened with those? Again, those were in possession of the state. They were given to different entities. I know the Miwok tribe, I think.
I would have to reach out to the city because the city did have the trailers. So what they converted them to, I would have to ask. We do not use the trailers at this anymore. I want to say that ended middle of last year at some point because we moved our isolation rooms to Comfort Inn. So I would have to check what happened, or what were the trailers, the purpose of it, how they were repurposed.
And were they repurposed?
I believe they were repurposed. I would have to make sure, but I believe they were used for something else.
Well, and again, I don't know how deeply it's being explored, and I'm going to stop with this question, but it's just, it still seems to me that people talk about tiny houses. We look at the RVs that are showing up in neighborhoods, camp trailers, and such. That, for some folks who don't want to be in the congregate situation, have the ability to, maintain some mobility to, move about. And again, in those cases, obviously, they may own those units or have obtained those units. But it seemed to me with the right structure, people choose to travel this country in those types of, of settings. Here, from the standpoint of housing, as long as they're functional and, in a certain condition, hopefully a satisfactory condition relative to the units, why wouldn't we look to that? I mean, again, because people are choosing that anyway, and again, not that you're going to prescribe that for everybody. I mean, but I think that we ought to look at that because, again, when I look at the cost of building the fixed units and certainly the permanently supportive housing, all the components go into that. As we struggle. To try to find some, solution sets here. We know some things that work, but when I look at 395 individuals, even if you extend this for a few more months or several more months, at some point in time, you're still going to have a large number of folks in addition to those that never got into this program to begin with as you put some limitations on it. So, again, thank you to you and your staff and certainly all the folks that work, out on the streets and in programs to deliver services. But I just, to me, I think some of the things that are offered as potential housing solutions are challenging for neighborhoods and for the individuals that would be asked to participate, be given a choice. You can go over here, but I think we can expand some of those options. And again, it costs dollars to do that. But again, with the ARPA money, I would hope that we could have some serious conversation about some alternatives. Thanks.
I completely understand your line of inquiry.
Yeah. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to Supervisor Antoli's expression of concern about those folks that are terminally ill. I think we're all somewhat aware of an effort here locally, Joshua's House, which is, admittedly a more medium or even long-term service. But again, given what we believe we can look to in terms of investment of the ARPA funds, that might be something, quite frankly, that entire effort might be something that is helpful to advance that mission, but at the same time respectful of the guidance that the federal government gives us. And especially, with the prospect of having some complement of district by district review of how we might invest those rare federal dollars, that might be also a place for us to consider looking at in terms of addressing it even outside of the kind of the temporal limits of COVID. So I just want to make mention of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerno.
And actually, the Supervisor Cerno and the Supervisor Natoli are talking about my staff were texting me the same thing about Joshua's House. So absolutely something we look at.
Great. I do not have anyone else in the queue with questions, but we do have some public comments.
We had one public caller on the phone and they lost contact. And I wanted to put on the record that staff has called Miss Nikki Jones back twice and also left a voice message for her. So we're still trying, and we can take the other public comment here in the chambers.
At this time, I'll call Jenna Abbott forward. Hi, Jenna. You waited patiently all morning.
Thank you.
Bless your heart.
I applaud your patience. I really do. Thank you very much for seeing me this afternoon. I'm out of practice, I must say. I haven't been in chambers for quite some time, so forgive me if I stumble a little bit. My name is Jenna Abbott, and I'm the Executive Director with the River District. The River District, as you may know, runs along the river and along Richards Boulevard out to North C Street. First of all, I want to thank you for your dedication in sheltering our unsheltered neighbors. It's really important that we bring people in off the street. As you are aware, the River District has been hosting a Project Room Key Hotel, specifically La Quinta, since April of 2020. At the time, we were told that this would be a 3-month emergency shelter, but we knew, as everyone knew, that it would not be 3 months. But I would be lying to you if I thought that I would be standing in front of you 15 months later. It's been a really long time. We've weathered several extensions, and as I understand it, there will soon be an ask made to this board to extend the sheltering at La Quinta until November of this year, and then potentially through April of 2022. For the last 30 years, the River District, which is in Supervisor Cerna's District 1, has supported the vast majority of the homeless and social services for the Sacramento region. We currently support Union Gospel Mission's 60 emergency shelter beds, Quinn Cottages, 60 units of permanent supportive housing, the Salvation Army shelters, 132 emergency shelter beds, the county-run A Street shelters, 100 emergency shelter beds, the city-run North 5th Street shelters, 120 emergency shelter beds, plus 100 more have been put forward under the city's shelter plan. Of course, we also have the La Quinta, which is 168 Project Room Key beds, and Sister Nora's Place and Mary House, which are 19 more for homeless women. If we do the math, that's 849 units of sheltering in the River District, which is 1.25 miles square. We're a very small district, and we are hosting a lot of emergency shelter. On top of that, we also host numerous other social and homeless services, including Loaves and Fishes, which draws between 600 and 1,000 people per day for meals and to spend their day at Friendship Park. The River District has been an accommodating partner to the county when it comes to Project Room Key.
You have 15 seconds.
At this time, we are asking you, our county supervisors, to consider an exit strategy for La Quinta instead of considering an extension. We are overburdened in the River District, and we are feeling the pinch. The deck of social services needs to be reshuffled, and some of our cards need to be redistributed. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I wonder, Ethan and Ann, if you can respond to that. That was one of the concerns I think we knew. It's like easy to start something like this, but not easy to exit. And I think we're almost going to have a conscious exit plan. We can't just keep renewing it and then one day everyone's out. We need to not let any more in, maybe, and I don't know. What is our exit plan?
This is a very hard spot, and I will be honest with that. While I would like nothing more right now than to stand in front of you and say that we had a wind down plan for Project Room Key that would not potentially put a large number of folks back on the street, that's not the reality at a wind down if we started now. Finding secure housing is slow. We're doing it, but it's super slow. It is finding additional capacity is super slow and super difficult. Hundreds of people are now further down a path to housing due to Project Room Key motels than ever before. And to close without stable exits will jeopardize that work. Yes, I understand Project Room Key is expensive. I understand that the River District and some of our cities are also impacted. But this gives us a capacity to serve 400 of the most extremely vulnerable individuals that we have, who are experiencing homelessness, and to have an opportunity to move people into or out of a place and into potential homelessness in a time where we are looking to expand capacity is a very difficult message for me to give. So that is my absolute honesty, is as of today, we don't have an exit plan.
Thank you, Ethan.
Yeah, if I could add, thank you. First, I want to thank Jenna, because she has been a fabulous partner. I was the DHA director when this started, and we had many, many conversations, and I do think that district is definitely overburdened. Where we are right now is a lack of permanent housing, and one of the things I think we need to do with ARPA is really look at permanent housing. We're focusing right now a lot on the need to shelter and get people off the streets, which is absolutely critical. But we have to balance that with moving people through shelters into permanent housing or transitional housing or something. And so it's a fine balancing act. I think that DHA as well as Emily are working really hard to find solutions that create that balance. We're working hard on it.
Yeah, I know you are. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I appreciate Jenna's patience and her willingness to be here to address us today, and I'm certainly well aware of the concern, the rightful concern, and I've been clear over a number of years that I too share that concern of overconcentration in the River District for a variety of reasons, and that predates COVID certainly. But certain commitments were given, and while I can appreciate, Ethan, you having the very difficult job to stand there and have to be extraordinarily candid with us to say that there's really not an exit strategy right now, concerns me. And I don't expect our staff to pull a rabbit out of the hat immediately on something as complex as how do we transition from Room Key to something that's sustainable and something that continues to address those that are unsheltered. But as we look to expanding capacity, because I share that mission, I think we all do, in Sacramento County for those that are unsheltered that require services over and above those that are required during the COVID pandemic. I think we need to make an extraordinarily concerted effort to look at how we do that responsibly and with an eye towards geographic equity here. This is not, let me just stress, this is not a case of NIMBYism. This is not a case of not in my backyard in the River District. This is not a case of, no, don't put it here because we have our own economic development objectives and this interferes with that. That's not what this is about. This is really about the cumulative effect over a number of decades in that 1 square mile that Jenna referenced. And I believe that we can do both. I believe we're a fairly large county. I think we have a number of models that your chart elaborated on that predate room key, and we can certainly, look to those models to continue to expand capacity in those areas. I suspect that with the ARPA funds, that bodes well for the creation of new programs and new capacity building. But at some point, and I would rather see that sooner rather than later, there needs to be very clear communication with the River District about how this is going to transition. And this is, very unique because we have the city of Sacramento, which has been ardently supportive, and I've been supportive of room key, as Jenna knows, at La Quinta too. But I've also, again, consistently shared that concern about there's got to be an exit strategy here. So I just want to be clear that if we continue to have updates like this and there continues to be that message, well, we don't know, and we'll see what happens. My level of frustration, I'm sure Jenna's as well, and her board, it's going to continue to grow. So I know you know this. I just want to be very clear on the record that I share those same concerns that Jenna's expressed. Thank you.
And if I may, sir, when I say that we don't have a clear strategy, we're actually working through strategies to figure out how to do that. It's not that any of us are sitting on our laurels and like, hey, we're continuing to get these extensions. Let's keep it going. We are trying to figure out the best possible way. And I know Ms. Abbott, we've had some good conversations.
Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. I have no further questions or comments. I don't believe we have any further public comment.
We don't, and we made contact with Ms. Jones, and she said that she would waive her comment. She was able to get her questions answered.
Oh, okay, great. Well, thank you, Ethan, for the update, and it's much appreciated, and hopefully we can work our way through this and work toward an exit strategy. And our County Executive, Ann Edwards, would like to speak.
Before we break, I assume we're going to break very briefly.
Yes.
I'm just going to bring you the copies of the new resolution. I have a clean copy as well as a red line copy so that you can review it during the break.
Is there a way to post that up quickly so that folks that might be interested could see that?
Yeah, I've already forwarded it to staff, and they'll get it up published. It's probably already
That's great.
published.
So people, while we're still on the mic here live. Okay, thanks.
Okay, and we're going to adjourn. We need to be back at 2 p.m. because the redistricting hearing has to be at 2 p.m. So we'll adjourn till 2 p.m. or recess till 2 p.m.
All right.
I think we're ready to reconvene our meeting. This meeting is called to order. If the clerk would please call the roll and establish quorum.
Absolutely. Supervisors Desmond?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And you have a quorum. Okay. Item 31 is the second hearing on 2021 redistricting process and public input on communities of interest and mapping priorities.
Good afternoon, Natasha.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is your second official public hearing under the Fair Maps Act for redistricting. There are two presentations today. The first is from NDC, your redistricting consultant. Doug Yoakum will provide that presentation to you. As part of that presentation, there is a 5-minute video on the mapping tools. And then also, Courtney Bailey Canellos will also join you to share with you an update on her outreach efforts. So with that, I'll turn it over to the folks that are doing the hard work.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Doug Yoakum with National Demographics Corporation, here for your second hearing. And again, Supervisor Cerno, I'll go ahead and say, if you have questions, just stop me and go ahead and ask.
Clearly, you've not watched enough of our proceedings.
We're in the middle of the process, believe it or not, that is supposed to end by December 15th. We have held the 2 virtual community workshops, and we are in the process of holding workshops in each one of your districts. We've had 2 of them so far. Last night was Citrus Heights, And the other 4 are scheduled to be hopefully in the month of August. So we're at our second official hearing today, and there's already a date on this that needs to change. August 16th, we said that there would be a release of census data. That's actually going to be August 12th now. It doesn't make any difference in schedule, but it is the Census Bureau trying to get out earlier the non-readable data so that the machines can start figuring out what it actually says. And that's what the statewide database is required to do. And when they're finished with that, hopefully by the end of October, we will all have the official census data that we can use for redistricting in this county and every other county in the state. Hopefully that'll be in the end of September. That's what we're planning for right now. We've established this October 15th deadline after that in order for the residents of Sacramento to be aware that they need to get any suggestions into you as to what they think the district should look like, and that they will use the mapping tools to do that, which we'll introduce to you in a moment here. And then you have your 3rd and 4th hearings when you will select the map and then go through your formal adoption process. Just a note that the State Redistricting Commission, you may have heard they asked for an additional 2 weeks to go into January to finish their process.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, Doug. I'm sorry. Supervisor Natoli had a question.
Yeah, Doug,
Okay.
just on a timeline before you go all the way to January. So in the event that we've received numerous suggestions and we have official hearings, but we have the ability, recognizing that you're looking at board dates that are already set, but in the event that this board, for deliberations and or for other considerations for public input and so forth, we can add hearings.
There's some flexibility at the end of the schedule.
Right.
If you want to go right up against the December 15th deadline, you have a scheduled board meeting the day before that.
Right. No, I get that, but I mean,
I wouldn't encourage that.
No, I wasn't suggesting you would encourage it, but what my question was is that if when we get the data, and that may result in some substantial information as it relates to suggestions or whatever, and then everybody gets a chance to kind of see what the universe looks like. My point being that this board has been known from time to time, if we wanted to call a special session, that wasn't on the calendar, we have the ability. We're not restricted in that sense. We can have additional hearings if that's what we chose to do. That's my question.
You can, but if you are considering maps, there must be a 7-day notice.
All right, that's important. That I appreciate you pointing that out, because again, that's typically we have the 72 hours here, but we wouldn't just call it on and it wouldn't be an urgent matter. But I'm just curious. So we have the ability, if we chose to add a hearing in there. Okay.
Right.
Thanks.
I was saying that you may have heard that the State Commission requested a 2-week extension of their deadline. That's all well and good, but it would not affect the current deadline in state law affecting counties. So our deadline is December 15th. I don't want to go through this again in much detail, but this is the rules that we all have to follow when we draw districts in this county and in any other county. This is a slide that we use at your district workshops. So we're informing the citizenry about these rules, and just to be clear, the city of Sacramento, because they have a commission-based process, their rules are a little different. So just keep that in mind. At this point, I'm going to stop and defer to a video that was made by your staff. It describes the kinds of mapping tools that are available right now on your county website. And number one is the simple tools, where you can just draw a paper map and then perhaps use an Excel tool to help you add up all of the populations. What happened there?
Excuse me, Supervisor Cerna.
Yes.
So before we get to the video, just to your last point about the difference in schedules and the kind of the construct for community participation review between the city and the county, to the extent that this board wanted to have a productive conversation about, let's say there was an interest in keeping district lines at the supervisorial level congruent with some of the district lines at the city of Sacramento, because we do have overlap. How would we do that if we're kind of on different paths? Do you understand the question?
Yes, I understand the question. I'm trying to figure out, to remember what the city's deadline is. What's the city's deadline?
I was just looking that up. I think they don't have primaries, do they?
No.
Yeah, they do.
The city does have primaries.
Okay. So I mean, generally speaking, we shouldn't anticipate any problems kind of acquiring in real time what they're doing in terms of the mapping exercise and what we're doing in terms of our mapping exercise, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So your staff has a 5-minute video that describes what the tools are on your website.
How to submit maps for redistricting. There is a map submission tool for every level of experience and interest, from simple paper maps that you just draw on to complex technical maps with lots of data layers and online submission. Let's discuss which tools are right for you. Step 1. Get informed. Learn more about your district, neighborhood, or community of interest. Resources are available to you in easy-to-read informational maps. They provide population, demographic, and geographical information by using estimated 2020 census data. The story map includes a wide array of geographic and demographic data arranged like a PowerPoint presentation. These simple maps are interactive as you step your way through them to see details about districts and tracts. They can be a great reference for you when you tell your community story to the county. As public map submissions become available, they will be added to the story map as well. The interactive review map is a powerful tool, packed full of layered data such as population, demographics, citizen voting age, and various council and service plan boundaries. Once the redistricting draft maps are ready for release in November of 2021, they'll be added as layers to this tool as well. Step 2. Draw a map. After learning more about the tools and resources available to you, choose a mapping tool and method that works best for you. Simple paper maps are available in 2 formats: estimated population data and city, freeways, and census-designated places data. These simple one-page printable maps can be drawn on and notated, then submitted to the county for consideration. There is also a Microsoft Excel supplemental file available to help calculate the populations if you prefer. Powerful online mapping tools provide greater detail and more layers and features when drawing your districts, neighborhoods, and communities of interest. These tools allow users to save and submit their maps to the county online. The District R online mapping tool is a simple online paintbrush tool that allows you to paint your neighborhood, your community of interest, or a full countywide district map. You can select areas to include in your map, erase unwanted areas, mark important places and landmarks, and add comments to describe your map. The most powerful mapping tool is the Caliper Maptitude online tool. This tool enables you to draw districts by census block with all the demographic data used by the county's demographic consultants. You can fine-tune your district lines and see, in detail, the resulting demographics as you draw your map. This tool requires users to create a free online account. You can use the tool to edit existing district boundaries or draw entirely new ones. The tool provides population counts and demographics of the districts you draw to show the impacts of moving the lines. You can see in real time how your proposed map lines would impact districts. The county redistricting website has some short user training videos that explain the features and steps needed to create, save, and submit your maps. We encourage you to review them. Step 3. Submit your map. If you chose an online option, then you can simply submit through the online tool. Or, if you prefer, you may also print and send to the county by email, mail, or drop it off in person. If you chose the paper-only option, you have the same options to email, mail, or drop off in person. For email, please send to redistricting@saccounty.net. To submit by mail or to drop it off in person, please send to Clerk of the Board, Attention, Redistricting, 700 H Street, Suite 2450, Sacramento, California, 95814. Please note that all submissions are part of the public record and will be posted in their entirety to the public comments webpage. For more information on the redistricting process and what you can do to participate, please visit the website redistricting2021.saccounty.net.
So that video is being shown at all of our community meetings that we're having in your districts, and the people there and who are watching online are hopefully educated about how they can participate.
Excuse me, Doug.
Yes.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Doug. I'm just having watched the slideshow or the presentation video for first time. There was a comment there. It went up on the screen that said, took into account a variety of things, and said council with CIL and service plan districts. What does that refer to?
Within our database, we were able to obtain from your county database various maps and lines of like service areas and things that you've established that can be used by a person in the community to help define their community of interest if they live within those areas, or just to define whatever community of interest or neighborhood that they believe themselves to be in. So it's just an additional tool. It's an additional map that they can look at of a service area or something like that.
So you're talking about county service areas? You're not talking about like school districts and special districts. You're talking about like, the park.
Right. We didn't include those. We included data that we found from the county.
Okay. Maybe just by way of information, they can know exactly what that input is. Again, I think it's not unimportant, but I didn't know. I mean, county service areas for parks and recreation services, we've got them in unincorporated areas of the county. But then if you put those in, a lot of times they abut or align with either independent and or dependent park districts. And so I guess I'm just curious about what's made available, and some of that, all those district boundaries certainly are held with Courtney's offices there, because they have to have them for the election cycles. Okay, I just didn't know. But you said council, so when you say, are you talking about community planning advisory councils? Is that what you were talking about when it says council?
I assume they mean city council districts, but I could be wrong.
Well, that's what, and I did too. But when they said council, I was thinking the CPACs and the county service areas. So I don't know.
Yeah, Supervisor Doug Johnson from NDC.
Yeah.
We pulled these various layers off of the county's OpenGIS data website, so we can. Oh, I thought that was good. Oh, sorry. So we can look up and give you specifics on what they are. I don't happen to know offhand the definitions of each one.
Again, to Ms. Travis's point, I thought it was city council initially, but then as Doug was explaining it, I'm thinking about county service areas, which are, dependent advisory appointed bodies, and then the community planning advisory councils again are, appointed by this board, and they have defined boundaries that outline for communities as defined certainly in our planning documents. But they don't necessarily align with census tracts or, but they follow certain physical features and again define communities and have been in place. So I just wanted to be sure of what that is, and those would be in the county's database. I guess the councils would as well, but we have 7 city councils.
I think someone that was more knowledgeable than I am should be answering the question, but if they're getting it from the GIS, it's from the information from the voter registrar, not anything else. So I don't think community planning councils would be, because they're not formal elected bodies, but I could be wrong.
They're not. Well, I don't know. So
I assume it means city council, because that would make sense, because that information is in the GIS system, as well as other parks, other community water districts, those types of things.
I wish I had the tool right here that I could bring up, but I don't.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah.
This is David Villanueva. There's a whole host of data areas that we have within the GIS system. We'll have to pull those data records and give you a specific list of what those councils and what those districts are. There's a whole host of data in our GIS system that they're referring to that we make public, and that may be what they're referring to. And so we just need to pull that data out and get you a better list.
And the intent, Supervisor, is not to draw lines based on those lines.
Oh, no.
It's to assist a resident in trying to figure out where they live, what their community might be, and what interest they might have in drawing a particular supervisor district for themselves.
Right. So it serves to inform. I get that piece of it. I wasn't trying to infer by my question or anything else that how it might guide somebody. It would just provide the information. But not every city council, if they're council districts, elects by district in this county. Or
they will.
Some cases
yeah. No, I know they're headed towards that, but for the information in your database right now, it doesn't have that, because in some cases they haven't elected to do that yet, but they're certainly moving in that direction.
Correct.
But I do think that the planning boundaries that we use for county purposes, they do align with communities, and they cover all the unincorporated area, and from the and certainly abut city defined boundaries for which the municipality is the planning jurisdiction. So again, you don't have a tool in front of you, I don't have it in front of me, but I asked the question. I know I got a workshop scheduled, a couple of them in the next few weeks, and
yes.
And in some of those areas that may be relevant information. Again, and if that can be in the database, or maybe have you frozen what's in there so that there's nothing else that can be added in now?
No, we won't be adding anything else except for the actual data when it comes in, and that's just on the District R and the caliper tool.
So if I live I'll just use the southern portion of the county, and I'm in the Southeast Area Planning Council. I'm probably in CSA, County Service Area 4D. I may have, Harold Fire District, and several school districts. None of that information then is available for folks, because again, if people are trying to find out what community they're in, people identify in different ways beyond just kind of the amalgam of the county. So
Ileton's a city, so that has a defined boundary.
Yeah, I get
that's
that.
in our database. Harold is a designated place, so that's defined on the database. I can't remember Wilton's one, of course. Rancho Murrieta is a defined community. So these are all you can when you go to the paper maps, you can see those outlined, and it has our estimated populations in them now, which will of course be changed when we get the actual data from the census.
But my point, to kind of finish my question, is that, and I'll use the Cosumnes area, where you have the Slough House community and Rancho Murrieta and Wilton are all represented in that planning area that the county utilizes for planning purposes. I don't know if Slough House is defined on your map or not.
Recall.
So I guess as we're trying to inform folks, that's my point. And again, I don't want to delve into too much detail. Maybe this is not relevant to most of those who use the map, but as I saw what you were plugging in to help people, it would seem to me that some of those, not to confuse folks, but to know, because maybe they identify with, well, I know the planning council, what's that area look like? It's big. It's bigger than Wilton. It's bigger than Rancho Murrieta. It's bigger than Slough House in its formation. But it's not something that was created by census or by postal. It includes several postal zip codes and so forth. So, do you include the zip code data in this?
No, zip codes are not on there.
So we make it. So I'm going to make a point.
List.
I'll make a point here.
He found the list.
Okay.
So the beauty of the tool is it even works on your mobile phone.
Great.
So,
yes.
Yeah. Give me that hard copy map. That's my next question. So.
Yeah. So it includes the urban service boundaries, the water purveyor areas, the community planning advisory councils.
Does okay.
The environmental justice communities, and the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan boundary. So these are, as noted, in order to be in this county GIS, they have to be officially designated, and otherwise, and so we've pulled these from the county GIS to add them to site for people that want to use them. But it should be noted, these are not this is not an exclusive list. Any resident can refer to any boundary of a community.
But having the data in one place, that's to my question, is the information backdrop by which they might want to either identify their community of interest and so forth in that. And I appreciate the explanation, but HCP, that's well and fine. It's probably everything south of the American River, but really, if you identify that as a community, that's probably several 100,000 acres and a variety of communities. And so I'm not questioning the relevance of any particular piece of information. I just want to be sure that it was inclusive. And so, but we don't include park district boundaries, and we don't include the other special districts, which I can tell you with the water discussion about Sigma right now, districts that have been around for 70 or 80 years have certainly got a lot of focus on them right now for local residents in those areas because
that's the problem, Mr. Natoli. I've lived here for 40 years, and 40 more times more about this county than I do. So there's all sorts of things going on, and that's what people we encourage people to go into. I have an interest in water, so I would like to see the district drawn this way. Yeah. I have a community of interest around the issue of law enforcement. Sure. I think we should draw districts this way. So that's what we're trying to hear. And it's an open-ended question. We're not trying to steer anybody at all.
And again, district boundaries are formed for lots of different reasons, but obviously they're taxing entities, they're regulatory entities, and it would seem to me, even if it wasn't part of your main database, that if there's an ability, and I would think through Courtney's offices, they have all those district boundaries they're in a database because they have to use them for elections. And so, including reclamation districts around water in the Delta or irrigation districts and resource conservation districts, which are all special districts that are, largely cited in here. So if there was a way for folks to get to that data, if they so chose, otherwise, to your point, Doug, I'm interested in water, but I don't know where the boundaries of a particular district is and how that might, align with thinking about putting a map together. So, again, I'm appreciative of the tool. It seems to me that in what we've chosen to put in there, I'm not so sure that I'll just use the conservation map for the HCP, that is probably as relevant to folks as maybe the local water district boundary. And so how we made those choices, I guess those are done and they're all in the database, and that's not going to be addressed any further. But so on your hard copy maps, it does include the entirety of the county, and maybe just for the purposes of display, you cut off a portion of the Delta, but all the maps have the entirety of the county.
Yes.
So if folks are down at the tip of Sherman Island and they were interested in, they would show up on the map.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So while you were concluding the last portion of your presentation, I actually registered for the Maptitude site. So I'm actually in it, and I noticed that the only data point that's listed currently is what I assume to be the equalization target of 307,000 plus people in each district, which makes sense. I get that.
That's based on our estimates so far.
Right, and I assume that'll be refined once we have all the trued up census figures.
Yes.
But just to Supervisor Natoli's questions and concerns, it looks to me like this is chock full of opportunities to do so many different permutations of overlay, whether it's with regional SAN, other districts. And then on top of the geography of other governmental entities, all the socioeconomic information that can then go layered on that. So you could actually look through, you know, income, education, ethnicity by special district within a particular supervisorial district, or whether or not it's split and should be consolidated. I mean, this to me looks like probably the most advanced tool we've ever seen for the exercise of redistricting. So this gives me a great deal of confidence seeing the platform that is already up and running. So
Very
for what
good.
it's worth.
Glad you're registered.
Vote of confidence. Thank you, Phil. Please proceed.
Okay. I have just one more thing to show you, and then Courtney gets to come up. In all of the draft maps, of course, that we get, and any community of interest comments that we get, we'll place online. That's what we've been doing so far and will continue to do. We are going to ask the State Redistricting Commission for their community of interest information. They said they'll make it available. We don't know if that's true, but if it is, we'll grab it for the county. And other districts that are and cities that are currently in the process of redistricting are doing the same thing, and we will hopefully be able to gather some of that information. But they have a longer deadline than you guys do, so that some of that will come after we're all done. So I thank you, and I'll be here after Courtney's done if you have any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from the board, and I do not have any public comments on this item.
I think Courtney has her own presentation as well.
I'm sorry. Hi, Courtney. How are you?
Hi, Chair Frost. Good. How are you? Members of the board, great to see you this afternoon. I'm Courtney Bailey Canellis, Registrar of Voters for Sacramento County. And today, though, I am here to talk about redistricting. So appreciate this opportunity. And it looks like it's about up. I am one of the several Sacramento County staff that is working on the redistricting project. So this is definitely a team effort with various different departments and Department of Technology, Clerk of the Board, County Executive's Office, so team effort with the Public Information Office. So a lot of us, and of course my great outreach staff at the Elections Office, all working together. So really appreciate all the support and the support our supervisors have provided so far, and enjoyed our workshop with Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Frost, and looking forward to the future. So we wanted to give an update on kind of where we are in terms of outreach on the redistricting process. So the first slide just kind of shows you where we are by the numbers, showing that we have over 766 people signed up for our Gov Delivery newsletters, where we inform the public about the tools, the hearings, any new additions to our websites, and the district workshops. We've completed over 30 presentations as of July 30th, and we continue to add to that. Most are neighborhood associations. We have a few P-bids. We have a few community-based organizations as well, so it's really quite a mix of our community that is requesting a presentation. And of course, we continue to accept presentations. The best option is at already held events, so we can give our little pitch about redistricting, and then we get quite a few actually great questions that I'll be covering in a few slides. We also have the Sacramento County newsletter that our Public Information Office puts out, which is sent to over 82,000 addresses in our unincorporated area. And we've offered presentation and outreach materials to over 160 organizations. Again, those neighborhood associations, school districts, our cities, community-based organizations, our political parties, a Chamber of Commerce, and our P-bids. So we continue to outreach to the community and offer materials, presentations, whatever they would like. And now, mapping tools demonstrations as we learn more about those.
Courtney, through the chair.
Sure.
Before you leave the slide, what happens when our districts are largely within an incorporated area? Are we are you expecting that we'll have presentations to neighborhood associations that are in that supervisorial district but happen to be in a city council district?
Yes, and we've actually had some already where we've presented in the Natomas area as well, and actually in the Alkali Flats we had the Pocket Greenhaven. And what's interesting is when we always say, oh, we're here for the county, they're like, yeah, that's great, tell us about the city. But we say, well, regardless, here's where you can find the county information. And usually once we go through, especially with our mapping tools, which are quite impressive, it seems to garner more interest.
Got it. Great, thank you.
So yeah, and actually at every presentation I do that's virtual, I have the City of Sacramento redistricting website up so I can say you can go here for city, here for county, and try to differentiate the two. And we know there's other cities going through their redistricting efforts as well.
Thank you.
So social media, of course, this is a big push to get out the word, including using Nextdoor. We have various Twitter posts, Facebook posts, and we do it based on our workshops, our district workshops, and of course, we'll really do the big push once the hearings come. So our public information office, Kim Nava and her great team do a great job in making sure that our community is aware, and also I've seen in your newsletters and information as well that you are getting the word out, so that's very helpful. We have added a new web page to our redistricting website that you can actually go on and see a list of partners that we've worked with. And this could be where we've provided presentations, or we've shared materials, or we're planning to work together for a future presentation or event. Some are in-person events. So we have a list of partners here, and if anyone looks at the list and sees we're missing someone, please let us know. Actually at all the neighborhood associations, we've noticed there's a member of SMUD on every one, and so the outreach supervisor reached out to me and said, you're at all these meetings too, let's share contacts. So now we're kind of working together with SMUD because they're talking about their rate increase. So we're working together to get the word out, especially to our neighborhood associations. So please take a peek here, and if you're not on this list, reach out at redistricting@saccounty.net, and we'd love to add you. So messaging and feedback, to kind of give you an update of what we're hearing, and honestly what we've been learning at these redistricting, these workshops, these neighborhood association meetings, is quite a bit. So just wanted to share where we are with that. So the first thing that always comes up is data. What data are we using? It is important to note that we are not using any voter registration data. I think that question comes up quite a bit. As we know from NDC's information, we do not consider political parties when we're drawing district boundaries, so therefore we're not looking at any voter registration data. For population numbers, we are looking at the census data, but for the demographic information, we're taking that from the American Community Survey, and it's kind of overlaid together. So it's those two kind of main sources that we're looking at for the data, and we are not using voter registration data. But I will follow up with our wonderful GIS team and our redistricting team here in terms of looking at those other districts to see what we can do with those tools. The Communities of Interest form, which is displayed here on the screen, this is what we're really encouraging residents to do now, because this is something that is not required to have that data population in. We can know now what those communities of interest are. And that's one of the reasons why we're doing the workshops now, so that we can get this information, because it really shouldn't change. So we do tell people that even if you're participating in any other redistricting, whether it's state, assembly, Senate, or cities, if you submit your community of interest, whether this form or on another form, you could submit the same information. So if you're submitting a community of interest to the city of Sacramento or to the city of Citrus Heights, you can submit that same information to us and we will consider it. Deadlines, we got a great question. It was actually at Supervisor Kennedy's workshop regarding deadlines to submit these forms. We don't really have a deadline, but sometimes it's good to give one to kind of force people to respond timely. So we ask that folks really through the end of September fill out these forms. You can print them out. You can distribute them. Any organization can do it. They don't have to wait for us. They can go online and have them available. And we just ask that once the draft maps come out and those hearings start in November, you're really going to want to watch closely, because you might have submitted a community of interest form. You might have seen some draft maps you might not be pleased with, and that might want to prompt you or your businesses or your community to submit more. So submit what you know now, but keep an eye in November for those draft maps. Boundaries. Now, this is something, too, that comes up, especially when we talk about city versus county, especially when we get into the requirements of each. And I know we've talked a little bit about this at some of our workshops, and I think it's very important to note that, as Doug mentioned from NDC, the City of Sacramento is under the Independent Redistricting Commission, which has its own set of rules and charter, which they have to abide by. As the county here, we are under a board-managed process, but still have to follow the Fair Maps Act. Meaning, of course, our first goal is equal population. That's number one, as Doug covered earlier. And then we look at all that other criteria to making sure they're contiguous, the communities of interest. And then we can look at other things that we would typically consider in terms of keeping the cores of districts together. Now, there are things like the City of Sacramento in their charter. They say you can't consider incumbent addresses. That is not prohibited in the Fair Maps Act. So what we say when anyone asks about this, and thank you NDC, because they've helped me through this entire process as I'm hearing different things. So we say, for anyone that has concerns about that, let us know in your public comments. It is not prohibited in the Fair Maps Act, but it is prohibited with the City of Sacramento Independent Redistricting Commission. So that can get very confusing, especially for residents that might reside in both. Oh, thanks, Doug. So the other thing is, if living in the core of a district, we got this question as well, would I still be affected? And it's really hard to say, because we don't know what the domino effect is going to be. As we know, 10 years ago, there was some core changes, I will say. And so it's hard to say what that's going to look like. But since we're under the Fair Maps Act, it's important to remember that that criteria is what we're using first. So that is what all of the comments that we're going to look at, that's what everything is going to be based on, is what's required under the Fair Maps Act. We did also hear about, if I'm on a boundary area, I might have a district change, but core I should be safe. And we're kind of just saying we don't know at this point. So it's very important to pay attention, see when those draft maps come out, because we don't know where those numbers are going to fall. And then starting from scratch, we've had other comments, and this kind of has come as well from other participants with the Independent Redistricting Commission regarding, are we starting from scratch? Are we fixing issues from 10 years ago? And it is important to note we kind of are starting with a clean slate. We're not going to just make changes willy-nilly, as Doug's favorite term is, but we do want to make sure that obviously we're following the Fair Maps Act. So that could result in changes in your district. But we want the public's input on that before we do anything. So again, it's kind of hard to say. Don't expect necessarily we're just going to change everything just for the sake of it. But we want folks to know that there could be substantial changes because we're going to strictly follow the Fair Maps Act after we get all that public comment in.
Excuse me, Courtney. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Courtney, to that point, what has changed, if anything, in the Act since 10 years ago? Because having gone through this process once on this board in 2011-12, the board, working with staff, of course, did start with existing district boundaries, and then that was kind of the genesis of our public conversation about different permutations of boundary adjustment that get us to more or less equalized district population goal. So has anything changed in the actual legislation that guides us differently this time?
Well, what's clear with the, and yeah, feel free to add, Doug. Did you want to?
The Fair Maps Act is new. I mean, it came in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, and we had a slide in the previous presentation.
But we did have legislation prior to that governed the redistricting process, correct?
I believe so, but I think it was equal population was the main consideration.
Correct. So based on the research, it was that it was equaling out the population, which is the standard practice, and then those traditional principles. What we do know was political parties was taken into consideration, and which is something that is strictly prohibited in the Fair Maps Act. And then also the Fair Maps Act talking about contiguous districts, really looking at the communities of interest more fully. It was considered before, but now it's an actual listed criteria. And to not skip one district to get to another. Not that I don't think that really happened, but the rules are a little bit more set. But I know the political party prohibition was a big one.
Okay, but I guess what I'm getting at is that at some point you're not just going to throw out a map of the county and say, start drawing new boundaries.
Right. Correct.
We're going to get a map of the county, as is the public, that has our existing district boundaries. We're going to look at the differences in, where we should be to equalize versus what the estimate is, and then that initiates the public conversation, correct?
Right, because we're starting with what we know, what we have, and again, don't want to make changes willy-nilly, but we just want to make sure that whatever is there falls under the Fair Maps Act requirements, which could result in some changes. Some you might like, some you might be disappointed in, just knowing we have a lot of population changes. So again, we won't know that till that final population data comes out.
And real quick, what does the Act say, if anything, about reiterating the permitted amount of deviation from the target?
I know we have a 10%.
Either way?
Up to.
The Fair Maps Act says that each district must be substantially equal in population.
Doesn't give a percentage.
Doesn't give a definition.
So when we use that 10%, is that a typical standard?
10% is plus or minus 5.
Okay.
That's the maximum you can do. We don't recommend that.
And so that was never before in statute that governed this exercise prior?
No,
so that was just a kind of a rule of thumb.
We used that before.
Well, that's why I want to get the answer on the record here.
It's federal courts, so it's not in statute, which is what Doug's saying, but it is a decree of the federal courts.
Okay. All right.
That 5% either way.
Yeah, the biggest and smallest have to be within 10% of each other, so plus or minus 5%.
Okay.
That's been around for a while. I mean, I've been here through 4 different iterations of this, and going back at least 2 iterations, I know that 10%, the 5% plus or minus between the highest and lowest was, kind of the outside.
Yeah, it's since the late 60s.
So if we don't have any clear guidance through the current act as to what constitutes, what was the word, substantial or?
Substantial compliance.
Substantial compliance. It sounds to me like there's almost an expectation that we'd lean on the history of the plus or minus 5%, at least to have some kind of gauge of what we collectively think is substantial compliance.
Well, it's federal. The 10% range is a federal requirement, so that trumps the statute. Yes. So that 10% rule applies here. Definitely.
Okay. So, all right. So come full circle. That means that is a kind of hard and fast rule is what I'm hearing then.
Yes. To Doug's point earlier, though, we don't want to max it out.
No, I understand. But I'm just trying to understand. We're going to be taking into account several different variables all at the same time. So is the public. I just want to understand with the act, what does that change in terms of what has been a very principled part of the consideration in years past or decades past? And so I'm hearing from you very straightforwardly that yes, the plus or minus 5 is still a pretty hard, guardrail for us to keep in mind when we're looking at different iterations of maps.
Yeah. As you're talking about this, I would keep that slide that we showed earlier with the criteria kind of in your pocket, because it does list first, it very clearly lays out the sequence of first come the federal requirements of equal population, the Voting Rights Act, then come the sequenced state requirements, which are, those are the new ones. Mm-hmm. And so it's there, and those are sequenced 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the kind of other considerations. 10 years ago, all those state considerations and the other considerations were just lumped together and you could balance them however you wanted. Now the state has said, this is first, this is second, this is third, this is fourth.
So with that said, and given what you've mentioned about the plus or minus 5%, if we get the census estimates, the final ones that we end up using, and they tell us the difference between a couple different districts is already within the 5% either way, that should be taken in consideration as much as anything else, correct? In terms of perhaps there's maybe an opportunity where the districts, I don't know if it's ever happened before, where the districts don't change at all, but they wouldn't change very much if we start from that standpoint.
Well, I would look at it as more as if they're population balanced, you've checked the first box. There are still 7 more boxes you have to check that the current map complies with all 7 of those boxes before you can keep the current map. But yes, it does happen where you keep the current map. Here, as we talked about, it's very unlikely because the South has grown much faster than the rest. So we expect that the southern districts will be out of that range. But yes, that is the first box to check. But then because of the new law, you then have to go through and check the other boxes too.
Got it.
So basically kind of like we look at, okay, the first box is checked, kind of straightforward. Then we look at communities of interest and those other criteria. But if it deviates past that, then we're kind of back to, then that could change whether or not we consider that other criteria. Like if a community of interest could throw that either way.
Yeah, as you consider changes in one map, yeah, we would have to balance them with changes elsewhere.
Yeah, okay. And then see how that falls.
Exactly.
Whew.
It's all.
That's a tough job.
The phrase we use a lot is ripples. Everything ripples across the map.
No, we believe me, we got the bruises to show it from last night.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, so just understand, because again, without the census data, the firm data before us, you're still working off the estimates. So when you go out to and you've had a couple of the virtuals and a couple of the in-district workshops, so do you provide the 2020 estimates, again, recognizing that's not firm, but that gives you it's a very good ballpark of what we, at least know as of last year, with the exception of the true census. So do you provide that to folks?
Yes, with the 307,000 estimate number to kind of work with.
Did that show up here today?
It should have been in the. I know it's on the paper maps. It might have been small on the images.
We abbreviated the presentation.
Yeah.
It's in Maptitude.
No, I know it's in Maptitude. I saw that, but again, I just think any visual, because otherwise you're still working in kind of this obscure universe, recognizing you don't have the firm data to work with. And so that's why I'm asking that, because I've yet to have my workshops, and so I think that's important to know, to show current district boundaries with the estimates, and then the deviations you showed us the last workshop. Mm-hmm. Again, not hard and fast data, the best we have available to work with. That needs to be out front, because I think the questions that Phil was asking, but others will likely ask, you got all these other boxes, but population still starts at the top, and then everything ripples down.
Yeah, so maybe we can, we'll revise and just make sure that that's kind of front and center when we do our presentations. That's great feedback.
We'll make sure that when we present the mapping tools, that we tell them that this is the estimated data so far, and then we'll point. I'll take a little more time to detail what the numbers are on those maps.
Okay.
And because you'll be able to see them on the paper maps. Right. And then I'll just take a little more time.
Good. Again, I'm not being critical at all. I'm thinking through this, and we're kind of it's in a little bit of a fog right now, because we don't know everything we need to know in order to draw ultimately make some decisions around the maps. But
Yeah.
anyway, okay, thank
No,
you.
and these questions really help us
Yeah.
as we know. I mean, even just from Supervisor Kennedy to Supervisor Frost, we made changes, and
Yeah,
we
good.
expect to as we go through and get more questions.
Thanks, Courtney.
And as I learn more, yeah.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that as it gets further in the process, it'll get, people will, you said it, people will tend to engage more, hopefully.
Correct. Yeah, that's what we're hoping, is that right now, obviously, it is the estimated data, but knowing we have such a short turnaround time by the time we get the draft maps out and the public comments, we want people to be aware of where to go on the website, where the tools are, so that when that data does come out, they know how to participate and use the tools and submit their updated ideas or maps. Okay, so then just kind of talking about that. So we did cover a little bit about the mapping tools. So far, that District R, I think, is the best received out in the general public. I know that's the easiest for me to use. And that in the community of interest form seems to garner a lot of interest. And I think the prompts on the community of interest form help people to define what that might be. And then the part that's going to be really challenging and interesting is how we're going to collect all of this, how we're going to display all of it, how we're going to ready it for public consumption. And I think it was at the District 2 workshop where Doug mentioned we're going to summarize, categorize, but then he said a word that didn't rhyme, so we added in prioritize. So we're going to summarize basically the comments and everything to see, because there's going to be a lot of similarities, and there might be some outliers too, in which case that's just more work on NDC and then the board to have to consider, and then categorize them, and then that's when we're going to ask the public to weigh in and prioritize them and see what we can come up with. So I know they're still working on how we're going to display all that information and get that out and make that readily available to the public. So just right now we're encouraging people to participate and send in as much information as they would like to now to help. And we do have some comments on the website already. Okay, and then the last slide is to bring up the ominous term of gerrymandering. So this is a very kind of simplistic image that's being used around the country, actually, to describe how, gerrymandering can be used to split up districts to not be representative of the electorate. It's just important to know that while there's been claims of gerrymandering in pretty much every jurisdiction's past, the Fair Maps Act and the fact that we are not looking at that voter registration data and we're following the Voting Rights Act to not do any racial gerrymandering is an important factor to make sure that our districts are fair and representative of the electorate. And that's also where the public participation is really key, especially when we get to those draft maps, to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Excuse me, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So, Courtney, or maybe our consulting team can answer this. If the public and or the board are showing some concern about the existing map suffering from some gerrymandered elements, is it appropriate to think of this as we begin to enter into the mode of actually doing the exercise, to think of it as this the right time to correct what's some might believe to be gerrymandered areas?
I think so. I mean, I would.
In addition to equalization.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I think just inherently by the Fair Maps Act and, talking to the author of the Fair Maps Act as well, in terms of how the criteria is laid out is really to prevent this. And so in terms of kind of fixing past gerrymandering, I think it's one of those things where, again, while we don't want to change things just willy-nilly, but if we're seeing the criteria, if we can't justify, and I think that's what NDC explained to me, if we can't justify that we have met all the criteria, first, obviously, the Voting Rights Act and the Equal Population, then the Fair Maps Act, then we can't justify keeping a district the way it is. Right? Is that okay?
As I said at our last presentation, to that same question, if folks have comments and have an idea that something was done 10 years ago that doesn't look right today, please tell us, and that'll be part of our consideration. That'll be part of your consideration as you vote on a final map. That's why we have a public participation process. That's why the Fair Maps Act was brought into being, is to get the public involved in the process and to find out what do you think.
Right. So Courtney, you mentioned that you've already learned a lot just from some of the community meetings that you've had thus far in District 2 and District 4. Are we expressly explaining what you both have just articulated?
Yes. I say that when as part of my presentation, we want to hear from you. First of all, what do you think your particular interest is? And then what do you think about?
I'm asking more like the question, like, would there be a series of inquiries or efforts to initiate discussion? Like, do you believe the existing, geography of the districts suffer from gerrymandering in the past or not?
I have not put it in that specific way, no. But I've said that if you have comments about where you are in the districts today, and you think the district should look different, please tell us.
I would strongly encourage you to think how to more artfully say it than I just said it. But I think that the public needs to understand that this isn't just about balancing the population numbers. It's about looking at whether or not the existing map suffers from some gerrymandered parts. Again, leave that up to you how to communicate it, but that seems like a pretty important part to stress.
Yeah, I agree, and I think after my conversation with NDC, I know recently at one of our Sacramento Redistricting Coalition's meeting, we kind of talked about that, about really focusing in on the criteria, and if it doesn't meet the criteria, then that's something we need to change. Otherwise, someone could say, well, that's gerrymandering if we don't have the justification to say we've met that criteria. So yeah, we can probably come up with some phrasing, I think, on that. Doug loves talking about gerrymandering. Okay. Okay.
Just real quickly, Madam Chair, if I could. So kind of going back to the historical piece of it, though, and again, this is my 5th time around, not as supervisor, but certainly since I've been with the county and board offices anyway. And when I think about it, it might be helpful, because again, I know you would have, maps from, probably from 71 on forward. But the reason I ask that is that there's some historical relevance. Now, whether fair or unfair, using the Fair Map Act application, but you can see the evolution as population has grown, as obviously these decisions have been made down through the decades. But I'll just use the example of District 5, that when I started here, it had Folsom and Fair Oaks and a small piece of Orangevale, the College Greens area, nearly the entire balance, everything east of 99 of South Sacramento. But over time, with the population changes, the geography has eroded as it relates to District 5. So I just think, again, when you look at the district boundaries, there are roots in what was drawn, probably going back, maybe to the, mid part of the last century. I don't know. And again, people could judge for themselves as whether that's right or wrong, and based upon new demographics and so forth. But my question is, do you have that information? If somebody said, "Can I see the map from 71, 81, 91, 2001?
We do, and in fact, one of our community members suggested adding that to our website, and I completely forgot to follow up. So yes, we need to add that to our website.
Good. Doug, anything you want to comment? You're kind of smart.
No, I've been around, but I can't remember. I can't remember the lines. I can't.
I wasn't giving you.
I was working for the state. I'm sorry. I never worked for the county.
Yeah, right. No,
but yes, we do have those.
But again, I just think it shows again, where because at one time I know this is that the idea is that each supervisor at least have a small portion of the city of Sacramento. Again, that was when we had 750,000 population. Over time, that hasn't been possible. Now 2 districts have the preponderance of the city of Sacramento. And of course, you didn't have the cities of Elk Grove and Rancho Cordova and Citrus Heights going back 30 years ago. So a lot of changes. And again, how they guide anything we do in the upcoming months, I don't know, but I just think it's important. So thanks that you're going to have that. I'll be interested to see those maps.
Yeah, we've definitely add that to the website.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, and that does conclude my portion of the presentation, unless anyone has any other questions for me.
I see no questions, but we do have a public comment, and I believe it might be a question, so I hope you're not going too far.
We'll stay right here.
At this time, I will call Mr. Nicholas White to the podium. And do we have anyone on the phone, Flo?
We do have at least 1 or 2 public comments on the phone.
Okay, great. Hello, Mr. White.
This is actually, I don't know if the question should go to the board or to the people that are doing up the maps, but we have an extensive growth in population in Sacramento County. So I was just wondering, is there any thought to adding another district?
Well, do you want to take that?
I can answer that question. There's no authority to add another district.
Is it in the
Counties
state
can only have
constitution
5.
that there are 5 supervisors? Yes. I can't recall. I believe it's a constitutional question.
San Francisco is the only other one in the state of California, and that's because it has a consolidated government.
It's part of our charter, so you'd have to change the charter.
Right.
No?
State constitution allows only 5 districts for counties.
There
Thank you
have
very
it.
much.
Thanks for asking, though. Plus, if you have 5, it's an uneven vote, so usually someone wins on every vote, if you know what I mean. Thank you. And at this time, that's the last
We have phone.
public comment in chambers. We do have some phone comments.
Yes. Could you please transfer the first caller? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Hi, caller. Can you hear me?
Hello, Sacramento Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike. I am with Equality California, the nation's largest statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me about the local LGBTQ community of interest in Sacramento County. Redistricting impacts policy goals that are specific to our struggle for equality that can be impacted by fair redistricting. That is why Equality California is engaging in the redistricting process to ensure that such fair representation for the LGBT community exists. Currently, Equality California is developing a data set and maps with 831,000 data points and growing that can be used as a guide for work to understand where our community strength lies in the state. We know at this time that our LGBTQ data set will demonstrate the strength of our community in these neighborhoods, and you should expect several members of our community to be participating in this process as well. I am calling today because Equality California has identified very significant geographic-specific LGBTQ communities of interest in Supervisorial District 1 that we wanted to bring to your attention. Specifically, the areas of Johnston Business Park, Mansion Flat, New Era Park, Boulevard Park, Downtown Sacramento, Midtown, Newton Booth, Alhambra Triangle, Med Center, Curtis Park, Land Park, Tahoe Park, and a portion of West Tahoe Park. Supervisorial District 1 includes what is commonly referred to as Lavender Heights and contains the Sacramento LGBT Community Center, Lavender Library, and many other LGBTQ establishments and places of gathering. These areas have served as major building blocks of Sacramento's LGBTQ+ community and have a history of voting cohesively to elect candidates of choice, both members of the LGBT community and allies who have consistently been responsive to LGBTQ community's needs. We ask that these areas be kept in Supervisorial District 1. Thank you for your time today, and we look forward to continuing our conversation with you about the importance of representation that can be achieved through this process.
Thank you. That was perfect timing. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really, really glad that that Mike called in and expressed what he did. In the interest of full disclosure, I've already had some of the same early conversations I had last time with representatives of the LGBTQ community that I have the good fortune of representing. Again, stressing that I believe the census continues not to have any formal designation for LGBTQ communities, which was the case, which was the case last time. But that certainly should not dissuade this board from treating that no differently than any other community of interest, including active solicitation for input from the community, which is what we did last time. In fact, we celebrated that with a resolution of those LGBTQ leaders in these chambers not too long after we concluded the redistricting process back in 2012, I believe. So I really think the comment is well taken, it's well timed, and I certainly can assure my colleagues and the caller and certainly all my friends in the LGBTQ community that, at least for this supervisor, that's going to be front and center. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. And that concludes your public comments for item 31.
Okay, and I want to thank NDC and Courtney and Natasha and everyone who's worked so hard. We were at my, I guess, community meeting last night. We didn't have as many people as I hoped for, but it was came across in a perfect way. It was so well organized and easy to understand, and we really appreciated all the hard work that you guys put into it to making it so easy for everyone in our district. So thank you for the information today, and we'll look forward to the future of knowing what our district looks like. So thank you. Next item, please.
So at this time, I believe you're going to go to item 2 from this morning. That was to adopt an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 2.09 and Chapter 2.61 of the Sacramento County Code related to creation of a public safety and justice agency, reorganization of the municipal services and public works and infrastructure agencies into one community services agency, creation of a community development department, and various related changes. And you waived reading on this on July 27th. Also, it's to adopt a resolution relating to the public safety and justice agency.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So I know that board members are in receipt of some suggested language amendments from our county CEO. So I thought maybe we ought to just go ahead and hear from our interim county executive, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. So this has been posted, I believe, as well, yes. And I did send an email to decarcerate staff to let them know that it was posted. We made a couple of changes on the first page in the 5th whereas, when it says clear communication structure for criminal justice agencies that are outside the county structure or have elected department heads, while also coordinating, collaborating with social service and health agencies, including correctional health. So we added that. On the second page, we eliminated the second whereas paragraph and replaced that on page 3 with the final, be it further resolved and ordered, Sacramento County staff will bring back to the board by separate resolution a proposed committee structure in order to allow for community collaboration opportunities and provide a community voice into the dialogue on decreasing the jail population, recognizing the importance of including voices of individuals with lived experiences and those most closely impacted by incarceration.
How is this different than our commission that we just put together?
It's very focused on this, on the decarceration effort, and it's actually broader than just decarceration. It's really looking at the total system, but it is not an oversight committee. This would be more of a planning and community engagement and participatory decision making around how we reduce the jail population.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to ask the clerk, do we have any people that have called in?
We have no public comments. We had reopened that in the phone queue, and I don't believe anyone has turned in a speaker slip as of right now.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate very much Ms. Edwards using the time between this morning's calendar and this afternoon's to change the resolution the way she's proposed. I think it, at least for me, it captures, I think, very clearly what our intent is, and it certainly doesn't run contrary to what I think she originally had in the resolution that she and her team. So if there's no public comment left, and I don't know, there may be some other of my colleagues that want to chime in here, but I would move adoption of the item.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Cerna and a second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote.
Oh, sorry about that, you guys. Could you vote again? I was too fast. Okay, that's a unanimous vote.
Great.
And if I could please add, I really thank you for the comments about getting this done in between the sessions, but really it was staff that did it. Ms. Drain did a lot of work on this, so thank you. If she's
thank you.
Oh, Ms. Drain.
Could I ask a question, Madam Chair? So,
yes.
Any sort of time frame when you think you would be back to this board for again what stated in the now therefore?
The first thing we need to do is get a deputy CEO hired into the position. That recruitment is out. The first closing date is sometime mid-September. I don't know the date exactly. I do have a meeting scheduled to go over applications with the recruiter in mid-September, and then we'll go through the interview process. So it will be at least October.
Okay. If I could offer a suggestion, and I know I've shared this with you individually, and something that I think from time to time gets brought into the process, but not just for this position, but for other important positions in the county. This obviously is one that's in the top level of the administrative executive offices, but that, we use recruiters in some cases, we do recruitments internally in some cases, and yet typically there is, the appointments are vested with the county executive. Many of those are brought forward as board for affirmation, although the county charter does not require that. I think it's a good, a good procedure. But I guess I want to just back up to when we do the interviews, the interview panels. Again, they ever how you structure them certainly I think reflect makeup. Obviously, often other public agencies that have similar positions and so forth. But as you continue to fill out the complement of the organization, and with some turnover, this position included, I think it's important that we have in most cases, again, I may not be in all cases, some level of community representation in the interview panel. And and I'll use animal care as a good example. I mean, it's separate and apart from anything we're talking about here today, but I just think that's important. And again, not to bog down the process. There's still your appointments and how you might introduce that into the process. But I know we do that for, when we're looking for some of the positions, and I can think of some over the years, but it's not a very, it may be somewhat common, but it's not a practice that, depending upon who may be sitting in the executive seat and so forth, is used all that frequently. And again, certainly I appreciate and so much today hearing your comments about it. But I think it's important because I think it informs both the candidates, but also obviously you and those who are making the ultimate selection. And I think it would be helpful in some of these cases to have that. So
yes, and I think we actually talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and we have started doing that. And I have made a commitment to add community members as appropriate to the interview panels, and we're doing it on most of them.
Okay, and that's good. I appreciate the response. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Next item, please.
Okay, your next item is the report on COVID-19 response.
Thank you for waiting so patiently, Dr. Kasiri. It's been a long day.
It's almost tomorrow morning.
Yeah, let's see. It's 3 o'clock. Oh, gosh.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am alone this time because the director, unfortunately, is not able to join us, but I'm sure she's listening. So we did submit a written report, and I won't go into the details of all that's in the report, but I did want to highlight a few things on the report and, of course, be able to answer your questions. a couple of, this is on the overhead, so we can have that.
Thank you.
These tables are actually in your report as well. So this follows questions that you had asked us. One was about hospitalizations. So this top table shows you hospitalizations within the last 30 days. Actually, this is within the month of July. And as I had mentioned before, it does take us a while to get the information on the hospitalizations because we have to request the records from each hospital. And so getting that and then going through the records takes a little bit of time. But I did want to highlight a few things from this report. One is when you look at the top line that says age median, the median age is 52. When this, especially end of last year when we had our largest surge, the median age was in the 60s. It has dropped, and that is a reflection of the fact that we're seeing younger and younger people getting COVID-19 and ending up in the hospital. And this is a characteristic that you will hear time and again about the Delta variant being more contagious and affecting younger people. And of course, the next lines show you the age breakdown. 5.4% of them were 0 to 17. 40.9% 18 to 49, so that number has grown a bit. And then the 50 to 64 is 28%, and then 25.8% for the 65 plus. I also wanted to point out, of course, when you look at it by gender, females are 55, so a little over 50% are female. And then with race ethnicity, just wanted to point out that for the whites, it's 34% of our hospitalized cases. Blacks, it's 31.5% of our hospitalized cases. And Hispanic, it's 20.5%. So one of the concerns we've had with this latest surge is that we have seen an increase in the disparity, especially with the African Americans. So just wanted to point that out. And then with the bottom, it shows the outcomes. And again, this is also in the written report that you have. Outcomes in vaccinated versus unvaccinated individuals. And you can see that in, again, this is for the whole month. The month of July, there were 1,441 fully vaccinated cases out of 8,905. So that's about 16% of our cases were among people that were vaccinated. But again, the reverse of that is that the majority of our cases are still among those that are not vaccinated. At the beginning of this surge, when we first started seeing cases of Delta, we had very few cases among the vaccinated. In fact, this is one of the tables I had showed you before, where the case rate among vaccinated was only 2 per 100,000, and case rate among the unvaccinated was in the 30s. So we are seeing a few more cases among the vaccinated, but again, the majority of cases are among those that are not vaccinated. And then,
excuse me, Dr. Kasiri, the cases that, Siri is on my phone trying to help me. The cases, the information you're basing these cases on for those persons hospitalized due to COVID-19, you said 9 out of 98 of the persons hospitalized due to COVID-19 were vaccinated.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Are the hospitals my understanding from the conversations I'm having with people who are working in the hospitals is that if they come in and they say they've been vaccinated, then they're just verbally screened. They're not tested for COVID. But the people who are not vaccinated are required to test as they're screened into the hospital.
That's not
And
accurate.
so what you're saying, are you basing that on, is everybody in every hospital screened into the hospital and tested?
That's not accurate. The testing for COVID-19 is based, one, on symptoms. So if someone was to present to the hospital with symptoms that are suggestive of COVID-19, then they would do the testing at that time. They also do screening in certain situations. For example, if someone is going to be going for surgery, they do the screening ahead of time to make sure, and they screen for other things as well.
Is that a verbal screening or is that a COVID test?
That's a COVID test.
Okay.
So the information about vaccination is collected afterwards. It's not the basis for whether they get tested or not.
So you're sure that that's the protocol in all the hospitals in the region?
I talked to all of the infectious disease doctors, and that is the protocol that they have.
Thank you.
So with I also want to make a distinction. When the state talks about breakthrough cases, they do make a distinction between those that have symptoms and those that do not. So for the cases that we had that were vaccinated, those that were symptomatic were 316, so 3.5%. And then, of course, you've already talked about the 9 out of 98 that were hospitalized due to COVID that were fully vaccinated. And then of the deaths, 2 out of 17, or 11%, of deaths were among people that were fully vaccinated. I do have to point out, though, that this is just 1 month's data. So sometimes there is you may have a number of deaths occurring at the same time, but you have to look at a longer period of time in order to have a better idea on patterns. One important thing is that 53% of fully vaccinated cases were symptomatic, compared to 83% of those that were not fully vaccinated. So someone who was not vaccinated was much more likely to be symptomatic, much more likely to end up in the hospital, and much more likely to end up with severe illness.
Excuse me, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. So on that point, in terms of transmissibility, is there any difference between someone that is asymptomatic versus someone that's symptomatic in terms of one being more, one circumstance being more transmissible than the other?
That's a good question, because usually people who are symptomatic tend to be more infectious, and so more easily transmitting disease. But what we have been told from studies that the CDC has done is that one of the things that they have found is that when they do the testing for viral load or the number of viruses in the sample, that what they have found is that it is quite significant even in people who are do not have symptoms, also in people that are not, or in people that are vaccinated that have COVID-19. So that's part of the reason why we had the discussion about reimposing the masking mandate for both people who are vaccinated and not vaccinated, because of the realization is that even though the vaccine does give protection, that there is still that risk of transmission, and so wanted to provide that additional protection.
But, thank you for that response. I guess, again, I'm not a medical professional, but just anecdotally, it would seem, though, if someone is unvaccinated, is symptomatic, and is, by way of them being symptomatic, is perhaps coughing more than normal, sneezing more than normal, that there's a better likelihood that the virus becomes an aerosol.
That's
and could transmit easier than if someone that is also infected as a breakthrough case that perhaps does have the viral load in their upper respiratory tract but if they're not actively, comparably, actively coughing, actively sneezing, that there are going to be two different levels of transmissibility there. Is that the wrong way to think about it, or is that?
That's correct. Yes.
So the way I'm thinking about that is that there is more transmissibility than with someone that is symptomatic than when someone's not symptomatic.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And that is why for people that have symptoms, we tell them to stay home.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
In the hospitals, are they treating people who are symptomatic with the traditional medications that we've treated, the respiratory, influenza, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine?
So
are these patients getting any treatment besides emergency care?
The approved treatment that the hospitals are using, one is they can give an antibody infusion. The other is another drug called remdesivir, and there's a class of drugs that is in that group that is used in the hospitals.
In all the hospitals? That's the protocol in all the hospitals?
Correct, yes.
Oh, thank you.
And lastly, on this slide, just another point to look at is out of 760,000 fully vaccinated individuals, just another way of looking at the efficacy of the vaccine, that only 511, less than 1%, have later become breakthrough cases. So again, to show that the vaccine is effective. The other thing that I wanted to highlight from our report is just again to point out that last week the state did issue, I guess I can move from here, back here, thank you, that the state did issue 2 health officer orders. They had issued one on 2 weeks before, which required employees or employers in certain settings to do vaccine verification and then set up testing, and this included healthcare settings as well as congregate settings. And now with the 2 orders that were issued at the end of last week, the first one was again for healthcare settings, requiring that they get fully vaccinated or receive their second dose by September 30th, or they would have to have sign a declination and have an exemption either due to religion or to a medical exception. Then also the second health order is...
that was a state order?
Yes.
Do you know the number of that?
There is no number, but...
Did it come down from CDPH or CDC?
CDPH.
Is CDC recommending that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So our state regulation is more onerous than the CDC?
Correct, for this instance, yes. And then the second public health order, again, this is from the state, directs hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, and other intermediate care facilities, healthcare facilities, to verify that visitors are either fully vaccinated or have tested negative for COVID-19. And I did get your question and sent it over to the state. And their response, they haven't given me a written response yet, but the verbal response is that no one will be denied care as a result of this order, but that it pertains to visitors. And but once I get the written response, I'll send it to you. And
for the benefit of those who are listening, I had asked Dr. Kasiri in follow-up to a public comment relating to a question whereby one of the citizens asked if my child is, hurt and needs to go to the emergency room, or if there's a dire emergency, is the emergency room going to deny care because my child has not been tested within 72 hours for COVID? I think that's important. Having been an emergency room nurse, we never turned anyone away, not for money or for anything. There were times when people were unconscious who came in and we didn't even know who they were, but we did not turn them away. So thank you for following up on that for me.
And the rest of the report outlines additional activity that we're having pertaining to health equity, different groups that we're working with, and also a report on the SAC Collab, which is the collaboration of about 30 agencies that are working under Sierra Health Foundation. And I know we've received requests for that, so we've sent a request to Sierra Health Foundation to come and give a formal presentation. So I'm hoping that with our next presentation that we'll be able to have that as well. And
excuse me, Dr. Supervisor Cerna.
Why don't you go ahead and finish your presentation? I'll have a question for you at the end.
Oh, I was going to go into something else.
Okay, well, let me ask the question, or let me present my question now then. So, so we have the new mask mandate, or the new old mask mandate, obviously back for indoors. Is there an indication, or do you just know outright that the same metric threshold that was used in the past will be deployed again to get us back to a place where masks are voluntary based on vaccination, or is that yet to be determined?
It's yet to be determined, though in talking to other health officers that have issued the mandate for indoor masking as well, we are seeing a little bit of a slowing in cases. It's too early to tell whether it's a real thing or just a bump on the way, but definitely we are watching that, and as soon as we're able to, we would like to be able to go back to just masking required for those that are not vaccinated. So there are ongoing discussions about that. I can't give you a specific cutoff, but I've been communicating with the county exec's office and send them a detail on a regular basis. So definitely, as soon as I know more, I will provide that information.
And thank you for that. Is CDPH, are they giving you any, or giving any of the public health officers across the state, giving them any guidance on that yet?
They are providing guidance. But when they issued their health order on mask, or the recommendation on masking, they only strongly recommended masking for areas that had high transmission. And at that time, Sacramento County had one of the highest rates. So I did have a discussion with the county exec's office and the director, and told them my concern and what I was seeing with the numbers and the hospitalizations, and why I felt strongly that we did need to institute the masking mandate. But again, in our discussion, that was part of it, that as soon as we see that we're seeing a difference or a drop in the cases, that we'll have that discussion to revert back to making it a recommendation.
Last question, because I know Supervisor Desmond has his own questions for you. In recent days, we've seen employers like United Airlines come out pretty clearly stating that their employees are going to have to be vaccinated to come to work. We know that this is the case for health industries here in California now. And I believe LA County has also required vaccination for their employees, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess what I'm interested in knowing is, given what you said about the mask mandate and the case rate, if it's beginning to come down a little bit, without being too optimistic about things, are we closer, do you think, towards doing away with the required indoor mask mandate, or do you think we're closer to Sacramento County perhaps even doing what LA County considered?
That would have to be a long discussion with county exec and probably with you all if we were to go down that road. We did have that at least an initial discussion about it, and our conclusion was that we would just go with what the state is requiring us to do, which is for all of our employees that are working in healthcare or the congregate setting, which includes the jail, that we would set up a system for vaccine verification. and then also for testing for those that are not vaccinated. So we've been working with HR to get that up and running.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
What do you mean by vaccine verification?
So the state, as I mentioned with one of the state orders, what they mean by verification is that if you are vaccinated, you'll either have the CDC card, or if you have gone to the state website and have the QR code, or if you take a picture of your vaccine card, those are all considered valid verifications. So we'll have a system where someone is able to provide us that information, and then we'll set up for those that are not vaccinated that they will be able to have once a week testing.
But you can't, you don't have the power to require that they give you that information, because that, by virtue of their human rights, is their private information.
Actually, because of the state law, they are required to give information. If they do not, then they sign the declination.
What is a declination?
Basically meaning that you are declining to get the vaccine, and therefore then you will be in the group that will be tested once a week.
So if you get the vaccine, you have already agreed that all of your private information is with the government, but if you don't get the vaccine, you're tested every week, basically. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand it, because I was under the impression that we can ask about someone's private health information, but we cannot force them to give it whether they got the vaccine or not.
In certain settings, that is the case, but as an employer, you can request that information. We do request it for other things such as measles, such as TB testing. So, and especially with the new state order, that's something that we are required to do. And I'll see if county exec wants to add anything to that, or county council.
I can address, I think, what your question was. There's certain sectors of the economy now that are required either to show proof of vaccination or do weekly testing. That includes congregate care facilities, health care settings, schools. Dr. Kasire knows the full list, but in that case, if you show proof of vaccination, then you don't have to get tested every week. But if you don't show proof of vaccination, then you have to get tested every week.
Does this apply to youth, students in schools?
No.
I believe it's just employers.
This is employers.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Desmond has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Kay. I have said it from here a few times, and I think to myself an awful lot, I would not want your job, because, people think that there's some kind of roadmap or template for how things should be done, but you are in such a difficult decision, and I can't imagine how difficult it must be, but I know you don't make any decisions lightly. I want to play off a few things that Supervisor Cerna was asking you about, specifically on the mask mandate, because that's something that, I think surprised some people. I mean, they saw what LA County and Yolo County had done, but I think they were kind of accustomed to, in Sacramento County, us most of the time mirroring the state mandate. So I think that surprised people. I certainly understand why you made the decision. But I think what my constituents are very interested in, and a lot of people are, what do you anticipate a benchmark or a metric might be that would get us out of the mask mandate indoors? And I hopefully we're on the right track. You said we've seen a little bit of drop in the cases, but how do you envision that playing out in terms of a metric we can point to?
And just to track back a little bit on the decision, I hear what you're saying, and I do try not to surprise you or county exec. So we did have that discussion. We did move a little fast in that as soon as the state, CDPH and CDC put out their guidance, and especially because we were seeing the numbers move up like 1 point every single day.
Right.
We felt that we needed to move fast, but my goal is to always make sure that I provide you with the information about decisions that are made. So definitely, I'll make sure that do a better job of that. If there is anything, I'm hoping that there won't be any.
And I appreciate that. And again, I know how difficult it is. I mean, so we're just trying to educate, my constituents anyway. Okay, what are we striving towards, right? Where do we need to be where you think we might be able to revisit the indoor mandate?
As I mentioned, in these last few days, what we've seen is that the rate of increase has slowed down a bit. It's too early to tell whether that's really a plateauing or just a speed bump along the way. There's still concern about hospitalizations. I think the last report I saw, we were at 315. So we've been talking weekly with the hospital execs to find out about their capacity. I know, for example, Kaiser South has been impacted a lot. So tracking that and definitely being able to provide you with information when we're seeing that there's a downturn, and also especially as we're seeing an increase in our vaccinations, as soon as possible, especially again with discussions with the state and also with other health officers. We'd like to be able to go back to just requiring it for those that are not vaccinated. I can't give you a specific date because it is dependent on what is going on, and I don't. It's hard for me to give you a specific number as well, but again,
so not even maybe a benchmark and number of cases.
We're seeing I guess I can say in general, when we're seeing a trending down is something that we'll be able to start discussing and seeing that we can actually change. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. With these numbers you gave us, which I really appreciate, is there anything about that? I mean, because obviously vaccines are still the most important thing to get people vaccinated. With some of these percentages, maybe 10% of the people, it looks like, are still getting infected. Do any of those numbers surprise you, or are they pretty consistent with the vaccine protection that we expected?
They do surprise me, because at the beginning, especially when we had the different strain, the alpha strain, we were seeing much lower numbers of people that were vaccinated. But then, of course, understanding what we're hearing about the Delta variant and how contagious it is, and also, the other thing also is that as the infections increase in the community, the risk for everybody else does increase. So that's a factor as well. We are now getting some outbreaks in the long-term care facilities, but fortunately they are very limited in size, because most of, especially with their the residents, like 90 to 100% of them were vaccinated, but some of them do have immune systems that are weak. So even with the vaccination, if they are exposed, some of them have come down with the disease, and that's some of what we're seeing.
So if they're maybe immune compromised, obviously the effectiveness of the vaccine is not as high in those folks. Okay. So a couple questions. I appreciate the info. I'll be really eager to when Sierra Health comes and talks about kind of the vaccine plan, because I think that was the other thing that would be really, really great for the public also to see, hey, along with this new mandate indoors, this is the new, more robust, renewed effort to get more vaccines out in the community. And as you know, some of the lowest vaccine rates are in my district, and we've worked with your staff. We did an event in conjunction with the River City Food Bank, and I'm doing one again this weekend. So appreciate that. And I think for me, it would be really great to see a plan about how we're going to get even more granular in terms of, okay, where do we need to be before we start sending some folks out, maybe door to door, maybe offering incentives, and maybe that information's out there. I haven't seen it, but I think that would be really important to show the public, hey, number one, you had to do this to keep us safe in our community. These are the general measurements by which we might change this, and number three, this is our new plan to really increase vaccines. So I think that would be really helpful. And then one other thing on the on your update, when it talked about the health equity, there's one group, particularly I think in my district, the Middle Eastern refugee population. There's a very large population of special immigrant visa holders. And so I would, if you have any ideas for reaching out to that community, and I would really encourage you and your staff and certainly the Sierra Health folks, I mean, anything my office can do to help amplify the message and help us get involved to support your efforts in these really, really hard-hit communities that have low vaccine rates. I would really welcome any opportunities that you can provide us to help you out to do more. So.
Absolutely, and I know that we do give you a copy of the clinics that we have, but
right.
This is after the fact. So after I think Bruce did let me know that you had an interest in knowing ahead of time about the clinics. So we're going to start doing that, sending you the list of clinics for the week. It does change though a little bit because sometimes we get requests last minute, and we try to fulfill every request. And again, I do want to really, really, really appreciate all the CBOs that are working with us, because they have been doing the door-to-door outreach, and they have, and I think that the results that we are seeing, and we'll show you that in using maps with the presentation, you'll see that we've really made progress. It's a lot slower than the high-throughput clinics, but there's definitely an impact from being able to work with the CBOs.
Oh, and you're right. They've been great in my district too. And I look at the list of the vaccine clinics, and part of this is maybe a reflection of a structural problem in the unincorporated areas. They have one advocate. They don't have a city council member and a supervisor. So at times I feel like I'm a broken record. I'm maybe too repetitive about this issue, but I think sometimes those unincorporated areas need a little more attention from the county than they get, and I certainly want to partner with you and Department of Health Services staff on those to get more folks vaccinated. So thank you very much, Dr. Kay.
I do have one other report. I hope it won't take too long, but
I just had one question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I'm sorry. I was wanting to ask you, I have a question regarding the COVID-19 versus the Delta variant. Have you isolated the SARS-CoV-2? And if so, what did you use to isolate that? Can you provide us with that paperwork, that evidence that SARS-CoV-2 has been isolated? Was it a genomic test, or was it with PCR testing? And then if you have isolated that virus, my question is, what about the Delta? I mean, we're hearing there's several variants, and that the gene therapy, this experimental vaccine, it's a little bit different in the body than the traditional vaccine in how it works. And I think a lot of people may not understand that. I would like more information on what is the difference between this experimental vaccine, which is not approved with the FDA, and a traditional vaccine, and has the SARS-CoV-2 been isolated, and how did they isolate it, and who isolated it? Was it the state? Was it the CDC? And I'd like to have that information if I could.
Sure, and I'll give it to you verbally, and then I'll pull it up when I get back to the office. So there are several tests that are done. In order to isolate a virus, there's specific lab equipment that is used called an electron microscope. And there are only specific labs that have that. So it was first isolated in China, and then the Chinese government gave that code over to the other countries, and that's what they used to be able to determine whether they had a vaccine that was effective. The tests that we use, such as the PCR, what the PCR does is that it detects particles of the virus, and it's easier to use in the regular labs like the public health lab. So that's what we've been using, and it is dependent on being able to identify the specific code that the virus has. So that's the most important thing.
So I'm sorry for my ignorance. I'm trying to understand. The Chinese gave the code to us. Did they provide the study? Because it would have been a study, right?
No, it's a test. They have go through a process to actually isolate, and under the electron microscope, you can actually see the virus.
Did they provide the write-up to us, and can we see that compared to the?
That's not available to me. That would be at the CDC level.
Okay, so but in the U.S., we're utilizing the PCR test to
Yes.
isolate the SARS-CoV-2?
The PCR test is a diagnostic test. It is not to isolate the virus. What it does is it is able to detect pieces of the virus within a sample, and the advantage of the PCR test is that it can be used in regular labs like the public health lab, and within a period of maybe 48 hours you're able to get results. So that's why it is used as a diagnostic test, meaning that if a person has symptoms, or if you want to find out if somebody may have been exposed, you can use that test. There's another test called the antigen test that detects certain proteins, and that one, the advantage of that one is that you can get the results in about 20 minutes. So it is being used, and we're probably going to be using it as we're doing the weekly testing. And actually at all of our sites, we are able to do both the antigen test and the PCR test because of the advantages of either one of them.
So we have never isolated SARS-CoV-2 in the U.S. We're just taking the information from the Chinese government.
I'll have to check with the CDC on that.
I'd be curious, I'd be curious to know also if we have isolated the variant. You know, they're now saying there's like 3 variants. When did they begin? When did one end and they began, or is it stacking on top of it? It's like I'm just trying to wrap my head around where it used to be. We have a flu this year and we have a shot this year, and then the next year the flu is coming back and we have the shot. This year it's like it's building on something that never. I'm trying to wrap my head around what is the variant, and have we isolated it, and how did we isolate it? That's kind of what I would like to wrap my head around.
Right. So there is another test called a genetic sequencing, which is done right now. Our state lab is doing it, so we have to send samples to the state lab. The genetic sequencing is different in that it doesn't just detect presence of the virus, it actually looks at the sequence of the code, and that is how you're able to determine what strains. With the viruses, one of the things you find out is that they mutate a lot, and so that's one of the reasons why we want to get the infections down, because the higher the infection, every time it goes from one person to another, that's the higher the chances of it mutating. So the sequencing is what we're able to, it's more like a fingerprint, is what helps us to determine whether there's a different strain. And so the state has been tracking the different strains that we have, and that is why we knew that initially we had the alpha strain. We also realized when we were starting to get the delta strain, and then realized that it was presenting a larger and larger proportion of the cases, and then of course knowing about how more contagious it is. Those are all studies that are done at the state and federal level.
So is the vaccine that was made for SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19, my understanding is that it reduces the symptoms of COVID-19 but does not prevent you from getting it or spreading it. Is that correct?
So the vaccine is...
That's why everyone's wearing masks again.
Right. The vaccine is 80 to 90% effective. It is most effective, of course, in preventing death and preventing hospitalization and also reducing severity. What we have seen with the Delta variant is that because the Delta variant is a lot more contagious, more of the people that are vaccinated are getting it, but again, we know that they tend to get less severe disease, and I think for people that are not vaccinated, they have maybe anywhere between 5 to 10% higher chance of actually getting infection.
Is the vaccine that we have effective against the variants? Because, and I mean, is
Yes.
it you're saying it has the same impact against the variants? How do you know? I mean, I'm sorry for my ignorance. I'm trying to figure that out.
That is based on studies that are done at the CDC level, because they're looking at all of the data and looking at, again, some of the data that I showed you just for Sacramento County, and this is just for 1 month. How does the vaccine, what is the effectiveness in those that are vaccinated versus those that are not vaccinated? So all of those help us in being able to know the effectiveness.
Okay, so you're going to get me the information on the isolated virus.
I'll see what I can find. I know it's at the CDC
Appreciate
level,
it.
so we don't
Thank
have
you.
it locally.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'll stop there. I had one very quick update to give because we've received a lot of questions about the spike protein, so I felt that it was important to speak about it. So I'll try to speak really quickly, and my apologies to everyone to have to wade through this. But the spike protein is a protein that is found on the virus. The importance of it is that when the virus enters the body, it's the one that sticks to the cell and allows the virus to then enter the cell and start replicating. The other thing about the spike protein is that it is identified by the body as foreign, and that is how the antibodies are formed. So in developing the vaccine, what they looked at, especially with the new technology with the mRNA, instead of having to go through all the years of studies with that they traditionally did, is that knowing the sequence of how the spike protein is formed and also the virus is formed, they were able to create what is called the messenger RNA, which is like, as it is, a messenger that carries the instructions into your body telling you how to create the spike protein. When it's injected into your body, the messenger RNA goes into the cell of the muscle. It does not go into the nucleus, but it goes into the cell, into the cytoplasm, gives the instructions, and then is destroyed. Those instructions are then taken to create the spike protein, which is then recognized by your body as foreign, and that is what starts the antibody creation and the protection. This process of forming the antibodies takes about 2 weeks. So the advantage of getting the vaccine, one of the advantages of getting the vaccine as opposed to getting the natural illness, one is that you don't have the virus, so you don't have all of the illness and destruction that could be caused by the virus. But the other also is that if you were to get the infection, you're basically running against time with your body trying to form the antibodies, and at the same time the virus is multiplying and just causing havoc. But if it's the vaccine, you have the time to form the antibody, and so if later on you are exposed to the virus itself, you don't have that 2-week wait. Right away, your cells are able to recognize the spike protein, and the reaction starts, and your body is protected. One of the things that we've been asked about that we've seen in some of the online media is that the spike protein travels around the body. But from the science data that I have seen, the spike protein, a small amount, first of all, it's only a small amount that's produced, and it stays at the injection site. That is where the antibodies start forming. Some of them also may go to the lymph nodes, but it does not spread to the rest of the body. So for people who are concerned, we've had people call us and say, am I having spike proteins go all over my brain and body? It does not happen. The spike protein stays at the site. In fact, you're at a greater risk if you get the the virus and you don't have the vaccine protection, because then you have all kinds of, complications that can occur.
So you're saying that the spike protein stays in the deltoid, does not travel except to the lymph node, but the lymph nodes travel to the entire body?
The lymph nodes
and
do
communicate
not.
with the blood and every organ?
The lymph nodes do not. They stay at one point.
Okay, so you're saying the spike protein doesn't enter the bloodstream and does not travel through the lymph nodes?
No. It goes to the lymph nodes that are next to your arm. That's about it.
Okay.
And that's the end of my presentation.
I just have one more question. I'm sorry. So we know that children have almost a zero, anyone under 30 has almost a zero chance of dying from COVID. And yet we have had adverse reactions to the vaccine. So how are we rationalizing, encouraging young people to take an emergency trial, putting children in a trial when they have a great immune system? I'm not sure I can understand that rationale. And you're a doctor, so maybe you can tell me why we're encouraging children to take a vaccine when they have almost a zero chance of dying from COVID.
So first of all, again, the vaccine has
Actually, I think it's statistically zero.
The vaccine has been approved for children 12 and up. So it is not in trial.
It's approved for an emergency trial based on the COVID emergency.
It's emergency use
It's not FDA approved, right?
Emergency use authorization, but it is still FDA approved, and we are going to get the full approval soon. The other thing is that I want to point out is that right at the beginning of this pandemic, we all took measures to protect children. Schools were the first institution that was closed, and that protected children throughout this pandemic. In fact, it was only a few months that they were able to be in school, and again with a lot of protocols like masking and social distancing to protect them. What we are seeing now, especially now that we're not doing the social distancing anymore, and as we're having children return to school, we are seeing more cases among children. We have had some deaths among children. And when you look at reports that are coming from other places that have even higher rates, there is a concern about more children ending up in the pediatric intensive care unit. And in fact, when we were meeting with the state and the hospitals, that's one of the things that they told us to prepare for, because as they were looking at the projections of where we might go compared to the trajectory at which we were at, there was a risk that we would run out of pediatric beds. So I do have concern about the safety of children, and that's the reason why I am supportive of having masking in schools, because that does help to protect children. We do have a team that works with the schools. Right now it's only Elk Grove School District that is open, but they will report to us if they have a case, and we help them with doing the contact investigation. From talking to the superintendent, he is happy with how things are going right now. They do have the masking in schools, and they are working with us very closely to make sure that if there is a case identified, that the infection does not spread. And again, with the Delta variant also, we don't know how it acts. It is a lot more contagious. We have seen younger and younger people with severe disease. So there's no guarantee, especially with this virus, the way that it keeps mutating. There is no guarantee, and we need to take all measures to protect the children as much as possible.
I think I've taken as much time as anyone really wants to hear, so I'm going to, there are a couple of other supervisors who have questions. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kazuri, for the presentation and for answering all our questions. I guess what I'd like to ask you is, I think you're well aware, as we are, that there's a lot of passion on both sides of the subject of vaccination, There are some concerns that are steeped in science. There are concerns that are steeped in things other than science. If you were just to look at this from the standpoint of statistics, probability, and you almost look at it in a binary way, so vaccination versus no vaccination, and given what you know about this particular disease, if I'm agnostic on the subject and I'm trying to debate whether I should get vaccinated or not, what's kind of the best statistical probability related argument there is to do so, given the fact that I might have concerns about vaccinations and what the side effects may be, including, illness itself, because I think that has kind of not been part of the public exchange to date, and so I'd like to hear from someone that is daily dealing with medicine and science and what you think about that.
I think we have been putting out the statistics, and again, when you look even at just 2020 and what was put out, that COVID-19 was the third leading cause of death, only next to cancer and heart disease. I think those are stark things to look at. And when you look at the number of cases, this is a lot more than we have dealt with, even with our most severe flu cases that we had in 2009. And I also look at it historically when I look at what happened in 1918 and what they went through. And I see a lot of similarities in terms of the waves that are going on and the decisions that have to be made, especially prior to us having the vaccine and having to make decisions about whether to shut down certain businesses and people arguing about the masking. But the way I look at it is anything that I can do to save lives is worth doing. And then I'm also very appreciative, especially compared with 1918, that we were able to identify what kind of virus it was as quickly as we did, and that we were able to get a vaccine as quickly as we did. Some people are concerned about that, and they say, well, it was too fast. But the flip side of it is, my goodness, that's great that we were able to do it that fast, because look at how many lives we have saved. I think you recall where we were at in January. And we were getting so many deaths in the long-term care facilities every single day. And of course, I didn't get to know the stories of each of those families, but at the beginning of the pandemic, I used to hear the stories, and it was heartbreaking to see entire families devastated. And so for me, each of those numbers of deaths represents a family that is hurting. And that's not it, but we also have those that are left with severe disease. I know of people who have had lung damage to the point that now they're disabled, they can't walk. Even friends of mine that have had this happen to them. And so I think what I have found that is most impactful is when people actually get to hear the stories of those that have impacted by that, especially if it's somebody that they know.
Like my own uncle who passed away.
Right.
Yeah. So last question, real simple. In Sacramento County in August 2021, are you more likely to get severely ill and die from COVID-19 or the vaccination?
By far, it's COVID-19.
Thank you.
By far.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. I understand that the testing doesn't always detect the variant, the Delta variant. Is that correct?
I've had those questions asked, but to my knowledge, the PCR test is able to detect.
It is. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. And I just want to point out that anybody who says that children don't get this is just dead wrong. Mr. Natoli and I serve on the SETA board where we oversee Head Start program, which is pre-K. And we've closed 3 classrooms last month because of positive testing of youngsters, and already 1 this month as of last week, so it could be more. So, for those people who say that, I have no tolerance. So, thank you.
Did they die?
I believe that that's not the threshold that I look at keeping my children safe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Kasiri, thank you very much for your patience and for answering all of our questions. We appreciate your updates, and I think, given the fact that we're in a position where there is a lot going on around the COVID, and now many of the employers are beginning to say they want to require a vaccine, if someone's going to enter a place of business or if they're going to save their job. I think I would like to request that we have COVID update at every one of our meetings. I know we had put it off and we were going to do it monthly, but I think it's back at the forefront, and I think these communications are really helpful to me, I know, and I think they're cathartic for everyone. It helps kind of have that conversation so we can work through and all be, that's what gets us on the same page. And I remember when we first started doing them, it helped a lot. I think it will help a lot if we can do this at every meeting, because then maybe there's things that some of us don't understand, and we need to learn more. So that's how I feel. I'm hoping my colleagues feel the same way. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I didn't punch out. I wasn't going to speak to that directly, but I just, in listening today, I wanted to get one other question answered. So on the hospitalizations, Dr. Kasiri, again, obviously with your response to a number of questions, you've been in contact with the hospital systems. So how are we, from standpoint in the region, but certainly in Sacramento County, as it relates to not just ICU beds, but there were a lot of surgeries, a lot of examinations that more than routine that were delayed and deferred during the height of some of this. So in months past, are the systems not just seeing obviously an increase, as you talked about that, but what's the capacity look like, and are we approaching any plateau that would be of tremendous concern as it relates certainly to population will be hospitalized with diagnosis of COVID and symptoms, but also the other things that people end up in hospital for, both scheduled surgeries, but also accidents and so forth. So I just didn't glean from the information kind of where we are.
Yes, the hospitals are impacted, especially Kaiser South, and I believe that they were looking at whether to cancel some of their elective surgeries for just a brief period of time. So as I mentioned, we do meet with them on a weekly basis, so I will get an update from them. I think as far as at the state level, what they were more concerned about is that with the pediatric intensive care unit beds, they're much more limited. So definitely looking at that. And then in talking to all of the hospitals, they said their greatest concern right now is with staffing because it's been very difficult. Some of the people are burned out, and it's also difficult to get additional staff from some of their agencies because everyone is looking for additional help. So I think that's the biggest problem they have right now.
Okay, thanks. And just thank you for that. I would just say that I think regular reports are important, but if we were going to go back to the schedule of having Dr. Kasiri and Ms. Kathari here, then we need to do an agenda adjustment. Dr. Kasiri has been here all day long, as have others in the audience and certainly all of us. And so we've tried to adjust the agenda, but if the expectation is that she and others are going to be here for this, then we ought to take this up either the first part of the agenda and schedule a morning because we're going to have public input, and that's fine. But I don't think it's fair to Dr. Kay, who has a big responsibility, and sort of to have her here nearly the entire day, waiting for the session. So if we're going to make that adjustment, Madam Chair, I would respectfully suggest then that we set the morning for the report on COVID and allow for the public testimony, and we don't start our afternoon session until, and just figure that, or add another day of hearings or a half a day so we can accommodate the normal business, but also, again, it's not just the report, our questions, and things that we seek to have information to, get from Dr. Kasiri and her staff. And so, again, I think just in light of today and certainly in the last couple of months, I think if we're going to do that, in fairness to everybody, including those that are weighing in by phone and in the audience, then we ought to just carve out an expectation of time. And if we, don't meet that expectation, then we can, have an appropriate break. But I just reflecting on what you said, I don't object. This is, extraordinary times, and the information is important for everyone in our community, whatever their views are on where we're at in point in time. But so if we're going to do that, let's make some adjustments then and get consensus on this board about how we want to do that. But I don't object to having, more frequent updates, but it needs to be done in a way that respects everybody's time.
I agree totally, and I'm sorry that you had to wait all day, and and actually a lot of the comments today were around COVID. So if we had taken it up in the morning, we might have, people could actually get their business done and go home and do something else also. So I like that idea.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Kasiri. Okay, we do have some public comment, and so I'm going to start with those who are in chambers. We're going to start with Erica Sharon, Janelle Sanguizet, and Karen Juten. I'm going to ask, as I read them, I'll try and bring 3 up, and you can be ready to go so we can try to work our way through it as quick as possible because we have a lot of public comments. And this must be Erica.
Yes.
Hi, Erica.
Hi.
Thank you for your patience. You've been here all day also.
Yes. Okay. So my name is Erica Chacon. I'm an autism advocate. I've recently opened up an autism resource center in honor of my son, Ezekiel Thomas Castillo, whom I lost March 24, 2019. My son was vaccine injured at 2.5 years old. We were unaware that he had severe egg allergies because there's no tests that are mandatory to test our children to see if they can handle these vaccines. When he was given his shots that were mandated, soon after he was diagnosed with autism, at 11 he started having seizures. By 12 years old, he was diagnosed with epilepsy. By 13 years old, I lost him due to a seizure. I stand here before you today with so many questions and emotions, but I know I can only leave a comment. So with that, my comment is, if mandated FDA-approved vaccines can cause adverse reactions that result in autism, epilepsy, ADHD, seizures, and sometimes death, why are we promoting this vaccine to 12-year-old minority kids and experimenting on infants when they have the highest immune systems? Why are we doing this? We are the parents that are left crying on the floor of the kitchen, begging God to give us an answer for what to do with these injured children. No doctors are coming to save us. There's not even autism resource centers. I'm doing my resource center out of my own pocket money. I have no funding, nothing. So with that, there's nothing proven that this will protect our children. We still have to wear the masks. We can still get and pass the virus, So again, why are we promoting this man-made poison into children?
You have 10 seconds.
Okay, I've met so many mothers that have been bullied by medical officials. The last one was a mother of a 9-year-old son that was told by Kaiser her 9-year-old son needed an HPV shot to attend school. You and I both know that's an elective, and she was lied to. She didn't speak English well, she took the shot. If our children are strong enough to, if our children, I'm so sorry, okay. Okay. When will the time come that running mandatory allergy tests to protect our children? When will they make mandatory testing to see if our children can handle the vaccines?
You need to wrap up your comments. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, a large majority of the population will surrender to being human guinea pigs, but we the people will not consent, are here. We're here to fight and protect our children and our families against this new age genocide.
I'm sorry for your loss. Did you have something to say, Supervisor Natoli?
No, I was just going to ask you to yield another minute to her because obviously she was, yeah, that's fine. You did fine. Thanks.
It's hard to know what to do in those
that's fine.
situations. Okay, our next speaker is Janelle Sanguetti, followed by Karen Jutin, followed by Gabrielle Ingram. Maybe Janelle is no longer here. Okay, let's move to Karen Jutin. Okay, let's move to Gabrielle Ingram. Okay, Jed Brown, followed by Brenda Pandos, followed by Denise Schwenfirth. Kind of looks like everyone went home. Karen Dill. Oh, I'm sorry. You are, I'm sorry. What was your name?
Denise Schweinfurt.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, Denise.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. I'm in District 3, so it's a pleasure to meet you my first time here. So you rely on the data from CDC, and their data says that there is an increase in initial doses. So the people who want the vaccine are getting it. I pose a question. What will make a person do something they don't want to do? Answer, hurt or threaten their loved ones. If my non-vaccinated sister has a baby that needs to stay in the NICU for a few months, what is her choice? Since some of this board believe this mandate is a choice, does she not vax and forfeit her rights to see her child? Or does she be coerced to get vaxxed to visit her baby? Justifying this mandate as needed for the safety of the people may be illegitimate in your eyes, but to say this mandate is not nefarious is an utter lie. Each day when I wake up, I gather my thoughts, prioritize, strategize, and organize what I have to do that day. This morning I woke up preparing for this. What were your thoughts? Did you wake up thinking, I'm going to listen to what the people have to say, consider their words, and take them into consideration when I make my decision? Or did you think, I am tired of these non-vaxxers, ignorant morons, non-science believers? They will not change my mind. If your thoughts were the latter, then I suggest you lay aside your pride, because that's what it boils down to, is your pride. We are here to remind you that this is still America. We want our liberties back. As American citizens, we want our constitutional rights back. We want our medical rights. You took this office with an oath to uphold the Constitution, do your job, and stop this mandate.
Thank you. Karen Dill, followed by Cherish Castaneda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thank you, Dr. Kasiri. These are hard things. I just have a prepared statement, so I'll read it. From the beginning of history, Jews were hated, not for their blood, but for their ideology. In the 1930s, Germany, they were especially targeted. They were isolated, made to identify themselves by a marking on their face or their body and face. Made to, their businesses were ravaged, not because of blood, but because of ideology. The government told the Germans that Jews carried diseases, that they were dangerous, and it was for everyone's protection that these disease carriers be isolated, shunned, and moved into camps, not because of blood, but because of ideology. This ideology that's so dangerous is that we have a creator and he loves us and has given each of us a birthright of freedom. And this birthright of freedom is what is being attacked by the COVID response. The Germans used the guise of public health, of compassion, of caring, of safety to orchestrate a genocide of freedom. Is COVID-19 orchestrated? I don't know. But the same methods are being used right now: silencing, isolation, bullying, destruction of businesses, censoring of all scientific studies that don't fit the prescribed narrative, and an all-out assault on the sacredness of freedom and individual choice. You have a hard job. Leadership is hard, and precious people's lives are at stake. But more important than that, freedom is being lost because a disease with a 99.9% survival rate. This board has allowed every person in the county to be stripped of their freedom to go to work, to breathe, to worship, to speak, to be seen, to gather, to go to school, and to have authority over their own bodies. Even more dangerous is the genocide of freedom in the name of public health. I urge you to roll back the county's fear-based mandates and be the leaders we voted for that protect freedom, which is everyone's birthright. True leaders default to freedom, not to force. These public health mandates are an assault on that personal choice. If you want to be true leaders, say no to vaccine mandates, say no to forced testing of county staff that may come down. Those are your authority. And say no to mandates of masks. Get children back to school. If you want to be true leaders, promote true health, which is healthy weight, fruit, vegetables, exercise, sunlight, the things that strengthen our own immunities. There's nothing wrong with a vaccine, but there's everything wrong with forcing it. There's nothing wrong with testing, but there's everything wrong with forcing it. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your consideration with the weight that you give these decisions, but please understand that our freedom is worth more than my life, than lives of our loved ones. My nephew died at 19. His father says freedom is more important than forcing. I believe that as well. And I wish that you, as our leadership, we respectfully request that you honor the freedom of the people that you serve. Seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Harris. Sharish Castaneda Cherish. Ryan Harris and Sella. Cherish.
I do not envy your guys' job. When I seen your salary, I was a little envious, and now sitting with you an entire day, I know that this is hard. Okay, I know that this is difficult, and it takes a lot of energy from you guys to do what you do. And I just want you to know that I am grateful that you guys are here and that you're listening to us, whether you want to be or not. Lord, sitting through Dr. Kasari's speech was hard because I heard so many falsehoods. So many times did she revert back to incorrect information and inaccurate information, and I can't believe that she actually is okay with lying, because that's insane. However, it is your duty as her bosses, because I realize that you guys hired her, to make sure she's not lying, make sure she is being honest and telling the truth, because I personally feel as if this is a psychological, biological, and spiritual attack, and it has been placed on my own personal life. You are inhibiting and stopping my freedoms, which is why I have the cause of action that I have served you guys. It is your duty to make sure Dr. Kasari has proof of the COVID-19 being isolated. She beat around the bush when you asked that question, Mrs. Frost. However, it's because she's lying. They're lying about the kids being the biggest victims or highest risk. Her little chart that she made.
We need to, when we're doing public comment, let's make sure that we're not belittling or delegitimizing someone. State your opinion. I just want to make sure everybody knows, it's that we are the land of equality. We can have an opinion, but not at the expense of someone else's opinion. And Dr. Kasiri is a professional, and she deserves to be treated like one. So I'm sorry, I took a little bit of time, but I'll give you more time. I just wanted to change the tone of that. Okay, go ahead.
I want to show you guys some information. You guys have, Dr. Kasari made a claim that the vaccine is safe. We've already been over all the different possible side effects that are a possibility from taking that COVID injection, and that deems that it is not safe. That is a false claim, okay? She also deemed that it is effective. The fact that vaccinated people are spreading the COVID means it's false. It's not effective, okay? It's not stopping people from catching it or spreading it or dying from it. That's false as well. It is your duty to differentiate between true and falsehoods. And what she is spitting out is falsehoods. And it is not okay for her to continue to do so when it's in stopping my life and my rights as a human to exist. God has natural immunity for all of us. Our bodies have strength to fight things and viruses. I have natural immunity in a blood test. Nobody is acknowledging that. I'm not allowed to return to work because I won't take the experimental vaccine. It is not okay. I don't know how my time just disappeared like that, but that's okay.
I'll give you an extra 15 seconds.
I request that you guys end the false state of emergency upon the validation that there's no isolated COVID-19. Upon reviewing her reports, if she can get them, because she said was hard to get those. If she can get that, I will continue to portray this COVID-19. If not, I need you to end the state of emergency. You're affecting my life, and I don't want to have to pursue federal charges against all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is Ryan Harris here?
You got Supervisor Kennedy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah. So I don't want to just, beat this to death, but I thank you, Chair, for interrupting when you did. Personal attacks against our staff. She's right. They work for us, and I won't stand for it. To call a professional who you disagree with a liar is totally out of hand, totally over the top. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I think we all agree we want to try and advocate in a professional, lawful, and peaceful way. And so let's remember that, everyone. Is Ryan Harris here? He's not. Okay. Sella? Followed by Dushik, followed by Cherish.
Thank you. Hello, Board. My name is Sella, and I'm a registered nurse of over 22 years. Yesterday at Kaiser Roseville, we held a demonstration in solidarity with our group, Healthcare Workers for Freedom, and the public outcry was incredibly apparent, with over 1,500 people on the streets with their signs. It is time we as a community understand and remind ourselves that this is a country that is based on basic God-given rights, and we, the people, are the ones who will continue to assert that, while you, the public servant, should be the one protecting it. The messages brought forth included: coercion is not consent, and force is not freedom. We stand with all Americans asserting their right to bodily autonomy and the right to decline medical interventions. In our nursing code of ethics, the principle of autonomy is defined as having an obligation to respect individual decision-making. I am disturbed that we have strayed from this basic ethical code into a society where we are told what we must do for our health, even if we do not feel comfortable with it, even if it has the potential to harm us. Healthcare workers are not the only ones falling prey to being forced to take a COVID vaccine or test, however many times the authorities deem it appropriate, in an unending cycle of mass control. But now visitors of hospital facilities are now subject to the same order deemed necessary by our public officer of the state. Now we are placing conditions on parents just to be with their children. We know this is a precedence that will not stop here, but will be enforced for the entire state and nation, and it has to stop now. We are not being told the truth about the PCR tests and the COVID vaccine. PCR tests, masks, and the COVID vaccine are all under emergency use authorization. With always changing information, it is reasonable that some may hesitate or not agree with these demands. This is why 1,500 people showed up yesterday demanding their right to choose. Every human deserves the freedom to choose and the right to informed consent. We demand you, the public servants, to assure the people that you are in your position to protect our rights to bodily autonomy and the right to decline medical interventions, including masks. We say no to vaccine passports and no to segregation in society. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dushik. That must be a last name. Dushik. Cherish, followed by Nichols White. You must be Mr. White.
Yes, it's Nick, or Nicholas.
Nick. Okay, thank you.
So, I was here a month ago, and it doesn't seem that the county nor the Board of Supervisors took my recommendation seriously and took my call to do something seriously. I want to thank Richard Desmond, because last time I was here you had left the office and I thought it was just because you weren't interested in COVID, but your discussion today was very, very productive as far as I was concerned. The county in the last 4 days has reported 5 deaths. The county in the last 4 days has reported over 3,500 new cases. Increased vaccinations over the last 4 days has gone up by 1%. The state has an average of 54% in each of the counties, and Sacramento County has 50%. This is unacceptable. You need to get out there. Dr. Kavana Carter has put together an RV, fully stocked it, so that she can go to the poorer communities and to the homeless and get them vaccinated. We've had clinics, or she has had clinics since March, and in March they were getting about 1,000 people, and now they're getting like 30 to 40 people vaccinated. Mr. Cerna, the first clinic that was held at Cerna Center last week had 48 people vaccinated. I think you should do a better job in letting people know what's going on. The county should be sending out flyers daily indicating where people can get vaccinations, and stop this nonsense of putting on...
You have 10 seconds, sir.
Thank you. And stop this nonsense of putting on a website when most people don't even have a website in the areas where vaccinations are needed most. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
If you'd like, I can put these in the record, the articles from Sac County or Sac B, and the schedule for the vaccinations and the response from the county to my questions about what are they doing.
If you'd like to put that in the record, if you can just hand it to one of the clerks, they can make that happen, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to respond to the speaker since he referenced me needing to do a better job of getting the word out. There's no doubt that I think there's always going to be room for improvement in terms of education and making sure a large county with 1.5 million people understand something as important as vaccination. But I do take some issue with doing the claim that I'm not somehow doing a decent job of getting the word out. In fact, I feel very damned if I do, damned if I don't at this point. It's not an unusual feeling, but earlier I was being condemned for my social media posts, which again was trying to get folks to get vaccinated, and I've used some forceful language to do that. I encourage you, if you haven't, to not just check out philcerna.net, which is the way that I communicate best with my constituents, but we got 2 different social media pages where we continue to post vaccination site information, dates, times, locations, and I'm all ears. I have no pride of authorship or ownership in terms of how best to get the word out, but to claim that I'm not doing that, I take issue with.
That's exactly my point, Mr. Cerna, is that it's going on the web, it's going in Twitter, it's going in social media. Not everybody has Twitter and social media. They don't even have computers. I'm saying you should put out notices on a daily basis.
Paper notices?
Paper notices
Okay.
to every single address within your district. In fact, we have an election coming up. They could be put into the ballots, with the ballots saying, here's the schedule for vaccinations throughout the county and where you can get your shots.
Yeah, okay. We'll look into paper notices, I guess, or perhaps maybe ads in newspapers. I don't know, but I've come to find out that actually digital resources to get word out on something like this has been fairly effective.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Veronica Quinstanar, Marilyn Truex, Veronica Rivard, Carrie Noble, I'm not sure which one of those folks came forward, so maybe when you get to the dais you can introduce yourself.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Veronica Rivard, and I oppose the COVID vaccine mandate healthcare workers are being faced with. I am an ER nurse. My husband is a hospital employee as well, and we both worked on the front lines of this pandemic. Through staffing shortages, improperly fitted PPE, no break relief during an entire 12-hour shift, and safe ratio waivers. We both had COVID, recovered, and have natural immunity for which there is increasing supporting evidence for. While much of the world stayed home, we showed up. Now we are being bullied, discriminated against, coerced, and having our livelihoods threatened for making a medical decision for ourselves regarding a drug without full FDA approval. The bodily autonomy, which is a right, that I and my profession defend for our patients is being violated for us. In the event that our exemptions are accepted by our employers, which is not a certainty, we will be subjected to the same testing that just lost emergency use authorization. How is this sensical, or even science-based? Inevitably this winter, the hospitals will be full, as they are every year during that season. Whether due to COVID or the flu, it does not matter. You will lose healthcare workers over this. Have you considered that? And as a result, this will put patients' lives in jeopardy. I implore you to look at all the evidence, not just the evidence that backs your agenda, and please stop this mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Veronica Quintanar, Marilyn Truex, Carrie Noble, Sherry Oriavong,
This time I will keep it factual based.
Wait, whoa. I think, yeah, did you fill out 2 cards for one item? I don't.
Different items. They skipped me on the agenda item earlier and told me I could speak at this moment when it was.
The clerk told you that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is not what we said.
It was an off-topic agenda item.
Excuse me.
That is not what we said. I spoke with the clerk and we confirmed, this was earlier when we confirmed that there was no other record, and that is not what was communicated to her. We had said that there was no other speaker card for the particular item that she said was missed.
I think I did receive 2, but they were for the same item, and you can't speak twice on the same item, is my understanding. That's the rule.
Well,
and we have to, the problem we have is, this is so hard. I know you're passionate, but we have to treat everyone the same. Maybe you can bring it back another day.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's still going to be a continued problem. It's just there was
I think that's probably appropriate at this time.
Not a problem.
Thank you,
just completely
Cherish.
separate topics, but thank you.
Okay, I'm going to read through these one more time. I don't believe any of these individuals are here. Carrie Noble, Marilyn Truex, Veronica Quintanar, Dushek, Gabrielle Ingram, Janelle Sanguizetti, Karen Juten, Jed Brown, Brenda Pandos, Ryan Harris, Sherry Oriyavong. I'm sorry. Oh, Sherry, can you tell me how you say that? I'm not good at.
Do you mind if I take this off?
Yes, you may.
Okay. It's Sherry Oriyavong.
Thank you, Sherry.
And today we've had a lot of people up here talking about the medical aspects. The thing that I wanted to implore all of you to think about is the mental health aspects of these kind of things that is directly affecting our kids. For me personally, I have a difficult situation. I have a daughter that has schizophrenia. At the start of lockdowns last year, we had a suicide attempt because of the whole coming home, being isolated from friends. She's a very high-functioning person, incredible. You wouldn't know she has schizophrenia. But the thing is that being locked down for so long, it was very, very mentally hard on her. As we went through, we had 2 more suicide attempts this year. And one of them, she had to be transported all the way down to the Bay Area, and I had to drive back and forth to Concord every day to go and see her because the mental health facilities up here were so full of children that are collapsing under the pressure of this. And I feel like the mental health aspect just is not being looked at. Yes, I understand kids do get COVID, but also I understand that most kids do just fine getting out of it. It's unfortunately, us older people, we get sick. Kids, they just kind of breeze through it. With these mask mandates, one of the things that a lot of people are not thinking of, these indoor mask mandates, is can you see my smile? Can you see my communication? You can't see any of that. And that actually is very hard for children that are dealing with mental health issues, or even things like autism, the nonverbal things, the small microfacial gestures. Kids need to be able to see that. For me, if you say, hey, wear a mask, I don't care. My kids, I gave them all the information and they all chose to be vaccinated. That's the way that I run things in my house. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not an anti-masker. But when it comes to schools, I think that we should be a little more open to maybe some alternatives. Maybe letting them wear a face shield. Or maybe you know, if the teachers are okay with it, they can be unmasked in their classes. So please, think about the mental health aspect. It's something that's just not being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, I have read these 3 times, and so if I'm going to ask the clerk if there are no more. Okay, do we have any public comments on the phone?
We have several.
Okay.
Please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Am I able to speak now?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So just thank you for everybody who came up and is speaking about this. I am against the COVID mandate. So globally published and scientifically reviewed treatments for COVID that have proven to significantly reduce hospitalization. I'm sorry, taking you off speaker. Hospitalization and death rates are available online. Even without calculating in these treatments, it has still been reported that 99.9+% of people will have no more than common cold symptoms. The treatments can help protect the community, reduce death and hospitalization, and most importantly, encourages our country to maintain people's rights over their body. So why is there so much coursing into the vaccine and almost no efforts to be transparent about these alternative treatments? Congress has invested hundreds of billions of dollars into the CDC just last year. Millions of those dollars are funded towards using healthcare workers, social media, and schools, etc., as a platform to push the vaccine, all by investing money into them. People trust in these sources, so why not all have them unified under one voice? Why has Congress not invested hundreds of billions of dollars, more importantly, equally aggressive persuading efforts in the United States towards better public health practices, including but not limited to healthier agricultural practices, environmental restoration careers, sustainability movement, and bringing public awareness to the increasing chronic health issues we face today? Mind you, chronic illnesses contribute significantly towards the severity of COVID reactions and death, which comes largely from global climate change, planetary nutrition depletion, globally contaminated water, contaminated air, and other chemicals that are used in these major industries. Why is the CDC not investing into VIR's reporting system to make sure the safety of vaccines hold true for the lifetime of the vaccine? And
You
that
have
the reports
15
of severe-
seconds.
Okay. I just wanted to add in that anyone who believes in natural immunity or wants the life without injecting something in their bodies is being prosecuted for exercising their human and moral right. This should scare you. I hope that hear this and move forward more cautiously, as every decision you make and are making has great impact to your future. Where do your values lie if you do not support the right
Can you
for someone
please
to
wrap
choose
up
what
your
they
comments?
put? Yes, one sentence. And choose what they put in their body without prosecution. And where does the right for someone else to decide what they do with their body end? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. Is it my turn to comment?
Yes, it is, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, I just wanted to start off by saying that I think it's pretty shameful that you drag this thing on all day, and the list of the people who had signed up to comment, who donated their time to be involved in that meeting that were not able to speak, is something that really needs to be on the conscience of all 5 of the Board of Supervisors. That being said, the Nuremberg Code, created in 1947, which is the most important document in the history of medical ethics, serves as a blueprint for today's principles surrounding informed consent in medical care. Informed consent, the core of the Nuremberg Code, has rightly been viewed as the protection of subjects' human rights. The key contribution of Nuremberg Code was to merge Hippocratic ethics and the protection of human rights into a single code. I also want to say that Simone Gold, who is both an MD and a JD, has emphasized that this COVID shot is not a vaccine. It is, in fact, an unregulated, untested, experimental medical product. I do not appreciate the person walking out of the chamber. He needs to be listening to what I'm saying. I do not consent to be part of a government experiment. I will never submit to this shot. I have 4 entirely unvaccinated children who will never have a vaccine, not ever, no matter what. You will never touch my children. Mandated medicine is a disgrace now and forever. We know this from history, and this is why we have signed treaty after treaty edifying the importance of informed consent. There is no more basic liberty than the freedom to decide what goes into our bodies. And I would like to conclude by saying, we know they are lying. They know they are lying. They know, we know, they are lying.
15 seconds.
We know, they know, we know they are lying. But they are still lying. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, author of the Gulag
Can you please
Archipelago.
wrap up your comments, please? Hello?
She disconnected herself. Could you please send the next caller? We had called each person back that was on hold the last time, so she's in the process of doing that.
No problem.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, public servants of all sorts. Thank you for doing what you do. Hopefully you'll do a better job of it in the future, but for now I guess this will have to do. So I'd just like to say, put your poisons in a bill. May maim and injure, make you ill. Now and then they're going to kill. Experiments against the will. Why won't we just remain in silence? Why won't we just bow down in compliance? Every year, they're adding more in every shop, in every store. Violate you at the core. This assault, they say, endure. Why won't we just remain in silence? Why won't we just bow down in compliance? Why won't we give in to threats of violence? Why won't we just believe in the science? Because we're anti-intimidation, anti-dehumanization, anti-indoctrination, anti-sterilization, anti-segregation, anti-discrimination, anti-forced injections. Yeah, we're anti-vaccination. That's right. So for all you who don't know, that's segregation, which you guys are proposing. And just in case you can't really figure it out, the first time around it didn't work. You're using an experimental vaccine and you're blaming people who didn't take it for its failure. It's absurd. This is the most absurd, illogical thing I've ever seen. And for the health director, if you cannot produce that virus isolated and separated, then you got nothing. You guys are faking this thing. This is fraud. And I'm ashamed of the human race that you can't see through the garbage. It's amazing how pathetic.
You have 15 seconds.
That this has become. A bunch of people pushing a product that half the country doesn't want, and it's an experiment, and you're trying to force it down people's throats because you guys got contracts to get rid of this crap.
Can you please
knock
wrap
it
up
off.
your
Our
comments,
kids don't
sir?
need this crap. Thank you. Have a good day, and good luck. Do a better job next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. And could you mute the meeting in the background before you start talking?
Yes.
Thanks. And then go ahead and start talking when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Tiffany, and I'm not here today because last time that I came in person, I paid $17 in public parking, and that was way too much. On August 19th, I remember that Sue Frost requested to know how many individuals have died from the COVID-19 vaccine, and she asked that question to Dr. Kasari. Dr. Kasari failed to do her duty in informing the board about how many people have died from the COVID-19 vaccine. Thank you, Sue, for asking the question that everybody wants to know. Asking questions shows that you are critically thinking and going through a scientific process. And earlier today, I said the numbers about how many deaths have been reported. I said that based on the vaccine adverse event and reporting system, there have been 5,993 deaths reported and 358,379 adverse events related to the COVID-19 vaccines. Hearing the word death should have halted all conversations about vaccines. I'm not sure why the board is still continuing to talk about a product that has caused death and still talking about approving money and voting yes to approve money on a product that has caused death. So you just voted to approve money to cause genocide. Sue Frost asked the important question of proof for SARS-CoV-2.
You have 15 seconds.
Has it been isolated and how? This is an important question. And she asked this because there is no proof that the virus has been isolated. And since the virus has not been isolated, you are all committing fraud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to say regarding masks, in a Freedom of Information Act request issued in April of 2021 to the CDC regarding proof that masks work, the CDC responded that, quote, the CDC is not aware of any randomized control trials that show that masks or double masks or cloth face coverings are effective against COVID-19. Regarding cases, as many people have already discussed, the PCR test we have been using for testing will not be used past December 21, as they've determined that the PCR test cannot differentiate between flu, cold, or COVID-19. Additionally, even according to Dr. Fauci in the early 2000s, any PCR test run at too high a threshold will result in false positives and would in fact pick up traces of an old flu or cold that an individual may have had. One could opine that our entire state and local response to COVID was and still is based on misinformation. Regarding mandatory vaccines, these shots are still experimental and being administered under an EUA, and informed consent is required. These shots are not FDA approved, as many people have discussed. Secondly, numerous medical studies have shown that these shots can be dangerous to those that have natural immunity after recovering from COVID-19. Many individuals with autoimmune disease and allergies have been explicitly told by their own physicians that they should not get these shots. To mandate vaccines is discriminatory to these individuals and to those that don't want it for religious reasons. The lipid nanoparticles used in the mRNA technology have been shown to escape the muscle and spread to other parts of the body, including ovaries and testes, when mRNA was tested on animals, and this is the first time this technology is being used on humans. I urge you to research Dr. Robert Malone, the inventor of mRNA, for further illumination. The CDC has recently acknowledged that, quote, vaccinated people can still spread the virus at the same rate as those without the shot. Since the pharmaceutical companies can't be held liable for any damages, if vaccines are mandatory, I would expect that the county and the state be held liable for injuries. Additionally, according to the EEOC rules, if a vaccine is mandated by your employer, you are automatically eligible for workman's comp for any adverse reactions. Also, if a mandated vaccine is a term and condition for work, then the employer is legally liable for any adverse reactions.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes, I vehemently oppose mask and vaccine mandates, and watching this obvious coercion is more than alarming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And you have 2 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you. This is Gabrielle Ingram. Mayor Steinberg announced he is considering mandates for entering businesses following the steps of Cuomo in infringing on the Fifth Amendment, depriving life, liberty, or property without due process. Public health is pushing cases, not deaths. The chart pulled off the state of California's COVID-19 dashboard currently reports a 7-day average death rate of 0.01 per 100,000, meaning if you catch any form of COVID in Sacramento County, you have a 1 in 10 million chance of dying from it. This is extremely low, much lower than your chance of dying from eating, walking, driving, or being struck by lightning. If reasonable people grasp this reality, their unhealthy fear and compliance with unscientific tyrants would end. How can anyone believe the government cares about us, about children, about the elderly, about all of our lives? Maybe some of you do care on the board, but that doesn't change the fact that your job is to uphold the Constitution by protecting the rights of the people, not their health. You are sitting by watching public health act as the fourth branch of government. Time after time, we the people have proven to be correct with what we email or bring forward on public comment, and we come back over and over again withstanding long days, calling in for public comment, bringing our children. Clearly, we believe that this is bigger than all of us, that it is worth our time to keep showing up. Terminate resolution numbers 2020-0160 and 2020-0159, the local emergency and the public health emergency. Defund public health. While you're at it, pass the resolution banning any use of paper or digital proof of a shot for a member of the public to work, get food, or any other service in this county, public or private.
15 seconds.
As it creates two classes of citizens based on a medical status and is contrary to the core beliefs of the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights. We will not stand for segregation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, if you can start with your comments, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is for the 5 of you. I see that one person is now gone, but out of the 5, one has no mask and the other 4 do. I'm wondering, do you guys adhere like Obama? He did not have his mask nor any of his people at his birthday party. AOC has her mask on for the cameras. Lightfoot, same thing. As also we know Governor Newsom has the mask on for public appearance only. Do you guys also wear them only for public appearance, but when you're home and doing your everyday business, do you guys wear them all the time? I would ask you guys that, and please answer if you will. Another thing is, my body, my choice. I choose to not have this trial vaccination. It is not a true vaccination. It has not been time tested. How dare anybody tell me what I should and should not do? I would appreciate for you guys to really consider what you're doing. You are elected officials for our betterment, our benefit, our good. And if you do not do as we ask you, we placed you there. Please consider us. This is wrong. It is not right. And I believe you guys know this and understand this. So please do as we request, we the people who placed you in your position. Do this for the people. This is what we are asking. Be true to us, be true to yourself. And we are not children, we're not stupid, we're not ignorant. We know lies when we hear them, and we refuse to listen to any more of these lies. And we are disgusted by these
You have 10 seconds.
elected officials throughout the country that want to continue to perpetrate a lie. I should say lies to the people. How dare you? Please, in good conscience, do what is right and not what they are telling you to do to the American population. That is
Can you
what I
please
would
wrap
ask
up your
you guys
comments?
to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Okay, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. And could you mute the meeting in the background, please?
Yep, I'm muted. Let me know when I'm ready.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And go ahead and start now, dear.
Hi, my name's Stephanie. I'm actually from the Citrus Heights area. I'm calling with a couple of things that I'd like to share. One, the Dr. K, has failed to provide that 78% of those that are being hospitalized are obese. Why are we not discussing seals, and why are we keeping gyms closed? My second question, also for the doctor, well, not really. I'm sorry, I don't know, gentleman sitting on the far left, I can't see your name tag. You're swiveling your chair right now. But you made a comment saying that she works for you. However, you work for us. We have the ability as the people to recall you. And I'd like for you to take note at Shasta County and what they are doing. They are recalling all of their supervisors but one right now. Know that can be you very soon if you choose to not do what the people are asking. We are asking you for no mandates. Let me also share with you one other tidbit that you are failing to actually provide to the public. There are over 160 vaccines in the pipeline through the pharmaceutical agencies. What happens if there is a product in one of those 160 that you do not want? Mandating vaccines is opening Pandora's box to allow more force of other products that people don't want nor need. I'd like for all of you, you all look like your grandparents or maybe soon to be grandparents, to think about your grandchildren. Would you be okay with them receiving 160 vaccines? Currently, the CDC schedule has over 69 for children. So think about 160. My last point is, according to a study done for the CDC by Harvard, only 1% of vaccine reactions are reported to VAERS. Those current numbers are 12,366 deaths, 545,337 adverse events total reported to VAERS. However, again, only 1% is reported.
Seconds.
Sorry?
You have 10 seconds.
So according to VAERS, only 1% is recorded. So if we know that those numbers are just a fraction of what they truly are, how could you be possibly mandating this on the public? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Brenda Pandos. I just wanted to thank Mr. Natoli for expressing the need to allow public comment, as I was there earlier today. But I just wanted to remind everybody that we are talking about a disease that's 99.8% survivable. And we keep talking about cases, but really we should be talking about deaths. And per the CDC, the PCR tests don't isolate for COVID. So how do we know that what's happening is because of COVID? They may have the flu. They may have the cold. The designer also says it shouldn't be used for diagnosis. We can't make this go away. And another thing, too, is that
employers cannot ask their employees for the vaccination status nor ask them to provide tests. That is discrimination, and it's against the CalGINA, which is the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act, and the UNRU laws, where employees can sue their employer if they violate their rights for any amount. And the PCR test and the shot are both genetic things. So, also, the health director says that genetic sequencing is the key, which no one knows, without paperwork. And she says it's very contagious, and the people who are not vaccinated are 5 to 10% have more risk of infection, but there's no paperwork. So this is confusing to me. She does work for you, and I would hope that she would provide those things for you, because we would all like to see it too. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yep. Have more risk of infection, but there's...
Can you mute the meeting, please?
Yep. This is confusing.
And then if you could start with your comments, you have 2 minutes.
Now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, hello. I oppose the mandating of the mask and vaccination. I'm a business owner. I have the right to run my business as I please, safely. The lies need to stop. We are not going to be manipulated by anyone. The fears need to stop. Promotion of unemployment. People don't want to work because they're scared of what you guys are putting out there. The control needs to stop, the manipulation. And we are not going to be dependent, and we're not going to bow down to you. Just so you know, we're not backing down. We're not going to do it. And nothing is guaranteed. The masks are not guaranteed. Vaccines are not guaranteed. Give your life to the Lord. That's all I have to say. Repent. Give your life to the Lord, because that's guaranteed. Your soul. Where is it going? That's more important. And I'm just going to ignore all these lies that you guys are putting out there, and I'm just going to keep spreading the truth. So, no on masks. No on vaccinations. Do the right thing, because your conscience should bother you. Bye.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, board. I am appalled by this board's suggestions of going door to door with vaccinations and the thought that we have no right to go out of or to opt out of testing. This is medical tyranny. Our respiratory viruses are spread through aerosol particles, and masks do not filter them out. Everything you are suggesting is against science, and you are acting purely for more school union and radical left control, continued indoctrination. What you are suggesting is costing the mental health and, in some cases, the lives of our children. Our neighbor across the street in the past lockdown, he was my tutor to my son, committed suicide in a park in broad daylight. So I urge you guys to stop this and consider the thoughts of the youth, because masks, this is not going to work. This is a serious violation of rights and
Are you there?
Probably accidentally disconnected herself.
I think she did.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Okay. Are you there? I'm going to disconnect the line. It disconnected itself. Can you send the next caller, please? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Linda Dushek. I would like to thank everyone that this has been the most comprehensive COVID report since December. Sorry I had to leave and come home. From the beginning, I have been advocating for personal responsibility, taking responsibility for our own health through diet, healthy lifestyle, supplementation, if necessary. Science Daily reported that high vitamin D levels may protect against COVID-19. PubMed has put out that zinc for the prevention and treatment of SARS-CoV-2 and other acute viral respiratory infections. What Dr. Kassiri did confirm is that CDC has now admitted that the PCR test cannot tell the difference between COVID and the flu. The U.S. CDC Director, Dr. Rachel Walensky, said last Thursday that the vaccines cannot prevent transmission. Dr. Kassiri confirmed that, but what Dr. Kassiri did not confirm or even mention, there was a statement from Dr. Richard Urso, and he said that COVID-recovered patients are at extremely high risk to the vaccine. They have all the requisite components, and immune memory vaccination may activate a hyperimmune response leading to a significant tissue injury and possible death. I have an extremely high antibodies to the COVID-19. I have paperwork for 2 blood tests that were recently taken, one a month ago and one about a week ago. My concern is that the CDC is not an independent agency. It is a vaccine company. The CDC owns over 20 vaccine patents. It sells about $4.6 billion of vaccines every year. The pharmaceutical companies have no liability if there are injuries. I'm sorry for anyone who had a death due to COVID, but are you just as sorry, Phil Cerna, for the death that we had of someone who died within days after he received his second shot of the Pfizer vaccine? A blood clot to the brain, a coma, and he was dead within days. My other friend...
You have 15 seconds. I'm sorry.
Mr. Cerna, please, you are my district supervisor. On your website it says a commitment to lead and the privilege to representing a community is about ensuring everyone has a voice and shaping the public policies governing our lives. Quit treating these people just because they don't think exactly as you, treating them like they're a conspiracy theory. Take responsibility for your health.
Can you please wrap up your comments, ma'am?
God bless you all. I pray for you every day.
Thank you. I think we need prayer.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Well, my name is Sylvester Giles. And I just want to say the board, the Board of Supervisors, you guys are doing a great job with your patients and to deal with, well, shouldn't say deal with, but to have this meeting and such with all of the negativity coming towards your way. Now, I've been listening. I just wanted to chime in. I've heard they blamed Obama for having this party. They didn't say anything with Trump and the group had the thing at the White House. Where was the outrage? You're talking about your liberties being infringed on. This is America, blah, 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 blah. I should be able to do this. I should be able to do that. But yet they want to tell a woman what she can and can't do with her body. If I'm a business owner and I have a rule that you can't come into my establishment without a mask, that's my right. If you don't like it, go to another store. I would rather listen to the scientists and the professionals telling me what I should or shouldn't do. I still have the choice. But with that choice is repercussions. Once upon a time, we weren't required to wear seatbelts. We wear seatbelts now. It's a law. You're supposed to have insurance on your car. If not, there's repercussions and penalties behind it. It's certain things that we do as Americans that we supposed to have our civil liberties, so forth and so on. But just like freedom of speech, you have the freedom to say anything you want to say, but watch what you say. So I'll just close. I just want to chime in on that. Everyone has their own opinion. If you choose to be vaxxed, get vaxxed. If you don't choose to be vaxxed, don't. But I shouldn't be subjected to you not being vaxxed with my safety. If you don't think about yourself, think about your fellow man. You always want to say, well, we're Americans, we're free, we're this and that. But yet, if it's not to your convenience, or if it inconveniences you the slightest, you have a problem with it.
You have 15 seconds, sir.
If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. If you don't want to wear a mask, don't. Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
I believe we have one more caller. Please send the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I could fill hours. There were 2,000 people outside Kaiser Permanente yesterday in Roseville, California. There are tens of thousands of people outside in France right now saying no to mandates, saying no to government overreach. And you all think you're going to sit there and continue to try to pull the wool over the people's eyes? Let me remind you that you work for the people. Why do you think Californians have taken it upon themselves to initiate the process to recall the governor? September 14th cannot come soon enough. People have had enough of you heavy-handed government officials, and we are taking back our communities. And we are not going to stop with recalling the governor. That is only the beginning. We are going to clean house at the level of the counties, too. So please consider yourself warned that it could be any of the rest of you next who will be recalled. Elected officials are not above the law. You work for the people, and we decide how we want our communities to be run. Stop the lies, stop the lockdowns, no mandates, freedom not force. We will never submit to these experimental vaccines and these masks. So stop talking about coming door to door. It is clear half the people do not want this unregulated medical experiment. So do your jobs. We the people.
Can you please
not
wrap up your comments?
the government.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another caller. Please send the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a comment on antibody defense enhancement. Nobody seems to be talking about how all of the ferrets, when this was originally tried back in 2010 after the original SARS, they did do a COVID vaccine trial study, and the ferrets had all died within 2 years of receiving the vaccine for the original SARS. What they died from was several things. One being tumors, two being blood clots, and the third one being immune enhancement. Those are things that we're not talking about. And the conclusion of that study said that moving on to human trials should not be done, basically. That the risk of essentially wiping out mass amounts of people was the risk. Here we are now trying to implement it on healthcare workers who will be there to take care of us take care of them if they all end up dying. Nobody. Who will be there to take care of the military once they're forced to do it? Nobody. What will happen when our entire military is wiped out and leaving us completely exposed to foreign invaders? Nobody. But that's the perfect thing that a China, Ukraine, Russia would want to do to us. So I do think that that should be something that we're discussing, is that antibody enhancement, but it is not something being discussed. The other thing I want to discuss is that the whooping cough vaccine. The whooping cough vaccine is a vaccine that does not protect against transmission. And the reason you know that for a fact is there are high schools and
you have 15 seconds.
Okay, thank you. That have been fully vaccinated from the whooping cough vaccine, and they've also contracted it and have massive outbreaks. That is what we are seeing with this vaccine. This vaccine is shedding, and it is causing additional variants. That is why they've asked people to put the mask back on, is because now they are silently passing this along, opposed to when you get the whooping cough.
Can you please wrap up your comments, ma'am?
Yes, just 1 second. When you have the whooping cough, you know that you have the whooping cough because you have that cough. Now with coronavirus, you get the vaccine and you don't know that you have COVID or you've picked it up, and now you are out there silently spreading it to people.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments.
Okay. I want to thank everyone for your public comments. And at this time, Supervisor Cerna wanted to say something.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's been a long day. We still have another item, I believe, in front of us. But I just wanted to acknowledge first of all, thank all of the people, whether we agree with you or not, that took time to join us in chambers or call in and share your perspective. I think I've said this many times, but speaking for myself, I like to think I have a pretty open mind. I arrive at the dais often on a board day and perhaps don't have my mind completely made up on a subject or a broad issue. And this is one of those moments where, after listening to everyone speak, I'm more convinced than ever that we have to do a better job and get people vaccinated as soon as possible. I'm convinced more than ever that we need to pay very close attention to what mask wearing, not necessarily the mask mandates, but the practice of wearing masks does for the protection of people, especially those that don't even have the chance to be vaccinated yet. So for everyone that perhaps I disagree with, or we mutually believe that the other has misinformation, I want to thank you, because you've really convinced me more than probably anything else in the last few weeks that what we're attempting to do is not only the right thing to do to save lives and keep people healthy, but we have to do more of it. So, I suspect we'll probably hear from the same people, perhaps others next time with a similar message, and that will, at least for this supervisor, do nothing but redouble my interest in that. And by that I mean listening to the guided, careful, thoughtful advice of our public health officer, that of health officials with the state of California and the federal government to help guide this county so we can get out of this pandemic as soon as possible and again protect our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Okay. Next item, please.
Okay. Item 32, authorize the county chief fiscal officer to execute a 7-year lease and purchase agreement and property schedule with Bank of America for the purchase of waste management fleet vehicles for the Department of Waste Management and Recycling in an amount not to exceed $6.3 million.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm Colin Bettis, the County Debt Officer. Today I'm presenting a recommendation to enter into a master lease purchase agreement and equipment schedule with Bank of America for the purchase of waste management replacement vehicles for residential curbside waste collection in the amount not to exceed $6.3 million. The recommended action will help to preserve the fund balance in the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, which will support the smoothing of rate increases that will be requested in the near future from the Department of Waste Management and Recycling. Bank of America provided the most beneficial interest rates and was selected by the review team to provide the 7-year lease. The 7-year lease term will have an interest rate of 1.12%, and was selected due to its proximity to the estimated useful life. The 7-year term was the nearest proximity to the estimated useful life of the vehicles, as well as the fact that for any of the years after the lease is completed in which the department extends the use of the vehicles, that amount that was previously utilized by the department for debt service can then start the replacement of those vehicles utilizing cash instead of debt financing. To answer any questions on the vehicles, we have Tim Israel and Doug Sloan available by phone. And at this time, we request that you approve this financing, and we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Colin. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Colin. Actually, this is for the county executive. And I just want to confirm that this does not in any way, these are replacement vehicles because of the age of the fleet, and this does not in any way supersede our other efforts that we're looking at for AB 1826 and the green waste, food waste issue, and that we're still going to continue looking at that and look at the RFPs and continue down that process.
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to, again, we've got these in bits and pieces, and it's certainly consistent with our discussion earlier in the year about rate increases and how we could, to use Colin's words, smooth, the rates, obviously with the backdrop of future rate increases as part of that consideration. I guess what I want to ask about, and again, I'm supportive of what we're doing here, is this the full complement, though? This is replacement vehicles. We had discussion very in depth a couple of times earlier in the year about the need to provide additional vehicles for what would be scheduled pickups of the organic food waste, referencing certainly what Supervisor Kennedy touched on. And so I guess, the context here is just a little narrow, and so maybe either you, Colin, or if Doug's on the phone, somebody could expand on that, because as I understand it, you just said it today, we knew this, you're going to be back to us asking for, additional revenue to support the ongoing efforts of waste management recycling, but I'm trying to get a sense about what this does. These are 7-year leases as proposed. Sounds like a fairly good rate of a lease rate arrangement, and I think it's certainly worthy of what we talked about. But I'm trying to get a little more understanding in a broader context here. So, Colin, or you or Doug,
sure.
or something?
In the broader context, what we are doing is this is just that initial step. This preserves that fund balance, putting ourselves in a better position for future financing that may or may not be needed. But we are continuing to look at the utilization of both short-term financing options for any additional fleet needs, both in terms of any potential future need for expansion of the fleet, as well as additional replacement vehicles. Right now, I believe we were looking at over a 2 to 3 year term of continuing this. Okay. So we would potentially come back to you with another request for another equipment schedule. One of the things we did early on, you'll recall back in February, is when we actually set up the pool of financing. That was both Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase. It's an efficient model so that we can just go out to them for an RFP for just say, here's another 7 vehicles that we need to lease finance, again, for a specified term. And then we would be coming back for approval of each of those financing tools as we enter into them.
So ultimately we could be 2 or 3 different leases that would have different terms, so they'd be staggered. But rather than purchasing vehicles and then having to amortize them, obviously it's built into a lease, but we would lease vehicles for a specified period of time and have an understanding of what the payment is in order to execute the lease. Provide certainty. We also know at the end of that term that those vehicles then would be traded out, and I trust would have the opportunity to approach it with a lease again. But so is this
again,
is
yes.
it a conversion of the fleet then, Colin? So basically from where we've historically bought them outright, owned them, operated them, maintained them, will now be responsible for some of the maintenance, but we would actually be a leased fleet versus a owned fleet. Is that where we're going?
Well, so I wouldn't. So this is a lease purchase agreement.
Okay,
so I
so
wouldn't
purchase.
necessarily consider it like your common lease of a vehicle.
Okay, so it's a lease purchase.
So it is a purchase. So at the end of the lease term, we own the vehicles. And so then we don't have to then lease another set of vehicles instantly. We can look at that point in time. Do we have the ability to start purchasing with cash, or can we, again, look at an option for financing? I think that the goal would be to get to a point where we're back to utilizing cash as the primary vehicle of funding the fleet. But in this interim time period, there may be, this next 2 to 3 years, and then again in 7 years we may need to look at it again at either an additional tranche of financings, or if we've got sufficient funding at that time, rolling it into a cash purchase for the replacement vehicles at that time.
So if I could ask this, I know the hour's late here, so I don't want to belabor this today, but I think it goes, again, back to the broader context here. I think if the approach is one to preserve the cash balances, because you were here earlier in the year, and we were presented this chart that showed this death spiral, and we were going to be upside down in 4 years. And again, we modified that, we worked through it, we raised rates, and obviously we're going to have to take up future revenues and what it means to rates here in a few months. But I'm trying to get a sense about what the strategy is. To your point, I think you've offered some explanation, but if these are lease purchases, and in the past, though, we were having to buy all this stuff, and then we were building this facility, it was going to cost us $100 million, and on and on and on. And I just think let's develop not just a strategy, but then, again, recognizing that we have very favorable interest rates in the marketplace right now, and stretching this out over time allows us then to bring on the new complement of programming, and changing out obviously the cans at curbside. They're going to be required to accommodate some of the green. I guess there's going to be there's other expenses here. Could we have a presentation? Maybe ask this of Ann. And could we, again, I'm okay with proceeding with this today, but what the strategy is, because I think if it's going to be this combination that this board ought to know, because in the picture that was presented to us this time last year and earlier this year was a very dire one. The board weighed in. We heard from the public, your leadership, and out of Mr. Sloan and others. We got back to a better spot. But if this is kind of a fill the gap, but we're going to. I don't know that it makes sense to always buy vehicles. I mean, we lease all that equipment out there at the landfill where we used to buy that equipment at one time, I think. And so maybe the lease purchase is the way to go. And I don't know what the amortization is. Is it 10 years or at 7 years are all these vehicles going to be worn out and so all they are is scrap? I mean, I don't know. So
my understanding is from the department, and Doug, I believe he's on the phone. Yeah. He could weigh in as well. But I believe that the vehicles are typically used for an 8 to 10 year time period, even though the real useful life of the vehicle is 7 to 8 years. And so my understanding is that they've been using them longer than their generally accepted useful life.
But what about the other expenses? Because we were presented with the North Area Transfer Station, the reconstruction of that facility and other costs, as I said, that were built into that calculation. Are we looking at financing the construction of the new NARS transfer station?
We have been looking at at financing a component of that, yes, and that I believe that to answer your broader question, I think that it would be best to take that into context with when the Department of Waste Management comes back with their proposed rate increases, because I do think that the majority of those answers would be shown within that presentation.
Well, that's fine. That was my question, though, is that if we're going to on this cash basis, that's great if you can always have enough cash in hand to meet all your needs and, have money there for the rainy day and all the other things that get built into it. But, when I look at the cost to the homeowner and the ratepayer and what we were faced with. And we're going to be back at this discussion, even though we raised it modestly. I saw the charts, we all did, and I just think that in order to, level this out and smooth it, as you said, this is a good strategy. I sort of support this, but I guess I want to know how we're looking at based upon some of the direction was given out of that board hearing earlier this year.
So I think Colin is correct, and I think the best time to have this comprehensive conversation is when we come back, because as you know, we do need to come back for another rate increase, and this was absolutely designed to smooth the impact of that so that we didn't have to draw down on the fund balance because that would necessitate a higher rate increase. And so we're trying to work to keep the rate increase as minimal as possible while still getting the equipment that is needed to operate.
And just last comment I'd make for this afternoon or this evening would be, if you could, through the financing, doing it smartly, could avoid a rate increase, that would be a nice benefit to the ratepayers too. And so I guess that's my point, is that, you still got to pay the bill at the end of the day, but by stretching it out and doing it smartly, recognizing the utility and life of the trucks or the facility and all the other things that go with this, that would be, I think, a real boon to the folks that, pay the rates. So again, I know you're going to try to keep it as low as possible, but maybe there's a way to get, I wouldn't give up on the idea that we could avoid a rate increase by being smart with the way we finance things. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I looked at the board materials. I was specifically looking to see if there's any mention of whether or not the expectation is that the vehicles would be CNG or diesel or electric or hybrid. I didn't see anything. Maybe I missed it. But is there any intent to try and pursue whatever the latest technology is at the time that we need these vehicles to reduce our carbon footprint with the lease and ultimately, I guess, the purchase?
I'd have to have the Department of Waste Management weigh in on that one.
Okay, I think just hopefully, everyone that's involved with fleet is hearing this. From here on out, I think it'd be really wise, because we're going to have the same, at least I'll have the same question time and time again. Give us a paragraph, tell us what the intent is. Is it electric? Is it hybrid? What is it? Given what the response was to some of the questioning from Supervisor Natoli about useful life and whether it makes sense to have a lease purchase agreement or not, I guess what concerns me is if I know that the useful life, especially at this point in time, if the useful life is 7, 8, 9 years, given the rate of technological advancement when it comes to specifically all electric propulsion for even heavy-duty fleets, that's the point where I'm getting a little nervous that if we wed ourselves to that long a lease and along comes the latest and greatest electric, 4-axle vehicle that accomplishes what we need it to do, but we still got 4 years left on a lease. That's 4 years of at least the way I look at it, that's 4 years of unnecessary, spewing of diesel particulate, if it's diesel, or even CNG compared to electric. So I think the closer we get to making sure that an electric alternative is viable for our needs, perhaps that should be part of the calculus about shortening the lease terms, so that way we can be more responsive to the market in terms of the availability of especially zero-emission heavy-duty vehicles.
So while I can't speak to these vehicles specifically, I can speak to the fact that this lease will have a prepayment provision at the halfway point within the lease term. So we can, at that point in time, go ahead and pay off the full amount of the lease, and then the vehicles would be free and clear and owned by the county, and we could do whatever we needed to as far as selling those vehicles and then replacing them. Additionally, one of the things that we do within these lease programs is if a vehicle is ever in an accident, and then we can replace that vehicle with a like vehicle. So similarly, if we ended up determining that we wanted to sell off some of these vehicles and replace them with a newer, more modern vehicle, we could do that as well. as long as it had a similar value. So we could swap vehicles essentially within this lease.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more supervisors in the queue. Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Kennedy, second by Supervisor Natoli. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Item 33 is your nominations. You are continuing to September 28th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission. And for your matters today, you did receive a revision. We added the County Planning Commission to your list. Adult and Aging Commission, Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to September 28th.
Okay. And then Community Review Commission, Supervisor Kennedy. Chris Baker, okay. And then you'd like to continue the remainder?
Yes, till the 24th.
24th, okay. Or the, oh, okay, got it. Then we have the County Planning Commission, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, I would like to appoint Genevieve Wong and forego the process.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
A unanimous vote. And then we have the Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to September 28th.
And then we have Human Services Coordinating Council.
Please continue to September 28th.
In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee.
Please continue to September 28th.
Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council.
Please nominate Tanya Silva and continue the remainder to September 28th.
Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board.
Continue to September 14th.
And we have the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board. Let's start with Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Karen Cardillon to the 1-year term and Trezell White to the 2-year term.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy.
Continue to August 24th.
And Supervisor Desmond.
Continue to August 24th.
And Supervisor Frost.
Continue to September 28th.
And Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, continue to August 24th. We have some interviews scheduled. And I would just offer, if District 4, we have 15 applicants in District 5, so if you're searching for a good pool to draw from, if there aren't others that come forward, certainly would offer. We knew we had a lot of really good candidates. So
thank you. I'll let my chief know.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sacramento County Bicycle Advisory Committee.
I please nominate Pat Perez.
Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, Supervisor Desmond.
This was a very tough decision. I had so many wonderful applicants, and I want to thank them publicly for applying for the position. It's a very difficult decision to make, but I would please nominate Jane Einhorn for the position.
Okay. And then we have Sacramento County Mental Health Board.
Please continue to September 28th.
And then we have the Public Financing Authority of the County of Sacramento Metro Air Park Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District.
Please continue to September 28th.
And that concludes your nominations. Now we have the county executive comments.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn this over to Bruce Wagstaff for a moment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very long day, but I wanted to take this moment because today is the last board meeting that we're going to have Cindy Kavanaugh as part of our county family. And I just wanted to take a minute or two to publicly thank Cindy for her hugely significant and important contribution to our efforts to address homelessness in our county. I think you all know that Cindy's depth of knowledge and her experience have been essential to our county's efforts, as has been her empathy and her passion for our homeless residents in the county and for the general community who is impacted by homelessness. And she would be the first to say, in fact, I'm positive she'd be the first to say, that all the work that's still ahead of us. But I have to say that there's no question that what we've achieved in this area is in great measure due to her leadership and her energy on this issue. So I just wanted to take the time to thank Cindy for everything that she's done for us over the last several years in this area. I thought it was very important to do that. And she's actually here today.
Been here all day.
Yeah. And here I thought she was just a masochist here to listen to the rest of this.
I would like to add a few words as
Sure.
well. So Cindy and I have been partners in this effort since she arrived because DHA and the work that Cindy has done has been very entwined together. But her passion and commitment for the homeless in our community is unparalleled, and she's been a strong advocate for permanent supported housing, which is the solution ultimately for everything that we do. But I just really have appreciated working with her. She helped so much in crafting the new programs that we've implemented over the last few years. And it's been a pleasure working with you, and thank you. And I hope you enjoy your second retirement.
If I could say a few words, you can time me less than 2 minutes.
Oh, that's okay. I'm tired.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute over the past 5 years. No question, homelessness is a complex and stubborn problem, rooted deeply in issues such as generational poverty, health disparities, institutional racism, trauma. At its core, it is the basic inability of disadvantaged persons to maintain their housing as prices rise and incomes don't, or other circumstances disrupt their stability. It's challenging, but what this job is about is the opportunity to contribute, to be part of an incredibly hard-working and dedicated team of county professionals, community providers, advocates, and community members working to bring solutions that, at their very best, help people actually resolve their homelessness and return to housing and stability. And the board's steadfast commitment to these solutions has been critical. Again, thank you for the opportunity to contribute through meaningful work. You know, we sometimes forget that people experiencing homelessness also are looking for that same opportunity to contribute in meaningful ways. They have in the past, and they will again. That hope and that faith and the people themselves inspire our work. I would like to thank my family and friends for their support and encouragement along the way. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you, Cindy. I just want to say, Cindy, it seemed like when you came, we really needed you, and you basically restructured and created all these programs that provided a great foundation for our initiatives for homelessness, but you also gave us, broadened our collaborative efforts in other areas of the county, and found ways to partner with others to expand our efforts. I know it's been, it's a hard job what you had, and we really appreciate your dedication to the county and to the individuals who are homeless or nearing homelessness in our county. So thank you, and we wish you all the best. We're going to miss you. You'll be a hard act to follow.
In good hands.
Madam Chair, I want to thank Cindy. I've had a chance to work with Cindy over the years, not just in this current role, but certainly with her work with the Housing Redevelopment Agency in the past. And she's had a passion for service, and certainly appreciate her work over the course of the last 5 years or so. But again, it's an ongoing task, and I think she can certainly know in her heart and mind that she had an impact directly on a lot of folks, but also obviously helped to frame some of the ongoing good work that will occur in this county. So wish you well, and Godspeed to you, Sydney.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Kennedy.
I just want to, double down on all that's been said already. Cindy never fails to, if I need something in District 2 down in South Sacramento, she's responsive. She's down there with me. And I always kind of think of you as, you're one of, you look around the staff and you think that's the conscience of Sacramento County, and you're one of those people. So thank you for your work.
Godspeed, Cindy. All right. Next item is item.
And reports and announcements.
I have Supervisor Cerna in the
Thank
queue.
you, Chair. So I am going to beg the indulgence of my colleagues and staff. I know it's been an extraordinarily long day with very little respite, but I did make a commitment to Diana Pagetto, who we all know as the Executive Director of the American River Parkway Foundation. Supervisor Desmond and I had the opportunity last week to serve on a panel in front of about 250 people to see the debut of a very brief film called Parkway in Peril that I'm going to ask our folks in the AV room to tee up. It's 12 minutes long. It's very well done. It's very well produced. But the panel, I think, was a very productive one. We took a number of questions for about 2 hours straight. We were joined by representatives from PG&E, and our Regional Parks Director, Liz Bellis, was also on the panel. But I thought it was a very, very well-run program, and I think it didn't necessarily clear the air, but it certainly, I think, helped inform people of the extraordinary challenge we have of keeping our parkway safe and clean and fire-free, especially. So I don't know if Mr. Desmond wants to say anything before the snippet.
I believe he does. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Yes, it was really an honor to serve on the panel with you, particularly because I know you've been championing the Parkway during your entire tenure here on the board, and you and I really share an affinity for this Parkway. And as we heard from so many people that evening, this Parkway is such an invaluable amenity for recreation, for access to wild, open, riparian spaces for everybody in this county and everybody in this region, and it's a huge economic generator for this region as well, and not just for those of us who have the Parkway running through our districts, but I think everybody should really have an interest in ensuring that we protect this vital resource, and so I will certainly enjoy watching the video with you here today.
Thank you.
It's a passion to keep the river clean. It's a beautiful place, and I'm a mile steward because I want to. If I didn't have the official title, I'd still be cleaning up no matter what.
I think everybody has good intentions. I don't think anybody is sitting saying, what can we do to destroy the Parkway?
People will have parkways, and they're nice, but not like this one. Not like this one.
A great park is more than land, wildlife, and recreation. It is the people who use it to refresh themselves and the communities whose values it represents. This parkway is treasured by all who come to experience this tranquil beauty in the middle of the urban core. This 23-mile, 4,800-acre American River Parkway is owned by the County of Sacramento, and it's supported by the American River Parkway Foundation. But our parkway is in danger, and if left alone, the results could be devastating.
So my name is Keith Wade. I'm a captain and the public information officer for the Sacramento City Fire Department. When we have incidents out on the American River Parkway, they can be challenging.
I'm standing right now on the American River Bike Trail, and just to
control of another grass fire that broke out along the American River Parkway. This happening near Cal Expo, a familiar scene.
We start with another grass fire burning in Sacramento County right now. Take a look. You may be seeing smoke from this that's burning along the American River
Yet another
Sacramento
Fire Department engine making its way inside and responding to yet another fire on the American River Parkway. And tonight,
I can tell you in my 20 years here, we've definitely seen an uptick in fire activity out on the American River Parkway. These fires threaten homes, they threaten lives, they threaten businesses, they threaten the safety of the first responders and the law enforcement, and they move out into those areas to fight the fire. So when we have fire activity, it's usually human caused, it's usually originating near an encampment, and people are doing activities that are unsafe. Any open flame out here, especially in an afternoon, when humidity is low and you have a little bit of a wind, recipe for disaster. Tragedy can happen fast.
When the fires occur, things don't just go back to normal the next year. It takes a lifetime in some cases to restore things.
Within 2 weeks' time, 9% of the parkway burned. 9%. With 2.5 weeks, maybe. This is just last week. 2 weeks ago, 9% of the parkway burned. You're kidding me. In 2 weeks, in June, what could happen by September?
From the date of this recording, 5 more fire incidents have occurred. Total acreage destroyed is now more than 11% of the parkway.
This area's got to be ready and available for people to recreate. That's what it's here for. It's here to be enjoyed, to be experienced safely for everybody. It's everyone's parkway. But when we have these large-scale fires, everyone needs to understand that this isn't a fire department problem out here. This isn't a law enforcement issue. It's not a city problem or a county problem or even just a regional problem. It's an everybody problem. It's all of our responsibility to ensure that this place is maintained, it stays safe, and future generations can enjoy it.
Volunteers and stewards of this magnificent treasure are disheartened by the lack of progress their cleanup efforts make. Their voices echo the concerns of many when it comes to the threats of wildlife, water quality, and safety. The following statements are from mild stewards who are currently aware of parkway conditions. An admitted lover of the parkway since childhood. A successful real estate agent who's been a mild steward with her husband for more than 10 years. A dedicated team leader from the CGI Corporation. And a successful businessman who's served on the board of directors of the Parkway Foundation and who's a member of the Point West Rotary.
It used to be that primarily when you went out and you policed an area, you found the normal types of litter associated with recreation.
Almost 5 million people use the parkway every year. That's about the same as Yosemite. I think actually a little bit more people use the American River Parkway than go to Yosemite. Can you imagine somebody throwing a bottle in the Merced River at Yosemite? Your normal citizen would jump on that person and go crazy, but for some reason, people don't have a problem when they do it at the American Rivers.
Nowadays, you're finding the remnants of encampments. We've got hoarders, tweakers, we've got people bringing things onto the parkway into encampments that are really starting to destroy the aesthetics, I think the sanitation, and the safety of the parkway.
I don't like using the word homeless or the unsheltered because it doesn't really describe the issue that we have at the American River Parkway. We have nomadic citizens who like to camp there, and they are lovers of the rivers like you and I are. You'll never get those people into a shelter. They enjoy living at the river.
You see evidence of it all the way up to Watt Avenue. It's had all kinds of impacts on people, not the least of which is a lot of people just don't want to go down there anymore.
There's already areas you don't feel safe going. You certainly don't feel safe as a woman. And, you know, I never run on the trails by myself, you know. And then that's getting worse.
We just run into sites that are just, basically, they are landfills. I mean, really.
It is so overwhelming, the amount of garbage. You cannot believe it unless you are seeing it and picking it up. You can't believe it.
What I've seen out there is that the unhoused community there will find a spot and they'll just dump it there. All the debris that are out there potentially end up in our river. I mean, it contaminates our drinking water, our river, our delta, and then the ocean.
It is our drinking water, and it's impacting it.
They've tested down there Discovery Park. You know, it's E. coli. I mean, what's it going to take?
They've been continuing to keep an eye on this. The
Recent
E. coli
tests
in
show
the
high
American
levels of
River.
E. coli.
Data shows that E. coli levels at some
parts of
popular spots are above the state's level of what's acceptable. The Central Valley Water Board.
We as a community have to ensure that the vision of our Parkway forefathers to set aside land for all to enjoy will carry on.
My approach over the past 10 years has changed because I do interact with the campers. And it's more of a message of keeping the place clean. I give out bags. I don't try to pass judgment because I know they're there because they love the river, but you can't trash the place.
We can prevent what's going on, and so far we seem to collectively lack the will to do it, or at least to do it right. And that's got to change, or there's not going to be any parkway to save.
So the issue I'm finding is, you know, I want to say it's a drug issue, but I don't want to be that broad. It's a methamphetamine issue, and that is what I run into. Very few of the campers I come across on the river aren't involved in methamphetamine. And the river provides a safe place for them to go tweak out.
I know it's tough. I know the judicial requirements for encampments or removing encampments are not the easiest to comply with, but society has to accept them, and we've got to do something affirmative. Otherwise, we're just going to default to what's happening now, and it's going to get worse because it's been getting worse. And the bottom line is we won't have a parkway that's worth much at all.
We have to call it what it is. It is not a homeless problem, it's a mental health and drug problem. And I totally agree with that statement. From what I've seen, I'm just one person out there helping, but from what I've seen, and that is where that's where I would start. Help for those people, and hopefully things will start to improve.
It's not a political issue. It has nothing to do with money. It has to do with a culture shift. And we have this jewel that citizens aren't using to the full potential. And I see that as the biggest challenge, is getting people out to the river and removing the negative stereotypes associated with it.
We have to start realizing that we are the voice of the parkway. You know, we need to speak out and make sure that on the issue of illegal camping, to the extent it is destroying the parkway, that it not be allowed to continue.
We cannot let it to continue to be destroyed, because it's being destroyed right now. Right now, today.
You can have this place to come to, but there's also a lot of people working hard to keep it clean so people can come to it and not come to a polluted place.
We're so fortunate that that group of people had the foresight to save that property and save that land for all of us. I am so thankful to those people. It was Aldrich and William Pond and some others who did that. You know, it wasn't that long ago, and they had the foresight to do that. And we are going to let it become one giant garbage dump, because that's what, and it's going to be a burned garbage dump. That's what's going to happen.
We need to do better. We absolutely have to, or we won't have a parkway to save.
We've got to do what it takes to have it, to make it stop, or we're going to lose it. It'll be gone. Just mow it all down and build houses, I guess.
There is a pride of ownership that's missing. And what a lot of the areas around the river, and I'm going to talk, you know, River Park, Glenbrook, Rosemont, Rancho Cordova, Carmichael, Fair Oaks, all of those citizens that live next to the river should be at the river on a regular basis and enjoying it. If more people go to the river and enjoy it, that sends a bigger message. And the people that are trashing it become outnumbered at that point.
Please become a voice for the American River Parkway by contacting your elected representatives. The Parkway belongs to all of us, and it's up to everyone to ensure its future.
Thanks to my colleagues again for taking 12 minutes at the end of a very long day to view that. I think it tells a story that we're all very familiar with. But just a word of warning. Supervisor Desmond and I were kind of asked and challenged at the end of the panel in terms of what naming kind of the one thing that everyone can or should be doing to respond to this call to save the Parkway. And we almost simultaneously said, you need to advocate forcefully with us and hold us accountable and show up at budget meetings and show up at other hearings on occasion where we're discussing, debating resources for the Parkway and different programming for the Parkway, how best to protect it from fire and other threats. So I know that my colleague was sincere. I'm sincere about that. And again, regardless of whether the Parkway runs through a district or not, I think we all equally value it. So again, thanks to the American River Parkway Foundation, especially Diana Pagetto and her board for producing the film. I think it's actually a very useful tool to tell the story.
Thank you, Phil. It was the Parkway is so beautiful. I think we all support your effort to save the Parkway.
Our effort.
Yeah. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, well, again, the video, very well done. Another sobering reminder of what we're faced with out there, and unless you're, I guess, there every day seeing it, it isn't quite as up front. But I will just say this, that we've had this discussion in these chambers many times, and for all the efforts we made, it seems like the problem continues to worsen. I think the speakers said it very eloquently and very directly, and this county obviously is the steward of the Parkway. I mean, we have the ultimate responsibility for it. We can have our partners and so forth, and I guess even those late hour, I would just say that it seems to me that we can put more dollars to the effort. We can work with our partners, but if we don't find a path here, and pretty soon, as it relates to certainly the issue of fires and how we can provide a better defense to that, but also when you see the tremendous amount of trash and debris, and think about what it presents certainly to the land, and I would just say that I appreciated the chief's comments, but the wildlife is threatened along with all the other living people and all the other aspects of the Parkway. And I guess I'm concerned that if we don't, again, find a path here in the very near future, that the predictions, as dire as it may sound, are that we're going to lose significant segments for generations to come of that Parkway, either to fire or to degradation. And again, the human condition out there is certainly not acceptable, and we need to continue to focus in on that, because obviously a lot of this is being contributed to by the presence and some of the activities there. And yet, that's a number I hadn't heard. 5 million users of the Parkway. I've heard the comment about 1 million visitors over the years. But I think this is, if it's in peril, I think it's, we're at crisis stage. If we haven't been there already, and we have been, I think, for some time in certain segments of the Parkway. So I don't know if we if we need to devote a session, and when we've been 9.5 hours in, to, having the community come before us to have a public forum and look at what we can do resource-wise, deployment of people, engagement of partners, and certainly to encourage the public not only to call us and advocate for it, that's swell, but I think, to have a sustained effort, because I'm afraid, again, I've had conversations certainly with my colleagues individually over time, and, I watch the news as we all do. I've seen it firsthand, but I'm not there every day, and I just think that if we don't figure something out, there won't be much left to save. It will take years and years and years to bring it back, and that would just be tragic. And for what this community has invested, and all the good that comes of that open space, and what it means to people from all walks of life, including folks who are camping there. But so Madam Chair, I'd like us to maybe set a session. I know we've got budget coming up, and that has some relevance to what we're talking about here today. But I think it's, just as much as we're dealing with the issue of homelessness, and we're going to spend a lot of time and have focused on that parkway. A lot of that lies on the shoulders of the 5 members of this board, whoever sits in these seats, certainly in the past and now and in the future. So we've got to figure something out. We talk about doing better, but we've got to do better. Not because we don't care, which we do. And I know we've had strong advocacy on this board, and we put dollars to it. So again, I know the hour's late, but it strikes me in looking at the pictures and hearing people speak to it so directly. And so I guess I would encourage us to, maybe we call together folks in these chambers and convene our board, and let's, roll up our sleeves and see what we can do.
I'd be very supportive of that. I don't want to speak for Rich, but I think he's already demonstrated his passion on this board in his 6+ months here. That's a priority, a very high priority for him and his constituents. Ann will attest that I think after the last fire, it's hard to keep them all straight. There's been so many, but after the last one, in a bit of a fit of frustration, I did fire off a fairly detailed email, not assigning blame, but I did communicate with Ann and with Liz that we need to do some other angle, something different. We need to look at what are the rigid parts of the Boise decision, what are not the rigid parts of it. Ms. Travis is also included in that review of kind of teeing up what we think we might be able to do differently, and maybe that's the right context, Madam County Exec, to do what Supervisor Natoli has suggested.
I'd agree with that as well. I think that would be very, very fitting. This video is a call to action, and it's what the public expects of us.
So we have a team working on this. We will be bringing some recommendations to you during budget and some additional recommendations either just before or just after. I agree it is a crisis, and we will be bringing some thoughts to you.
Great. Thank you.
Does that satisfy your thoughts, Supervisor
Yeah,
Natoli?
yeah, and again, I just, it is a call to action, but it's urgent action. I mean, it's not, let's do a little bit here and there. We've got to do a lot now. So,
sounds good.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, just one last thing. Madam Clerk, can you do the overhead real quick? So again, shameless plug, Saturday, August 21st. Unsupervised is back after a year and a half of being dormant because of the obvious reason. We're going to be playing down Elk Grove, District 5. For Chicks in Crisis. You're all very familiar with Inez Whitlow and her program down there that's doing great work for especially young women dealing with pregnancy, faced with some of the challenges of their pregnancies, and also her very strong presence in the space of adoption. So really looking forward to being out there on Saturday, August 21st. 5 to 9. It's a free event. It's family friendly. And I've issued a challenge to the mayor of Elk Grove, my good friend Bobby St. Allen, to see if she can match raising some funds that I've committed to. I've also spoke to Supervisor Natoli about that, but of course, no unsupervised concert would be complete without trying to guilt some people out of their money. So for a good cause, of course. So I would welcome everyone.
Thank you, Phil.
Great setting.
Sounds fun. Okay.
I swear that's all I have.
Okay.
I'm coming up against time, guys. So
Okay,
I know we have
closed session.
Closed session.
We do have a closed session on 7th floor. I do not see any other supervisors in the queue to bring closing remarks, and so at this time, we'll adjourn to closed session. I don't think we have to report back, do we?
No, we don't.
This meeting is adjourned.